Chapter 8. The Sacrifice. After this long digression, let us return to Miss Miller's vision. We can now answer the question as to the significance of Siegfried's longing for Brunhild. It is the striving of the libido away from the mother towards the mother. This paradoxical sentence may be translated as follows: as long as the libido is satisfied merely with fantasies, it moves in itself, in its own depths, in the mother. When the longing of our author rises in order to escape the magic circle of the incestuous and, therefore, pernicious, object, and it does not succeed in finding reality, then the object is and remains irrevocably the mother. Only the overcoming of the obstacles of reality brings the deliverance from the mother, who is the continuous and inexhaustible source of life for the creator, but death for the cowardly, timid and sluggish. Whoever is acquainted with psychoanalysis knows how often neurotics cry out against their parents. To be sure, such complaints and reproaches are often justified on account of the common human imperfections, but still more often they are reproaches which should really be directed towards themselves. Reproach and hatred are always futile attempts to free one's self apparently from the parents, but in reality from one's own hindering longing for 429 the parents. Our author proclaims through the mouth of her infantile hero Chewantepal a series of insults against her own family. We can assume that she must renounce all these tendencies, because they contain an unrecognized wish. This hero, of many words, who performs few deeds and indulges in futile yearnings, is the libido which has not fulfilled its destiny, but which turns round and round in the kingdom of the mother, and, in spite of all its longing, accomplishes nothing. Only he can break this magic circle who possesses the courage of the will to live and the heroism to carry it through. Could this yearning hero youth, Chewantepal, but put an end to his existence, he would probably rise again in the form of a brave man seeking real life. This necessity imposes itself upon the dreamer as a wise counsel and hint of the unconscious in the following monologue of Chewantepal. He cries sadly. In all the world, there is not a single one. I have sought among 100 tribes. I have watched 100 moons, since I began. Can it be that there is not a solitary being who will ever know my soul? Yes, by the sovereign God, yes. But 10,000 moons will wax and wane before that pure soul is born. And it is from another world that her parents will come to this one. She will have pale skin and pale locks. She will know sorrow before her mother bears her. Suffering will accompany her. She will seek also, and she will find, no one who understands her. Temptation will often assail her soul, but she will not yield. In her dreams, I will come to her, and she will understand. I have kept my body inviolate. I have come 10,000 moons before her epoch, and she will come 10,000 moons too late. But she will understand. There is only once in all the 10,000 moons that a soul like hers is born. For 30 thereupon a green serpent darts from the bushes, glides towards him and stings him on the arm, then attacks the horse, which succumbs first. Then Chewantepal says to his horse, "Adieu, faithful brother. Enter into rest. I have loved you, and you have served me well. Adieu. Soon I will rejoin you." Then to the snake, "Thanks, little sister, you have put an end to my wanderings." Then he cried with grief and spoke his prayer. "Sovereign God, take me soon. I have tried to know thee, and to keep thy law. Oh, do not suffer my body to fall into corruption and decay, and to furnish the vultures with food." A smoking crater is perceived at a distance, the rumbling of an earthquake is heard, followed by a trembling of the ground. Chewantepal cries in the delirium of suffering, while the earth covers his body. I have kept my body inviolate. Ah! She understands. Jainai Wama, thou who comprehendeth me. Chewantepal's prophecy is a repetition of Longfellow's Hiawatha, where the poet could not escape sentimentality, and at the close of the career of the hero, Hiawatha, he brings in the savior of the white people. In the guise of the arriving illustrious representatives of the Christian religion and morals. One thinks of the work of redemption of the Spaniards in Mexico and Peru. With this prophecy of Chihuahua, the personality of the author is again placed in the closest relation to the hero, and, indeed, as the real object of Chihuahua's longing. For 31 most certainly the hero would have married her, had she lived at his time, but, unfortunately, she comes too late. The connection proves our previous assertion that the libido moves round in a circle. The author loves herself. That is to say, she, as the hero, is sought by one who comes too late. This motive of coming too late is characteristic of the infantile love. The father and the mother cannot be overtaken. The separation of the two personalities by 10,000 moons is a wish fulfillment, with that the incest relation is annulled in an effectual manner. This white heroine will seek without being understood. She is not understood, because she cannot understand herself rightly. And she will not find. But in dreams, at least, they will find each other, and she will understand. The next sentence of the text reads, "I have kept my body inviolate." This proud sentence, which naturally only a woman can express, because man is not accustomed to boast in that direction, again confirms the fact that all enterprises have remained but dreams, that the body has remained inviolate. When the hero visits the heroine in a dream, it is clear what is meant. This assertion of the hero's, that he has remained inviolate, refers back to the unsuccessful attempt upon his life in the previous chapter, Huntsman with the Arrow, and clearly explains to us what was really meant by this assault. That is to say, the refusal of the coitus fantasy. Here the wish of the unconscious obtrudes itself again, after the hero had repressed it the first time, and thereupon he painfully and hysterically 432 utters this monologue. Temptation will often assail her soul, but it will not yield. This very bold assertion reduces, noblesse oblige, the unconscious to an enormous infantile megalomania, which is always the case when the libido is compelled, through similar circumstances, to regressions. Only once in all the 10,000 moons is a soul born like mine. Here the unconscious ego expands to an enormous degree, evidently in order to cover with its boastfulness a large part of the neglected duty of life. But punishment follows at its heels. Whoever prides himself too much on having sustained no wound in the battle of life lays himself open to the suspicion that his fighting has been with words only, whilst actually he has remained far away from the firing line. This spirit is just the reverse of the pride of those savage women, who point with satisfaction to the countless scars which were given them by their men in the sexual fight for supremacy. In accordance with this, and in logical continuation of the same, all that follows is expressed in figurative speech. The orgiastic oxide morituris, in its admixture with the reckless laughter of the Dionysian frenzy, confronts us here in sorry disguise with a sentimental stage trickery worthy of our posthumous edition of Christian Morals. In place of the positive phallus, the negative appears, and leads the hero's horse, his libido animalis, not to satisfaction, but into eternal peace, also the fate of the hero. This end means that the mother, represented as the jaws of death, devours the libido of the daughter. Therefore, instead of life and procreative growth, only fantastic self-oblivion results. For 33 this weak and inglorious end has no elevating or illuminating meaning so long as we consider it merely as the solution of an individual erotic conflict. The fact that the symbols under which the solution takes place have actually a significant aspect, reveals to us that behind the individual mask, behind the veil of individuation, a primitive idea stands. The severe and serious features of which take from us the courage to consider the sexual meaning of the Miller symbolism as all sufficient. It is not to be forgotten that the sexual fantasies of the neurotic and the exquisite sexual language of dreams are regressive phenomena. The sexuality of the unconscious is not what it seems to be, it is merely a symbol. It is a thought bright as day, clear as sunlight, a decision, a step forward to every goal of life, but expressed in the unreal sexual language of the unconscious, and in the thought form of an earlier stage. A resurrection, so to speak, of earlier modes of adaptation. When, therefore, the unconscious pushes into the foreground the coitus wish, negatively expressed, it means somewhat as follows: under similar circumstances primitive man acted in such and such a manner. The mode of adaptation which today is unconscious for us is carried on by the savage Negro of the present day, whose undertakings beyond those of nutrition appertain to sexuality, characterized by violence and cruelty. Therefore, in view of the archaic mode of expression of the Miller fantasy, we are justified in assuming the correctness of our interpretation for the lowest and nearest plane only. A deeper stratum of meaning underlies the earlier assertion that the figure of 434 Chewantipal has the character of Cassius, who has a lamb as a companion. Therefore, Chewantipal is the portion of the dreamer's libido bound up with the mother, and, therefore, masculine. Hence he is her infantile personality, the childishness of character, which as yet is unable to understand that one must leave father and mother, when the time is come, in order to serve the destiny of the entire personality. This is outlined in Nietzsche's words. Free dost thou call thyself? Thy dominant thought would I hear, and not that thou hast thrown off a yoke. Art thou one who had the right to throw off a yoke? There are many who throw away their last value when they throw away their servitude. Therefore, when Chewantipal dies, it means that herein is a fulfillment of a wish, that this infantile hero, who cannot leave the mother's care, may die. And if with that the bond between mother and daughter is severed, a great step forward is gained both for inner and outer freedom. But man wishes to remain a child too long. He would fain stop the turning of the wheel, which, rolling, bears along with it the years. Man wishes to keep his childhood and eternal youth, rather than to die and suffer corruption in the grave. Oh, do not suffer my body to fall into decay and corruption. Nothing brings the relentless flight of time and the cruel perishability of all blossoms more painfully to our consciousness than an inactive and empty life. Idle dreaming is the mother of the fear of death, the sentimental deploring of what has been and the vain turning back of the clock. Although man can forget in the long, perhaps too long, guarded 435 feelings of youth, in the dreamy state of stubbornly held remembrances, that the will rolls onward, nevertheless mercilessly does the gray hair. The relaxation of the skin and the wrinkles in the face tell us, that whether or not we expose the body to the destroying powers of the whole struggle of life, the poison of the stealthily creeping serpent of time consumes our bodies, which, alas, we so dearly love. Nor does it help if we cry out with the melancholy hero Chewantipal, I have kept my body inviolate. Flight from life does not free us from the law of age and death. The neurotic who seeks to get rid of the necessities of life wins nothing and lays upon himself the frightful burden of a premature age and death, which must appear especially cruel on account of the total emptiness and meaninglessness of his life. If the libido is not permitted to follow the progressive life, which is willing to accept all dangers and all losses, then it follows the other road, sinking into its own depths. Working down into the old foreboding regarding the immortality of all life, to the longing for rebirth. Hölderlin exemplifies this path in his poetry and his life. I leave the poet to speak in his song. To the rose. In the mother womb eternal. Sweetest queen of every Leah. Still the living and supernal. Nature carries thee and me. Little rose, the storm's fierce power. Strips our leaves and alters us. Yet the deathless germ will tower. To new blooms, miraculous. For 36 the following comments may be made upon the parable of this poem. The rose is the symbol of the beloved woman, Hayden Rosslin, Heather Rose of Goethe. The rose blooms in the rose garden of the maiden. Therefore, it is also a direct symbol of the libido. When the poet dreams that he is with the rose in the mother womb of nature, then, psychologically, the fact is that his libido is with the mother. Here is an eternal germination and renewal. We have come across this motive already in the Hieros Gamos hymn, Iliad 14, the nuptials in the blessed West, that is to say, the union in and with the mother. Plutarch shows us this motive in naive form in his tradition of the Osiris myth. Osiris and Isis copulating in the mother's womb. This is also perceived by Hölderlin as the enviable prerogative of the gods, to enjoy everlasting infancy. Thus, in Hyperion, he says, fateless, like the sleeping nursling, breathe the heavenly ones, chastely guarded in modest buds. Their spirits blossom eternally, And their quiet eyes gaze out in placid, eternal serenity. This quotation shows the meaning of heavenly bliss. Hölderlin never was able to forget this first and greatest happiness, the dreamy picture of which estranged him from real life. Moreover, in this poem, the ancient motive of the twins in the mother's womb is intimated. Isis and Osiris in the mother's womb. The motive is archaic. There is a legend in Frobenius of how the great 437 serpent, appearing from the little serpent in the hollow tree, through the so-called stretching out of the serpent, has finally devoured all men, devouring mother, death. And only a pregnant woman remains alive. She digs a ditch, covers it with a stone, grave, mother's womb, and, living there, she gives birth to twins, the subsequent dragon killers, the hero in double form, man and phallus, man and woman, man with his libido, the dying and rising sun. This existence together in the mother is to be found also very beautifully expressed in an African myth, Frobenius. In the beginning, Obatala, the heaven, and Odujua, the earth, his wife, lay pressed firmly together in a calabash. The guarding, in a modest bud, is an idea which has appeared already in Plutarch, where it is said that the sun was born in the morning from a flower bud. Brahma, too, comes from the bud, which also gave birth in a psalm to the first human pair. Humanity. An unfinished poem. Scarcely sprouted from the waters, O earth. Are thy old mountain tops and diffuse odors. While the first green islands, full of young woods, breathe delight. Through the May air over the ocean. And joyfully the eye of the sun god looked down upon the firstlings of the trees and flowers. Laughing children of his youth, born from thee. When on the fairest of the islands. For 38 once lay thy most beautiful child under the grapes. Lay after a mild night, in the dawn. In the daybreak a child born to thee, O earth. And the boy looks up familiarly to his father, Helios. And, tasting the sweet grapes, he picked the sacred vine for his nurse. And soon he is grown, the beasts fear him, for he is different from them. This man, he is not like thee, the Father. For the lofty soul of the Father is in him boldly united with thy pleasures. And thy sadness, O earth. He may resemble the eternal nature. The mother of gods, the terrible mother. Ah! Therefore, O earth. His presumption drives him away from thy breast. And thy gifts are vain, the tender ones. Ever and ever too high does the proud heart beat. Out from the sweet meadow of his shores. Man must go into the flowerless waters. And though his groves shine with golden fruit, like the starry night, yet he digs. He digs caves in the mountains, and seeks in the mines. Far from the sacred rays of his father. Faithless also to the sun god. Who does not love weaklings, and mocks at cares. Ah! Freer do the birds of the wood breathe. Although the breast of man heaves wilder and more proudly. His pride becomes fear, and the tender flowers of his peace do not bloom for long. This poem betrays to us the beginning of the discord between the poet and nature. He begins to be estranged from reality, the natural actual existence. It is a remarkable 439 idea how the little child chooses the vine for his nurse. This Dionysian allusion is very old. In the significant blessing of Jacob it is said of Judah, Genesis, chapter 49, verse 11. Binding his foal unto the vine, and his ass's colt unto the choice vine. A Gnostic gem has been preserved upon which there is a representation of an ass suckling her foal, above which is the symbol of cancer, and the circumscription DNIHYXPS, Dominus Noster Jesus Christus, with the supplement Dei Filius. As Justinus Martyr indignantly observes, the connections of the Christian legend with that of Dionysus are unmistakable. Compare, for example, the miracle of the wine. In the last-named legend the ass plays an important role. Generally speaking, the ass has an entirely different meaning in the Mediterranean countries than with us, an economic one. Therefore, it is a benediction when Jacob says, Genesis, chap. 49, verse 14. Issachar is a strong ass couching down between two burdens. The above-mentioned thought is altogether oriental. Just as in Egypt the newborn son is a bull calf, in the rest of the Orient it can easily be an ass's foal, to whom the vine is the nurse. Hence the picture in the blessing of Jacob, where it is said of Judah. His eyes are ruddy with wine and his teeth white with milk. The mock crucifix of the Palatine, with an ass's head, evidently alludes to a very significant background. 440 to nature. While about thy veil I lingered, playing. And, like any bud, upon thee hung. Still I felt thy heart in every straying sound about my heart that shook and clung. While I groped with faith and painful yearning to your picture, glowing and unfurled. Still I found a place for all my burning tears, and for my love I found a world. To the sun my heart, before all others, turned and felt its potent magicry. And it called the stars its little brothers. And it called the spring, God's melody. And each breeze in groves or woodlands fruity held thy spirit, and that same sweet joy moved the wellsprings of my heart with beauty. Those were golden days without alloy, where the spring is cool in every valley, and the youngest bush and twig is green, and about the rocks the grasses rally, and the branches show the sky between. There I lay, imbibing every flower, in a rapt, intoxicated glee, and surrounded by a golden shower. From their heights the clouds sank down to me. Often, as a weary, wandering river longs to join the ocean's placid mirth, I have wept and lost myself forever in the fullness of thy love, O earth. Then, with all the ardor of my being, forth I rushed from time's slow apathy, like a pilgrim home from travel, fleeing to the arms of rapt eternity. Blessed be childhood's golden dreams, their power hid from me life's dismal poverty. For 41 all the heart's rich germs ye brought to flower. Things I could not reach, ye gave to me. In thy beauty and thy light, O nature. Free from care and from compulsion free. Fruitful love attained a kingly stature. Rich as harvests reaped in Arcady. That which brought me up, is dead and riven. Dead the youthful world which was my shield. And this breast, which used to harbor heaven. Dead and dry as any stubble field. Still my spring-like sorrows sing and cover with their friendly comfort every smart. But the morning of my life is over, and the spring has faded from my heart. Shadows are the things that once we cherished. Love itself must fade and cannot bide, since the golden dreams of youth have perished. Even friendly nature's self has died. Heart, poor heart, those days could never show it. How far off thy home, and where it lies. Now, alas, thou nevermore wilt know it. If a dream of it does not suffice. Palinodia. What gathers about me, earth, in your dusky, friendly green? What are you blowing towards me, winds, what do you bring again? There is a rustling in all the tree-tops. Why do you wake my soul? Why do ye stir in me the past, ye kind ones? Oh, spare me, and let them rest, oh, do not mock those ashes of my joy. Oh, change your changeless gods, and grow in your youth over the old ones. For 42 and if you would be akin to the mortals, the young girls will blossom for you, and the young heroes will shine. And, sweeter than ever, morning will play upon the cheeks of the happy ones. And, ravishing sweet, you will hear the songs of those who are without care. Ah, once the living waves of song surged out of every bush to me, and still the heavenly ones glanced down upon me, their eyes shining with joy. The separation from the blessedness of childhood, from youth even, has taken the golden glamour from nature, and the future is hopeless emptiness. But what robs nature of its glamour, and life of its joy, is the poison of the retrospective longing, which harks back, in order to sink into its own depths. Empedocles. Thou seekest life, and a godly fire springs to thee, gushing and gleaming, from the deeps of the earth. And, with shuddering longing, throws thee down into the flames of Etna. So, through a queen's wanton whim, pearls are dissolved in wine, restrain her not. Didst thou not throw thy riches, poet, into the bright and bubbling cup? Still thou art holy to me, as the power of earth, which took thee away, lovely assassin. And I would have followed the hero to the depths, had love not held me. For 43 this poem betrays the secret longing for the maternal depths. He would like to be sacrificed in the chalice, dissolved in wine like pearls, the crater of rebirth, yet love holds him within the light of day. The libido still has an object, for the sake of which life is worth living. But were this object abandoned, then the libido would sink into the realm of the subterranean, the mother, who brings forth again. Obituary. Unfinished poem. Daily I go a different path. Sometimes into the green wood, sometimes to the bath in the spring. Or to the rocks where the roses bloom. From the top of the hill I look over the land. Yet nowhere, thou lovely one, nowhere in the light do I find thee. And in the breezes my words die away. The sacred words which once we had. Thou art far away, O holy countenance. And the melody of thy life is kept from me, no longer overheard. And, where are thy magic songs which once soothed my heart with the peace of heaven? How long it is, how long! The youth is aged, the very earth itself, which once smiled on me, has grown different. Oh, farewell! The soul of every day departs, and, departing, turns to thee. And over thee there weeps the eye that, becoming brighter, looks down there where thou tarriest. For 44 this distinctly suggests a renunciation, an envy of one's own youth, that time of freedom which one would like to retain through a deep-rooted dislike to all duty and endeavor which is denied an immediate pleasure reward. Painstaking work for a long time and for a remote object is not in the nature of child or primitive man. It is difficult to say if this can really be called laziness, but it seems to have not a little in common with it, in so far as the psychic life on a primitive stage, be it of an infantile or archaic type, possesses an extreme inertia and irresponsibility in production and non-production. The last stanza portends evil, a gazing towards the other land, the distant coast of sunrise or sunset. Love no longer holds the poet, the bonds with the world are torn and he calls loudly for assistance to the mother. Achilles. Lordly son of the gods. Because you lost your loved one, you went to the rocky coast and cried aloud to the flood, till the depths of the holy abyss heard and echoed your grief. From the far reaches of your heart, down, deep down, far from the clamor of ships, deep under the waves, in a peaceful cave, dwelt the beautiful Thetis, she who protected you, the goddess of the sea. Mother of the youth was she, the powerful goddess, she who once had lovingly nursed him on the rocky shore of his island, she who had made him a hero, with the might of her strengthening bath and the powerful song of the waves. And the mother, mourning, hearkened to the cry of her child, and rose, like a cloud, from the bed of the sea, soothing with tender embraces the pains of her darling. And he listened, while she, caressing, promised to soften his grief. For 45-inch son of the gods. Oh, were I like you, then could I confidently call on the heavenly ones to hearken to my secret grief. But never shall I see this, I shall bear the disgrace, as if I never belonged to her, even though she thinks of me with tears. Beneficent ones! And yet ye hear the lightest prayers of men. Ah, how rapt and fervently I worshipped you, holy light! Since I have lived, the earth and its fountains and woodlands, Father Ether, and my heart has felt you about me, so ardent and pure. Oh, soften my sorrows, ye kind ones. That my soul may not be silenced, may not be struck dumb too early. That I may live and thank ye, O heavenly powers. With joyful songs through all the hurrying days. Thank ye for gifts of the past, for the joys of vanished youth. And then, pray, take me, the lonely one. Graciously, unto yourselves. These poems describe more plainly than could be depicted with meager words the persistent arrest and the constantly growing estrangement from life, the gradual deep immersion into the maternal abyss of the individual being. The apocalyptic song of Patmos is strangely related to these songs of retrogressive longing. It enters as a dismal guest surrounded by the mist of the depths, the gathering clouds of insanity, bred through the mother. In it the primitive thoughts of the myth, the suggestion clad in symbols, of the sun-like death and resurrection of life, again burst forth. Similar things are to be found in abundance among sick people of this sort. I reproduce some significant fragments from Patmos. Near is the God. And hard to comprehend. For 46 but where danger threatens. The rescuer appears. These words mean that the libido has now sunk to the lowest depths, where the danger is great. Faust, Part 2, Mother Scene. There, the God is near, there man may find the inner sun, his own nature, sunlike and self-renewing, hidden in the mother womb like the sun in the nighttime. In chasms. And in darkness dwell. The eagles. And fresh and fearlessly. The sons of the Alps pass swiftly over the abyss. Upon lightly swinging bridges. With these words the dark fantastic poem passes on. The eagle, the bird of the sun, dwells in darkness, the libido has hidden itself, but high above it the inhabitants of the mountains pass, probably the gods, ye are walking above in the light, symbols of the sun wandering across the sky. Like the eagle flying over the depths. Above and around are reared the summits of time. And the loved ones, though near, live on deeply separated mountains. So give us waters of innocence. And give us wings of true understanding, with which to pass across and to return again. The first is a gloomy picture of the mountains and of time, although caused by the sun wandering over the mountains, the following picture a nearness, and at the 4:47 same time separation, of the lovers, and seems to hint at life in the underworld. Where he is united with all that once was dear to him, and yet cannot enjoy the happiness of reunion, because it is all shadows and unreal and devoid of life. Here the one who descends drinks the waters of innocence, the waters of childhood, the drink of rejuvenation, so wings may grow, and, winged, he may soar up again into life, like the winged sun, which arises like a swan from the water, wings. To pass across and to return again. So I spoke, and lo, a genie carried me off, swifter than I had imagined. And farther than ever I had thought. From my own house. It grew dark. As I went in the twilight. The shadowy wood. And the yearning brooks of my homeland. Grew vague behind me. And I knew the country no longer. After the dark and obscure words of the introduction, wherein the poet expresses the prophecy of what is to come, the sun journey begins, night journey in the sea, towards the east, towards the ascent. Towards the mystery of eternity and rebirth, of which Nietzsche also dreams, and which he expressed in significant words. Oh, how could I not be ardent for eternity, and for the nuptial ring of rings, the ring of the return? Never yet have I found the woman from whom I wish children, unless she would be this woman whom I love, for I love thee, O eternity. For 48 Holderlin expresses this same longing in a beautiful symbol, the individual traits of which are already familiar to us. But soon in a fresh radiance. Mysteriously. Blossoming in golden smoke. With the rapidly growing steps of the sun. Making 1,000 summits fragrant. Asia arose. And, dazzled. I sought one whom I knew. For unfamiliar to me were the broad roads. Where from Molus comes the gilded Pactyl. and Taurus stands and massages. And the gardens are full of flowers. But high up in the light, the silvery snow gleams, a silent fire. And, as a symbol of eternal life, on the impassable walls, grows the ancient ivy. And carried by columns of living cedars and laurels, are the solemn, divinely built palaces. The symbol is apocalyptic, the maternal city in the land of eternal youth, surrounded by the verdure and flowers of imperishable spring. The poet identifies himself here with John, who lived on Patmos, who was once associated with the Son of the Highest, and saw him face to face. There at the mystery of the vine they met. There at the hour of the holy feast they gathered. And, feeling the approach of death in his great, quiet soul. For 49 the Lord, pouring out his last love, spoke. And then he died. Much could be said of it. How his triumphant glance, the happiest of all, was seen by his companions, even at the last. Therefore he sent the Spirit unto them. And the house trembled, solemnly. And, with distant thunder, the storm of God rolled over the cowering heads. Where, deep in thought, the heroes of death were assembled. Now, when he, in parting, appeared once more before them, then the kingly day, the day of the sun, was put out. And the gleaming scepter, formed of his rays, was broken, and suffered like a god itself. Yet it shall return and glow again, when the right time comes. The fundamental pictures are the sacrificial death and the resurrection of Christ, like the self-sacrifice of the sun, which voluntarily breaks its scepter, the fructifying rays, in the certain hope of resurrection. The following comments are to be noted in regard to the scepter of rays. Spielrain's patient says, God pierces through the earth with his rays. The earth, in the patient's mind, has the meaning of woman. She also comprehends the sunbeam in mythologic fashion as something solid. Jesus Christ has shown me his love, by striking against the window with a sunbeam. Among other insane patients I have come across the same idea of the solid substance of the sunbeam. Here there is also a hint of the 450 phallic nature of the instrument which is associated with the hero. Thor's hammer, which, cleaving the earth, penetrates deeply into it, may be compared to the foot of Cainius. The hammer is retained in the interior of the earth, like the treasure, and, in the course of time, it gradually comes again to the surface. The treasure blooms, meaning that it was born again from the earth. Compare what has been said concerning the etymology of swelling. On many monuments Mitra holds a peculiar object in his hands, which Cumont compares to a half-filled tube. Dietrich proves from his papyrus text that the object is the shoulder of the bull, the bear constellation. The shoulder has an indirect phallic meaning, for it is the part which is wanting in Pelops. Pelops was slaughtered by his father, Tantalus, dismembered, and boiled in a kettle, to make a meal for the gods. Demeter had unsuspectingly eaten the shoulder from this feast, when Zeus discovered the outrage. He had the pieces thrown back into the kettle, and, with the help of the life-dispensing Clotho, Pelops was regenerated, and the shoulder which was missing was replaced by an ivory one. This substitution is a close parallel to the substitution of the missing phallus of Osiris. Mitra is represented in a special ceremony, holding the bull's shoulder over Sol, his son and vice-regent. This scene may be compared to a sort of dedication, or accolade, something like the ceremony of confirmation. The blow of the hammer as a generating, fructifying, inspiring function is retained as a folk custom and expressed by striking with the twig of life, which has the significance for 51 of a charm of fertility. In the neuroses, the sexual meaning of castigation plays an important part, for among many children castigation may elicit a sexual orgasm. The ritual act of striking has the same significance of generating, fructifying, and is, indeed, merely a variant of the original phallic ceremonial. Of similar character to the bull's shoulder is the cloven hoof of the devil, to which a sexual meaning also appertains. The ass's jawbone wielded by Samson has the same worth. In the Polynesian Maui myth the jawbone, the weapon of the hero, is derived from the man-eating woman, Murarangafenua, whose body swells up enormously from lusting for human flesh, Frobenius. Hercules' club is made from the wood of the maternal olive tree. Faust's key also knows the mother's. The libido springs from the mother, and with this weapon alone can man overcome death. It corresponds to the phallic nature of the ass's jawbone, that at the place where Samson threw it God caused a spring to gush forth, springs from the horse's tread, footsteps, horse's hoof. To this relation of meanings belongs the magic wand, the scepter in general. Sigma Kappa Tau Omicron Nu belongs to Sigma Kappa Pi Omicron, Sigma Kappa Eta Pi Nu Omega Nu, Sigma Kappa Pi Omega Nu equals staff, Sigma Kappa Eta Pi Tau equals stormwind, Latin scapus equals shaft, stock, scapula, shoulder, Old High German Skaft equals spear, lance. We meet once more in this compilation those connections which are already well known to us, sun phallus as tube of the winds, lance and shoulder blade. The passage from Asia through Patmos to the Christian 452 mysteries in the poem of Hölderlin is apparently a superficial connection, but in reality a very ingenious train of thought. Namely, the entrance into death and the land beyond as a self-sacrifice of the hero, for the attainment of immortality. At this time, when the sun has set, when love is apparently dead, man awaits in mysterious joy the renewal of all life. And joy it was. From now on. To live in the loving night and see. The eyes of innocence hold the unchanging depths of all wisdom. Wisdom dwells in the depths, the wisdom of the mother, being one with it, insight is obtained into the meaning of deeper things, into all the deposits of primitive times, the strata of which have been preserved in the soul. Hölderlin, in his diseased ecstasy, feels once more the greatness of the things seen, but he does not care to bring up to the light of day that which he had found in the depths, in this he differs from Faust. And it is not an evil, if a few are lost and never found, and if the speech conceals the living sound. Because each godly work resembles ours. And yet the highest does not plan it all. The great pit bears two irons. And the glowing lava of Etna. Would I had the power to build an image and see the spirit. See it as it was. For 53 he allows only one hope to glimmer through, formed in scanty words. He wakes the dead. They who are not enchained and bound. They who are not unwrought. And if the heavenly ones now, as I believe, love me. Silent is his sign. In the dusky sky. And one stands under it. His whole life long, for Christ still lives. But, as once Gilgamesh, bringing back the magic herb from the West Land, was robbed of his treasure by the demon serpent, so does Hölderlin's poem die away in a painful lament. Which betrays to us that no victorious resurrection will follow his descent to the shadows. Ignominiously. A power tears our heart away. For sacrifices the heavenly ones demand. This recognition, that man must sacrifice the retrogressive longing, the incestuous libido, before the heavenly ones tear away the sacrifice, and at the same time the entire libido, came too late to the poet. Therefore, I take it to be a wise counsel which the unconscious gives our author, to sacrifice the infantile hero. This sacrifice is best accomplished, as is shown by the most obvious meaning, through a complete devotion to life, in which all the libido unconsciously bound up in familial bonds, must be brought outside into human contact. For it is necessary for the well-being of the adult individual, for 54 who in his childhood was merely an atom revolving in a rotary system, to become himself the center of a new system. That such a step implies the solution or, at least, the energetic treatment of the individual sexual problem is obvious, for unless this is done the unemployed libido will inexorably remain fixed in the incestuous bond. And will prevent individual freedom in essential matters. Let us keep in mind that Christ's teaching separates man from his family without consideration, and in the talk with Nicodemus we saw the specific endeavor of Christ to procure activation of the incest libido. Both tendencies serve the same goal, the liberation of man. The Jew from his extraordinary fixation to the family, which does not imply higher development, but greater weakness and more uncontrolled incestuous feeling. produced the compensation of the compulsory ceremonial of the cult and the religious fear of the incomprehensible Jehovah. When man, terrified by no laws and no furious fanatics or prophets, allows his incestuous libido full play, and does not liberate it for higher purposes, then he is under the influence of unconscious compulsion. For compulsion is the unconscious wish. Freud. He is under the dominance of the libido epsilon mu alpha rho mu nu eta, and his destiny does not lie in his own hands. His adventures, tau chi alpha iota kappa alpha mu omicron rho alpha iota, fall from the stars. His unconscious incestuous libido, which thus is applied in its most primitive form, fixes the man, as regards his love type, in a corresponding primitive stage, the stage of ungovernableness and surrender to the emotions. Such was the psychologic situation of 455 the passing antiquity, and the Redeemer and physician of that time was he who endeavored to educate man to the sublimation of the incestuous libido. The destruction of slavery was the necessary condition of that sublimation, for antiquity had not yet recognized the duty of work and work as a duty, as a social need of fundamental importance. Slave labor was compulsory work, the counterpart of the equally disastrous compulsion of the libido of the privileged. It was only the obligation of the individual to work which made possible in the long run that regular drainage of the unconscious, which was inundated by the continual regression of the libido. Indolence is the beginning of all vice, because in a condition of slothful dreaming the libido has abundant opportunity for sinking into itself, in order to create compulsory obligations by means of regressively reanimated incestuous bonds. The best liberation is through regular work. Work, however, is salvation only when it is a free act, and has in itself nothing of infantile compulsion. In this respect, religious ceremony appears in a high degree as organized inactivity, and at the same time as the forerunner of modern work. Miss Miller's vision treats the problem of the sacrifice of the infantile longing, in the first place, as an individual problem, but if we cast a glance at the form of this presentation, then we will become aware that here it must concern something which is also a problem of humanity in general. For the symbols employed, the serpent which killed the horse and the hero voluntarily 456 sacrificing himself, are primitive figures of fantasies and religious myths streaming up from the unconscious. In so far as the world and all within it is, above all, a thought, which is credited with transcendental substance through the empirical need of the same, there results from the sacrifice of the regressive libido the creation of the world. And, psychologically speaking, the world in general. For him who looks backward the world, and even the infinite starry sky, is the mother who bends over and encloses him on all sides, and from the renunciation of this idea and from the longing for this idea arises the image of the world. From this most simple fundamental thought, which perhaps appears strange to us only because it is conceived according to the principle of desire and not the principle of reality, results the significance of the cosmic sacrifice. A good example of this is the slaying of the Babylonian primitive mother Tiamat, the dragon, whose body is destined to form the heaven and the earth. We come upon this thought in its most complete form in Hindu philosophy of the most ancient date. Namely, in songs of Rigveda. In Rigveda 10:81-4, the song inquires. What was the tree, what wood in sooth produced it, from which they fashioned out the earth and heaven? Ye thoughtful men inquire within your spirit, whereon he stood when he established all things. Vikvakarman, the All-Creator, who created the world from the unknown tree, did so as follows. For 57 he who, sacrificing, entered into all these beings. As a wise sacrificer, our Father, who, striving for blessings through prayer, hiding his origin, entered this lowly world. What and who has served him? As a resting place and a support? Rigveda 10:90 gives answer to these questions. Purusha is the primal being who covered earth on every side and spread 10 fingers' breadth beyond. One sees that Purusha is a sort of Platonic world soul, who surrounds the world from without. Of Purusha it is said, being born he overtopped the earth. Before, behind, and in all places. The mother symbolism is plain, it seems to me, in the idea of Purusha. He represents the mother imago and the libido of the child clinging to her. From this assumption all that follows is very easily explained. As sacrificial animal on the bed of straw was dedicated the Purusha, who was born on the straw, whom the gods, the blessed, and the wise, meeting there, sacrificed. This verse is very remarkable. If one wishes to stretch this mythology out on the Procrustean bed of logic, sore violence would have to be committed. It is an incredibly 458 fantastic conception that, beside the gods, ordinary, wise men unite in sacrificing the primitive being, aside from the circumstance that, beside the primitive being, nothing had existed in the beginning, that is to say, before the sacrifice, as we shall soon see. If the great mystery of the mother sacrifice is meant thereby, then all becomes clear. From that great general sacrifice, the dripping fat was gathered up. He formed the creatures of the air, and animals both wild and tame. From that great general sacrifice, riches and samahims were born. Therefrom the meters were produced. The Yajus had its birth from it. The moon was gendered from his mind. And from his eye the sun had birth. Indra and Agni from his mouth were born, and Vayu from his breath. Forth from his navel came midair. The sky was fashioned from his head. Earth from his feet, and from his ears. The regions. Thus they formed the worlds. It is evident that by this is meant not a physical, but a psychological cosmogony. The world arises when man discovers it. He discovers it when he sacrifices the mother. That is to say, when he has freed himself from the midst of his unconscious lying in the mother. That which impels him forward to this discovery may be interpreted psychologically as the so-called incest barrier, 459 of Freud. The incest prohibition places an end to the childish longing for the food-giving mother, and compels the libido, gradually becoming sexual, into the path of the biological aim. The libido forced away from the mother by the incest prohibition seeks for the sexual object in the place of the forbidden mother. In this wider psychologic sense, which expresses itself in the allegoric language of the incest prohibition, mother, etc., must be understood Freud's paradoxical sentence, originally we have known only sexual objects. This sentence must be understood psychologically throughout, in the sense of a world image created from within outwards, which has, in the first place, nothing to do with the so-called objective idea of the world. This is to be understood as a new edition of the subjective idea of the world corrected by reality. Biology, as a science of objective experience, would have to reject unconditionally Freud's proposition, for, as we have made clear above, the function of reality can only be partly sexual, in another equally important part it is self-preservation. The matter appears different for that thought which accompanies the biological function as an epiphenomenon. As far as our knowledge reaches, the individual act of thought is dependent wholly or in greatest part on the existence of a highly differentiated brain. Whereas the function of reality, adaptation to reality, is something which occurs in all living nature as wholly independent from the act of thought. This important proposition of Freud's applies only to the act of thought, for thinking, as we may recognize from manifold traces, arose dynamically 460 from the libido, which was split off from the original object at the incest barrier, and became actual when the first budding sexual emotions began to flow in the current of the libido which goes to the mother. Through the incest barrier the sexual libido is forced away from the identification with the parents, and introverted for lack of adequate activity. It is the sexual libido which forces the growing individual slowly away from his family. If this necessity did not exist, then the family would always remain clustered together in a solid group. Hence the neurotic always renounces a complete erotic experience, in order that he may remain a child. Fantasies seem to arise from the introversion of the sexual libido. Since the first childish fantasies most certainly do not attain the quality of a conscious plan, and as fantasies likewise, even among adults, are almost always the direct derivates of the unconscious, it is, therefore, highly probable that the first fantastic manifestations arise from an act of regression. As we illustrated earlier, the regression goes back to the presexual stage, as many traces show. Here the sexual libido obtains again, so to speak, that universal capacity of application, or capacity for displacement, which it actually possessed at that stage when the sexual application was not yet discovered. Naturally, no adequate object is found in the presexual stage for the regressive sexual libido, but only surrogates, which always leave a wish, namely, the wish to have the surrogate as similar as possible to the sexual goal. This wish is secret, however, for it is really an incest wish. The unsatisfied unconscious wish creates innumerable secondary objects, for 61 symbols for the primitive object, the mother, as the Rigveda says, the creator of the world, hiding his origin, enters into things. From this the thought or the fantasies proceed, as a desexualized manifestation of an originally sexual libido. From the standpoint of the libido, the term incest barrier corresponds to one aspect, but the matter, however, may be considered from another point of view. The time of undeveloped sexuality, about the third and the fourth year, is, at the same time, considered externally, the period when the child finds himself confronted with increased demands from the world of reality. He can walk, speak and independently attend to a number of other things. He sees himself in a relation to a world of unlimited possibilities, but in which he dares to do little or nothing, because he is as yet too much of a baby and cannot get on without his mother. At this time mother should be exchanged for the world. Against this the past rises as the greatest resistance. This is always so whenever man would undertake a new adaptation. In spite of all evidence and against all conscious resolutions, the unconscious, the past, always enforces its standpoint as resistance. In this difficult position, precisely at this period of developing sexuality, we see the dawning of the mind. The problem of the child at this period is the discovery of the world and of the great transsubjective reality. For that he must lose the mother. Every step out into the world means a step away from the mother. Naturally, all that which is retrogressive in men rebels against this step, and energetic attempts are 462 made against this adaptation in the first place. Therefore, this period of life is also that in which the first clearly developed neuroses arise. The tendency of this age is one directly opposed to that of dementia praecox. The child seeks to win the world and to leave the mother. This is a necessary result. The dementia praecox patient, however, seeks to leave the world and to regain the subjectivity of childhood. We have seen that in dementia praecox the recent adaptation to reality is replaced by an archaic mode of adaptation, that is to say, the recent idea of the world is rejected in favor of an archaic idea of the world. When the child renounces his task of adaptation to reality, or has considerable difficulties in this direction, then we may expect that the recent adaptation will again be replaced by archaic modes of adaptation. It would, therefore, be conceivable that through regression in children archaic products would naturally be unearthed, that is to say, old ways of functioning of the thought system, which is inborn with the brain differentiation, would be awakened. According to my available but as yet unpublished material, a remarkably archaic and at the same time generally applicable character seems to appertain to infantile fantasy, quite comparable with the products of dementia praecox. It does not seem improbable that through regression at this age those same associations of elements and analogies are reawakened which formerly constituted the archaic idea of the world. When we now attempt to investigate the nature of these elements, a glance at the psychology of myths is sufficient to show us that the 463 archaic idea was chiefly sexual anthropomorphism. It appears that these things in the unconscious childish fantasy play an extraordinary role, as we can recognize from examples taken at random. Just as the sexualism of neuroses is not to be taken literally but as regressive fantasy and symbolic compensation for a recent unachieved adaptation, so is the sexualism of the early infantile fantasy, especially the incest problem, a regressive product of the revival of the archaic modes of function, outweighing actuality. On this account I have expressed myself very vaguely in this work, I am sure, in regard to the incest problem. This is done in order not to be responsible for the idea that I understand by it a gross sexual inclination towards the parents. The true facts of the case are much more complicated, as my investigations point out. Originally incest probably never possessed particularly great significance as such, because cohabitation with an old woman for all possible motives could hardly be preferred to mating with a young woman. It seems that the mother has acquired incestuous significance only psychologically. Thus, for example, the incestuous unions of antiquity were not a result of a love inclination, but of a special superstition, which is most intimately bound up with the mythical ideas here treated. A pharaoh of the second dynasty is said to have married his sister, his daughter and his granddaughter. The Ptolemies were accustomed also to marriage with sisters. Cambyses married his sister, Artaxerxes married his 2 daughters. Kobad I, 6th century A.D., married his daughter. The satrap Sisamithres married his 464 mother. These incestuous unions are explained by the circumstance that in the Zendavesta the marriage of relatives was directly commanded. It emphasized the resemblance of rulers to the divinity, and, therefore, was more of an artificial than a natural arrangement, because it originated more from a theoretical than from a biological inclination. A practical impetus towards that lay often in the peculiar laws of inheritance left over from the Mutter Recht, maternal right, matriarchal, period. The confusion which certainly frequently involved the barbarians of antiquity in regard to the choice of their sexual objects cannot very well be measured by the standard of present-day love psychology. In any case, the incest of the semi-animal past is in no way proportionate to the enormous significance of the incest fantasy among civilized people. This disproportion enforces the assumption that the incest prohibition which we meet even amongst relatively lower races concerns rather the mythical ideas than the biological damage. Therefore, the ethnical prohibition almost always concerns the mother and seldom the father. Incest prohibition can be understood, therefore, as a result of regression, and as the result of a libidinous anxiety, which regressively attacks the mother. Naturally, it is difficult or impossible to say from whence this anxiety may have come. I merely venture to suggest that it may have been a question of a primitive separation of the pairs of opposites which are hidden in the will of life, the will for life and for death. It remains obscure what adaptation the primitive man tried to evade through introversion and regression to the 465 parents. But, according to the analogy of the soul life in general, it may be assumed that the libido, which disturbed the initial equilibrium of becoming and of ceasing to be, had been stored up in the attempt to make an especially difficult adaptation, and from which it recedes even today. After this long digression, let us turn back to the song of the Rigveda. Thinking and a conception of the world arose from a shrinking back from stern reality. And it is only after man has regressively assured himself again of the protective parental power that he enters life wrapped in a dream of childhood shrouded in magic superstitions. That is to say, thinking, for he, timidly sacrificing his best and assuring himself of the favor of the invisible powers, step by step develops to greater power. In the degree that he frees himself from his retrogressive longing and the original lack of harmony in his being. Rigveda 10:90 concludes with the exceedingly significant verse, which is of greatest importance for the Christian mysteries as well. Gods, sacrificing, rendered homage to the sacrifice, these were the earliest holy ordinances. The mighty ones attained the height of heaven, there where the Sathyas, goddesses of old, are dwelling. Through the sacrifice a fullness of power was attained, which extends up to the power of the parents. Thus the sacrifice has also the meaning of a psychologic maturation process. 466 inches the same manner that the world originated through sacrifice, through the renunciation of the retrospective mother libido, thus, according to the teachings of the Upanishads, is produced the new condition of man, which may be termed the immortal. This new condition is again attained through a sacrifice, namely, through the sacrificial horse which is given a cosmic significance in the teaching of the Upanishads. What the sacrificial horse means is told by Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1:1. Om. 1. The dawn is truly the head of the sacrificial horse, the sun his eye, the wind his breath, his mouth the all-spreading fire, the year is the body of the sacrificial horse. The sky is his back, the atmosphere his body cavity, the earth the vault of his belly, the poles are his sides, the space between the poles his ribs, the seasons his limbs, the months and half-months his joints, day and night his feet. The stars his bones, the clouds his flesh, the food, which he digests, are the deserts. The rivers, his veins, liver and lungs, the mountains, the herbs and trees, his hair, the rising sun is his forepart, the setting sun his hindpart. When he shows his teeth, that is lightning, when he trembles, that is thunder. When he urinates, that is rain, his voice is speech. 2. The day, in truth, has originated for the horse as the sacrificial dish, which stands before him, his cradle is in the world sea towards the east. The night has originated for him as the sacrificial dish, which stands behind him, its cradle is in the world sea of the evening. These two dishes originated in order to surround the horse. As a charger he generated the gods, as champion he produced the Gandharvas, as a racer the demons, as horse mankind. The ocean is his relative, the ocean his cradle. As Deussen remarks, the sacrificial horse has the significance of a renunciation of the universe. When the horse is sacrificed, then the world is sacrificed and destroyed, for 67 as it were, a train of thought which Schopenhauer also had in mind, and which appears as a product of a diseased mind in Schreiber. The horse in the above text stands between two sacrificial vessels, from one of which it comes and to the other of which it goes, just as the sun passes from morning to evening. The horse, therefore, signifies the libido, which has passed into the world. We previously saw that the mother libido must be sacrificed in order to produce the world. Here the world is destroyed by the repeated sacrifice of the same libido, which once belonged to the mother. The horse can, therefore, be substituted as a symbol for this libido, because, as we saw, it had manifold connections with the mother. The sacrifice of the horse can only produce another state of introversion, which is similar to that before the creation of the world. The position of the horse between the two vessels, which represent the producing and the devouring mother, hint at the idea of life enclosed in the ovum, therefore, the vessels are destined to surround the horse. That this is actually so the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3:3 proves. 1. From where have the descendants of Parikshit come, that I ask thee, Yajnavalkya? From where came the descendants of Parikshit? 2. Yajnavalkya spake, he has told thee, they have come from where all come, who offer up the sacrificial horse. That is to say, this world extends so far as 32 days of the chariot of the gods, the sun, reach. This world surrounds the earth twice around. This earth surrounds the ocean twice around. There is, as broad as the edge of a razor or as the wing of a fly, a space between the two shells of the egg of the world. For 68 these were brought by Indra as a falcon to the wind, and the wind took them up into itself and carried them where were the offers of the sacrificial horse. Somewhat like this he spoke, Gandharv to thee, and praised the wind. Therefore is the wind the special, Vyashti, and the wind the universal, Samashti. He, who knows this, defends himself from dying again. As this text tells us, the offers of the sacrificial horse come in that narrowest fissure between the shells of the egg of the world, at that place, where the shells unite and where they are divided. The fissure, vagina, in the maternal world soul is designated by Plato in Timaeus by Chi, the symbol of the cross. Indra, who as a falcon has stolen the soma, the treasure attainable with difficulty, brings, as Psychopompus, the souls to the wind, to the generating pneuma, which carries them forward to the fissure or vagina, to the point of union. To the entrance into the maternal egg. This train of thought of the Hindu philosophy briefly and concisely summarizes the sense of innumerable myths. At the same time it is a striking example of the fact that philosophy is internally nothing else but a refined and sublimated mythology. It is brought to this refined state by the influence of the corrector of reality. We have emphasized the fact that in the Miller drama the horse is the first to die, as the animal brother of the hero. Corresponding to the early death of the half-animal Yabani, the brother friend of Gilgamesh. This sacrificial death recalls the whole category of mythological animal sacrifices. Volumes could be filled with parallels, but we must limit ourselves here to suggestions. The sacrificial animal, where it has 469 lost the primitive meaning of the simple sacrificial gift, and has taken a higher religious significance, stands in a close relation to both the hero and the divinity. The animal represents the god himself. Thus the bull represents Zagreus, Dionysus and Mitra, the lamb represents Christ, etc. As we are aware, the animal symbols represent the animal libido. The sacrifice of the animal means, therefore, the sacrifice of the animal nature. This is most clearly expressed in the religious legend of Attis. Attis is the son-lover of the Divine Mother, Augustus Cybele. Augustus was characteristically androgynous, as symbol of the mother libido, like the tree. Really a clear indication that the mother imago has, in addition to the significance of the likeness of the real mother, the meaning of the mother of humanity, the libido in general. Driven mad by the insanity-breeding mother enamored of him, he emasculates himself, and that under a pine tree. The pine tree plays an important role in his service. Every year a pine tree was wreathed about and upon it an image of Attis was hung, and then it was cut down, which represents the castration. The blood, which spurted to the earth, was transformed into budding violets. Cybele now took this pine tree, bore it into her cavern and there wept over it. Pieta. The chthonic mother takes her son with her into the cavern, namely, into the womb, according to another version. Attis was transformed into the pine tree. The tree here has an essentially phallic meaning. On the contrary, the attaching of the image of Attis to the tree refers also to the maternal meaning. To be attached to the mother. In Ovid, Metamorphoses, 470 Book X, the pine tree is spoken of as follows. Grata deum matri, siquidem Sibelius Attis. Exut hac hominum, truncoque indurut illo. The transformation into the pine tree is evidently a burial in the mother, just as Osiris was overgrown by the heather. Upon the Attis bas-relief of Koblenz Attis appears growing out of a tree, which is interpreted by Manhart as the life principle of vegetation inherent in the tree. It is probably a tree birth, just as with Mitra. Relief of Hedernheim. As Firmicus observes, in the Isis and Osiris cult and also in the cult of the Virgin Persephone, tree and image had played a role. Dionysus had the surname Dendrites, and in Boeotia he is said to have been called Nu Delta Epsilon Nu Delta Rho Omicron, meaning, in a tree. At the birth of Dionysus, Megara planted the pine tree on the Kithaeron. The Pentheus myth bound up with the Dionysus legend furnishes the remarkable and supplementary counterpart to the death of Attis, and the subsequent lamentation. Pentheus, curious to espy the orgies of the Maenads, climbed upon a pine tree, but he was observed by his mother. The Maenads cut down the tree, and Pentheus, taken for an animal, was torn by them in frenzy, his own mother being the first to rush upon him. In this myth the phallic meaning of the tree, cutting down, castration, and its maternal significance, mounting in the 471 sacrificial death of the son, is present. At the same time the supplementary counterpart to the Pieta is apparent, the terrible mother. The feast of Attis was celebrated as a lamentation and then as a joy in the spring. Good Friday and Easter. The priests of Attis Cybele worship were often eunuchs, and were called galloi. The archigallus was called Aedes, Attis. Instead of the animal castration, the priests merely scratched their arms until they bled. Arm in place of phallus, the twisting of arms. A similar symbolism of the sacrificial impulse is met in the Mithraic religion, where essential parts of the mysteries consist in the catching and the subduing of the bull. A parallel figure to Mitra is the primitive man Gaimard. He was created together with his bull, and the two lived for 6,000 years in a blissful state. But when the world came into the cycle of the seventh sign of the zodiac, Libra, the evil principle entered. Libra is astrologically the so-called positive domicile of Venus. The evil principle, therefore, came under the dominion of the goddess of love, destruction of the sun hero through the mother-wife, snake, whore, etc. As a result, after 30 years, Gaimard and his bull died. The trials of Zarathustra lasted also 30 years, compare the span of Christ's life. 55 species of grain came from the dead bull, 12 kinds of salubrious plants, etc. The sperma of the bull entered into the moon for purification, but the sperma of Gaimard entered into the sun. This circumstance possibly suggests a rather feminine meaning of bull. Gosh or Dravakpa is the soul 472 of the bull, and was worshipped as a female divinity. She would not, at first, from diffidence, become the goddess of the herds, until the coming of Zarathustra was announced to her as consolation. This has its parallel in the Hindu Purana, where the coming of Krishna was promised the earth. A complete analogy to Christ. She, too, travels in her chariot, like Ardvikura, the goddess of love. The soul of the bull is, therefore, decidedly feminine. This myth of Gaimard repeats only in an altered form the primitive conception of the closed ring of a male-female divinity, self-begetting and forth-bringing. Like the sacrificial bull, the fire, the sacrifice of which we have already discussed in Chapter 3, has a feminine nature among the Chinese, according to the commentaries of the philosopher Chuang-Tze. The spirit of the hearth is called Qi. He is clad in bright red, which resembles fire, and appears as a lovely, attractive maiden. In the Book of Rites it is said, "Wood is burned in the flames for the spirit of O." This sacrifice to O is a sacrifice to old departed women. These spirits of the hearth and fire are the souls of departed cooks and, therefore, are called old women. The kitchen god develops from this pre-Buddhistic tradition and becomes later, male sex, the ruler of the family and the mediator between family and God. Thus the old feminine fire spirit becomes a species of logos. Compare with this the remarks in Chapter 3. For 73 from the bull's sperma the progenitors of the cattle came, as well as 272 species of useful animals. According to Minakayard, Gaimard had destroyed the Dev Asa, who was considered the demon of evil appetites. In spite of the efforts of Zarathustra, this demon remained longest on the earth. He was destroyed at last at the resurrection, like Satan in the Apocalypse of John. In another version it is said that Angromanius and the serpent were left until the last, so as to be destroyed by Ahuramazda himself. According to a surmise by Kern, Zarathustra may mean golden star and be identical with Mitra. Mitra's name is connected with Neo-Persian Mir, which means sun and love. In Zagreus we see that the bull is also identical with the god. Hence the bull's sacrifice is a god sacrifice, but on a primitive stage. The animal symbol is, so to speak, only a part of the hero, he sacrifices only his animal, therefore, symbolically, renounces only his animal nature. The internal participation in the sacrifice is expressed excellently in the anguished ecstatic countenance of the bull-slaying Mitra. He does it willingly and unwillingly, hence the somewhat hysterical expression which has some similarity to the well-known mawkish countenance of the crucified of Guido Reni. Bendorf says, "The features, which, especially in the upper portion, bear an absolutely ideal character, have an extremely morbid expression." Cumont himself says of the facial expression of the Toroctonos. For 74-inch the countenance, which may be seen in the best reproductions, is that of a young man of an almost feminine beauty. The head has a quantity of curly hair, which, rising up from the forehead, surrounds him as with a halo. The head is slightly tilted backwards, so that the glance is directed towards the heavens, and the contraction of the brows and the lips give a strange expression of sorrow to the face. The Ostian head of Mitra Toroctonos, illustrated in Cumont, has, indeed, an expression which we recognize in our patients as one of sentimental resignation. Sentimentality is repressed brutality. Hence the exceedingly sentimental pose, which had its counterpart in the symbolism of the shepherd and the lamb of contemporaneous Christianity, with the addition of infantilism. Meanwhile, it is only his animal nature which the god sacrifices. That is to say, his sexuality, always in close analogy to the course of the sun. We have learned in the course of this investigation that the part of the libido which erects religious structures is in the last analysis fixed in the mother, and really represents that tie through which we are permanently connected with our origin. Briefly, we may designate this amount of libido as mother libido. As we have seen, this libido conceals itself in countless and very heterogeneous symbols, also in animal images. No matter whether of masculine or feminine nature, differences of sex are at bottom of a secondary value and psychologically do not play the part which might be expected from a superficial observation. The annual sacrifice of the maiden to the dragon probably represented the most ideal symbolic situation. In 475, in order to pacify the anger of the terrible mother, the most beautiful woman was sacrificed as symbol of man's libido. Less vivid examples are the sacrifice of the firstborn and various valuable domestic animals. A second ideal case is the self-castration in the service of the mother, dea Syria, etc., a less obvious form of which is circumcision. By that at least only a portion is sacrificed. With these sacrifices, the object of which in ideal cases is to symbolize the libido drawing away from the mother, life is symbolically renounced in order to regain it. By the sacrifice man ransoms himself from the fear of death and reconciles the destroying mother. In those later religions, where the hero, who in olden times overcomes all evil and death through his labors, has become the divine chief figure, he becomes the priestly sacrificer and the regenerator of life. But as the hero is an imaginary figure and his sacrifice is a transcendental mystery, the significance of which far exceeds the value of an ordinary sacrificial gift. This deepening of the sacrificial symbolism regressively resumes the idea of the human sacrifice. This is partly due to the preponderance of fantastic editions, which always take their subject matter from greater depths, and partly due to the higher religious occupation of the libido, which demanded a more complete and equivalent expression. Thus the relation between Mitra and his bull is very close. It is the hero himself in the Christian mysteries who sacrifices himself voluntarily. The hero, as we have sufficiently shown, is the infantile personality longing for the mother, who as Mitra sacrifices the wish, the libido, and as Christ 476 gives himself to death both willingly and unwillingly. Upon the monuments of the Mithraic religion we often meet a strange symbol, a crater, mixing bowl, encoiled by a serpent, sometimes with a lion, who as antagonist opposes the serpent. It appears as if the two were fighting for the crater. The crater symbolizes, as we have seen, the mother, the serpent the resistance defending her, and the lion the greatest strength and strongest will. The struggle is for the mother. The serpent takes part almost regularly in the Mithraic sacrifice of the bull, moving towards the blood flowing from the wound. It seems to follow from that the life of the bull, blood, is sacrificed to the serpent. Previously we have pointed out the mutual relationship between serpent and bull, and found there that the bull symbolizes the living hero, the shining sun, but that the serpent symbolizes the dead, buried or chthonic hero, the invisible sun. As the hero is in the mother in the state of death, the serpent is also, as the symbol of the fear of death, the sign of the devouring mother. The sacrifice of the bull to the serpent, therefore, signifies a willing renunciation of life, in order to win it from death. Therefore, after the sacrifice of the bull, wonderful fertility results. The antagonism between serpent and lion over the crater is to be interpreted as a battle over the fruitful mother's womb, somewhat comparable to the more simple symbolism of the Tishtria song, where the demon Apaosha, the black horse, has possession of the rain lake, and the white horse, Tishtria, must banish him from it. Death from time to time lays its destroying hand upon life, and 477 fertility in the libido disappears, by entering into the mother, from whose womb it will be born renewed. It, therefore, seems very probable that the significance of the Mithraic bull sacrifice is also that of the sacrifice of the mother who sends the fear of death. As the contrary of the oxide morituus is also intended here, so is the act of sacrifice and impregnating of the mother. The chthonic snake demon drinks the blood, that is to say, the libido, sperma, of the hero committing incest. Life is thus immortalized for the hero because, like the sun, he generates himself anew. After all the preceding materials, it can no longer be difficult to recognize in the Christian mysteries the human sacrifice, or the sacrifice of the son to the mother. Just as Attis emasculates himself on account of the mother, so does Christ himself hang upon the tree of life, the wood of martyrdom, the Capitaueda, the chthonic mother, and by that redeems creation from death. By entering again into the mother's womb, Pieta of Michelangelo, he redeems in death the sin in life of the primitive man, Adam. In order symbolically through his deed to procure for the innermost and most hidden meaning of the religious libido its highest satisfaction and most pronounced expression. The martyrdom of Christ has in Augustine as well actually the meaning of a hieros gamos with the mother, corresponding to the Adonis festival, where Venus and Adonis were laid upon the nuptial couch. Procedet Christus quasi sponsus de thalamo suo. Presagio nuptiarum exiat ad campum seculi. Pervenit usque ad crucis 478 Torum, Taurus has the meaning of bed, pillow, concubine. Bir, haedi ibi affirmavit ascendendo conjugium, bubi cum centeret anhelantem in suspirius creaturum commercio pietatis se pro conjuge dedit ad ponem edi copulavit sibi perpetuo your matronam. This passage is perfectly clear. A similar death overtakes the Syrian Melkarth, who, riding upon a sea horse, was annually burned. Among the Greeks he is called Melicertes, and was represented riding upon a dolphin. The dolphin is also the steed of Arion. We have learned to recognize previously the maternal significance of dolphin, so that in the death of Melkarth we can once more recognize the negatively expressed hieros gamos with the mother. Compare Fraser, Golden Bough, 4, page 87. This figurative expression is of the greatest teleological significance. Through its symbol it leads that libido which inclines backward into the original, primitive and impulsive upwards to the spiritual by investing it with a mysterious but fruitful function. It is superfluous to speak of the effect of this symbol upon the unconscious of Occidental humanity. A glance over history shows what creative forces were released in this symbol. The comparison of the Mithraic and the Christian sacrifice plainly shows wherein lies the superiority of the Christian symbol. It is the frank admission that not only are the lower wishes to be sacrificed, but the whole personality. The Christian symbol demands complete devotion, it compels a veritable self-sacrifice to a higher purpose, while the Sacrificium Mithraicum, remaining fixed on a primitive symbolic stage, is contented with an 479 animal sacrifice. The religious effect of these symbols must be considered as an orientation of the unconscious by means of imitation. In Miss Miller's fantasy there is internal compulsion, in that she passes from the horse sacrifice to the self-sacrifice of the hero. Whereas the first symbolizes renunciation of the sexual wishes, the second has the deeper and ethically more valuable meaning of the sacrifice of the infantile personality. The object of psychoanalysis has frequently been wrongly understood to mean the renunciation or the gratification of the ordinary sexual wish, while, in reality, the problem is the sublimation of the infantile personality, or, expressed mythologically, a sacrifice and rebirth of the infantile hero. In the Christian mysteries, however, the resurrected one becomes a supermundane spirit, and the invisible kingdom of God, with its mysterious gifts, are obtained by his believers through the sacrifice of himself on the mother. In psychoanalysis the infantile personality is deprived of its libido fixations in a rational manner. The libido which is thus set free serves for the building up of a personality matured and adapted to reality, who does willingly and without complaint everything required by necessity. It is, so to speak, the chief endeavor of the infantile personality to struggle against all necessities and to create coercions for itself where none exist in reality. The serpent as an instrument of sacrifice has already been abundantly illustrated. Legend of Saint Sylvester, Trial of the Virgins, Wounding of Rhea and Philoctetes, Symbolism of the Lance and Arrow. It is the destroying 480 knife. But, according to the principle of the oxide morituris, also the phallus, the sacrificial act represents a coitus act as well. The religious significance of the serpent as a cave-dwelling, chthonic animal points to a further thought. Namely, to the creeping into the mother's womb in the form of a serpent. As the horse is the brother, so the serpent is the sister of Chewantipal. This close relation refers to a fellowship of these animals and their characters with the hero. We know of the horse that, as a rule, he is not an animal of fear, although, mythologically, he has at times this meaning. He signifies much more the living, positive part of the libido, the striving towards continual renewal, whereas the serpent, as a rule, represents the fear of death, and is thought of as the antithesis to the phallus. This antithesis between horse and serpent, mythologically between bull and serpent, represents an opposition of the libido within itself, a striving forwards and a striving backwards at one and the same time. It is not only as if the libido might be an irresistible striving forward, an endless life and will for construction, such as Schopenhauer has formulated in his world will, death and every end being some malignancy or fatality coming from without. But the libido, corresponding to the sun, also wills the destruction of its creation. In the first half of life its will is for growth, in the second half of life it hints, softly at first, and then audibly, at its will for death. And just as in youth the impulse to unlimited growth often lies under the enveloping covering of a resistance against life, so also does the will of the old to die frequently lie 481 under the covering of a stubborn resistance against the end. Priapus and serpent. This apparent contrast in the nature of the libido is strikingly illustrated by a priapic statuette in the antique collection at Verona. Priapus smilingly points with his finger to a snake biting off his membrum. He carries a basket on his arm, filled with oblong objects, probably phalli, evidently prepared as substitutes. A similar motive is found in the Deluge of Rubens, in the Munich Art Gallery, where a serpent emasculates a man. This motive explains the meaning of the deluge. The maternal sea is also the devouring mother. The fantasy of the world conflagration, of the cataclysmic end of the world in general, is nothing but a mythological projection of a personal individual will for death. Therefore, Rubens could represent the essence of the deluge fantasy in the emasculation by the serpent, for the serpent is our own repressed will 482 for the end, for which we find an explanation only with the greatest difficulty. Concerning the symbolism of the serpent in general, its significance is very dependent upon the time of life and circumstances. The repressed sexuality of youth is symbolized by the serpent, because the arrival of sexuality puts an end to childhood. To age, on the contrary, the serpent signifies the repressed thought of death. With our author it is the insufficiently expressed sexuality which as serpent assumes the role of sacrificer and delivers the hero over to death and rebirth. As in the beginning of our investigation the hero's name forced us to speak of the symbolism of Popocatépetl as belonging to the creating part of the human body. So at the end does the Miller drama again give us an opportunity of seeing how the volcano assists in the death of the hero and causes him to disappear by means of an earthquake into the depths of the earth. As the volcano gave birth and name to the hero, so at the end of the day it devours him again. We learn from the last words of the hero that his longed-for beloved, she who alone understands him, is called Jnaiwama. We find in this name those lisped syllables familiar to us from the early childhood of the hero, Hiawatha, Wawa, Wama, Mama. The only one who really understands us is the mother. For Verstehen, to understand, Old High German Fürsten, is probably derived from a primitive Germanic prefix Friday, identical with pi-epsilon-rho, meaning roundabout. The Old High German and Fristen, to interpret, is considered as identical with Fürsten. From that 483 results a fundamental significance of the verb verstehen, to understand, as standing round about something. Comprehendere and kappa alpha tau alpha sigma upsilon lambda lambda alpha mu beta nu epsilon iota nu express a similar idea as the German erfassen, to grasp, to comprehend. The thing common to these expressions is the surrounding, the enfolding. And there is no doubt that there is nothing in the world which so completely enfolds us as the mother. When the neurotic complains that the world has no understanding, he says indirectly that he misses the mother. Paul Verlaine has expressed this thought most beautifully in his poem, Mon Rêve Familier. My familiar dream. Often I have that strange and poignant dream. Of some unknown who meets my flame with flame. Who, with each time, is never quite the same. Yet never wholly different does she seem. She understands me. Every fitful gleam. Troubling my heart, she reads aright somehow. Even the sweat upon my pallid brow. She soothes with tears, a cool and freshening stream. If she is dark or fair, I do not know. Her name. Only that it is sweet and low, like those of loved ones who have long since died. Her look is like a statue's, kind and clear. And her calm voice, distant and dignified, like those hushed voices that I love to hear. Notes. Part 1. Introduction. Science of Language, First Series, page 25. Creative Evolution. For a more complete presentation of Jung's views, consult his Theory of Psychoanalysis in the Nervous and Mental Disease Monograph Series, number 19. He is said to have killed himself when he heard that she whom he so passionately adored was his mother. Wish Fulfillment and Symbolism in Fairy Tales. Tr. by W. A. White, M.D. Dream and Myth. Dudek, v. 1909. The Myth of the Birth of the Hero. Die Symbolik in den Legenden, Märchen, Gebrochen und Traumen. Psychiatrisch, Neurologisch Wochenschrift, X. Jahrgang. On the Nightmare. Amerika Journ. Of Insanity, 1910. Jahrbuch, 1910, pt 2. Die Frömmigkeit de Gräfin Ludwig von Zinzendorf. Ein psychoanalytischer Beitrag zur Kenntnis der religiosen Sublimationsprozess und zur Erklärung des Pietismus. Dudek, v. 1910. We have a suggestive hint in Freud's work, Eine Kindheitserinnerung de Leonardo da Vinci. Dudek, v. 1910. Compare rank in Jahrbuch, pt 2, page 465. Chapter 1. Compare Liebman, über Ideenflucht, Halle 1904, also Jung, Diagnost. Association, Stud, page 103, Denken als Unterordnung unter ein Herrschen Vorstellung, compare Ebbinghaus, Kultur der Gegenwart, page 221. Culp, Gr.D., Psychology, p. 464, expresses himself in a similar manner, in thinking it is a question of an anticipatory apperception which sometimes governs a greater, sometimes a smaller circle of individual reproductions, and is differentiated from accidental motives of reproduction only by the consequence with which all things outside this circle are held back or repressed. In his Psychologia Empirica Meth. Scientif. Per Tract, etc., 1732, page 23, Christian Wolff says simply and precisely, Cogitatio est actus animae quo sibi rirunc alierum extra si conscia est. The moment of adaptation is emphasized especially by William James in his definition of reasoning. Let us make this ability to deal with novel data the technical differentia of reasoning. This will sufficiently mark it out from common associative thinking, and will immediately enable us to say just what peculiarity it contains. Thoughts are shadows of our experiences, always darker, emptier, simpler than these, says Nietzsche. Lotze, Logik, page 552, expresses himself in regard to this as follows: thought, left to the logical laws of its movement, encounters once more at the end of its regularly traversed course the thing suppressed or hidden. For 86 compare the remarks of Baldwin following in text. The eccentric philosopher Johann Georg Hamann, 1730-88, even places intelligence and speech as identical, see Hamann's writings, Pub. By Roth, Berlin 1821. With Nietzsche intelligence fares even worse as speech metaphysics, Sprachmetaphysik. Friedrich Mothner goes the furthest in this conception, Sprach und Psychology, 1901. For him there exists absolutely no thought without speech, and speaking is thinking. His idea of the fetish of the word governing in science is worthy of notice. Compare Kleinpaul, Das Leben der Sprache, 3 Band. Leipzig 1893. Jardin d'Epicure, page 80. Speech is generated by the intellect and in turn generates intellect. It is difficult to calculate how great is the seductive influence of the primitive word meaning upon a thought. Anything which has even been in consciousness remains as an effective moment in the unconscious, says Hermann Paul, Prinzipien der Sprachgeschichte, 4th edition, 1909, page 25. The old word meanings have an after effect, chiefly imperceptible, within the dark chamber of the unconscious in the soul, Paul. J.G. Hammond, mentioned above, expresses himself unequivocally. Metaphysics reduces all catchwords and all figures of speech of our empirical knowledge to empty hieroglyphics and types of ideal relations. It is said that Kant learned some things from Hammond. Grundrisse der Psychologie, page 365. Lehrbuch der Psychologie, x. 26. James Mark Baldwin, Thought and Things, or Genetic Logic. In this connection I must refer to an experiment which Eberschweiler, Allgemeine Zeitschrift für Psychiatrie, 1908, has made at my request. Which discloses the remarkable fact that in an association experiment the intrapsychic association is influenced by phonetic considerations, Untersuchungen über den Einfluss der sprachlichen Komponente auf die Association. Allgemeine Zeitschrift für Psychiatrie, 1908. So at least this form of thought appears to consciousness. Freud says in this connection, the interpretation of dreams, tr by Brill, p. 418, it is demonstrably incorrect to state that we abandon ourselves to an aimless course of ideas when we relinquish our reflections, and allow the unwilled ideas to emerge. It can be shown that we are able to reject only those end presentations known to us, and that immediately upon the cessation of these unknown or, as we inaccurately say, unconscious end presentations come into play which now determine the course of the unwilled ideas. A thought without end presentation cannot be produced through any influence we can exert on our own psychic life. Grundrisse der Psychologie, page 464. Behind this assertion stand, first of all, experiences taken from the field of the normal. The undirected thinking is very far removed from meditation, and especially so as far as readiness of speech is concerned. In psychological experiments I have frequently found that the subjects of the investigation, I speak only of cultivated and intelligent people, whom I have allowed to indulge in reveries, apparently unintentionally and without previous instruction, have exhibited affect expressions which can be registered experimentally. But the basic thought of these, even with the best of intentions, they could express only incompletely or even not at all. One meets with an abundance of similar experiences in association experiments and psychoanalysis. Indeed, there is hardly an unconscious complex which has not at some time existed as a fantasy in consciousness. However, more instructive are the experiences from the domain of psychopathology. But those arising in the field of the hysterias and neuroses, which are characterized by an overwhelming transference tendency, are rarer than the experiences in the territory of the introversion type of neuroses and psychoses, which constitute by far the greater number of the mental derangements, at least the collected schizophrenic group of Bleuler. As has already been indicated by the term introversion, which I briefly introduced in my study, Conflikt der kindlichen Seele, pages 6 and 10, these neuroses lead to an overpowering autoerotism, Freud. And here we meet with this unutterable purely fantastic thinking, which moves in inexpressible symbols and feelings. One gets a slight impression of this when one seeks to examine the paltry and confused expressions of these people. As I have frequently observed, it costs these patients endless trouble and effort to put their fantasies into common human speech. A highly intelligent patient who interpreted such a fantasy piece by piece, often said to me, I know absolutely with what it is concerned, I see and feel everything, but it is quite impossible for me to find the words to express it. The poetic and religious introversion gives rise to similar experiences. For example, Paul, in the Epistle to the Romans 8:26, For we know not what we should pray for as we ought, but the Spirit itself maketh intercession with groanings which cannot be uttered. For 87 similarly, James remarks, the great difference, in fact, between that simple kind of rational thinking which consists in the concrete objects of past experience merely suggesting each other, and reason distinctively so called, is this: that whilst the empirical thinking is only reproductive, reasoning is productive. Compare the impressive description of Petrarch's ascent of Mventu, by Jacob Burckhardt, Die Kultur der Renaissance in Italian, 1869, p. 235. One now awaits a description of the view, but in vain, not because the poet is indifferent to it, but, on the contrary, because the impression affects him all too strongly. His entire past life, with all its follies, passes before him. He recalls that it is 10 years ago today that he, as a young man, left Bologna, and he turns a yearning glance toward Italy. He opens a book, Confessions of St. Augustine, his companion at that time, and his eye falls upon this passage in the 10th chapter, and the people went there and admired the high mountains, the wide wastes of the sea and the mighty downward rushing streams, and the ocean and the courses of the stars, and forgot themselves. His brother, to whom he reads these words, cannot comprehend why, at this point, he closes the book and is silent. Wundt gives a striking description of the scholastic method in his Philosophische Studien, 13, page 345. The method consists, first in this, that one realizes the chief aim of scientific investigation is the discovery of a comprehensive scheme, firmly established, and capable of being applied in a uniform manner to the most varied problems. Secondly, in that one lays an excessive value upon certain general ideas, and, consequently, upon the word symbols designating these ideas, wherefore an analysis of word meanings comes, in extreme cases, to be an empty subtlety and splitting of hairs, instead of an investigation of the real facts from which the ideas are abstracted. For 88 the concluding passage in Traumdeutung was of prophetic significance, and has been brilliantly established since then through investigations of the psychoses. In the psychoses these modes of operation of the psychic mechanism, normally suppressed in the waking state, again become operative, and then disclose their inability to satisfy our needs in the outer world. The importance of this position is emphasized by the views of Pierre Janet, developed independently of Freud, and which deserve to be mentioned here, because they add confirmation from an entirely different side, namely, the biological. Janet makes the distinction in this function of a firmly organized, inferior, and superior part, conceived of as in a state of continuous transformation. It is really on this superior part of the functions, on their adaptation to present circumstances, that the neuroses depend. The neuroses are the disturbances or the checks in the evolution of the functions, the illnesses depending upon the morbid functioning of the organism. These are characterized by an alteration in the superior part of the functions, in their evolution and in their adaptation to the present moment, to the present state of the exterior world and of the individual. And also by the absence or deterioration of the old parts of these same functions. In the place of these superior operations there are developed physical, mental, and, above all, emotional disturbances. This is only the tendency to replace the superior operations by an exaggeration of certain inferior operations, and especially by gross visceral disturbances, less nevroses, page 383. The old parts are, indeed, the inferior parts of the functions, and these replace, in a purposeless fashion, the abortive attempts at adaptation. Briefly speaking, the archaic replaces the recent function which has failed. Similar views concerning the nature of neurotic symptoms are expressed by Claparede as well, Quelques mots sur la définition de l'histoire, Arch de Psychol. 7, page 169. He understands the hysterogenic mechanism as a tendance à la reversion, as a sort of atavistic manner of reaction. I am indebted to Dr. Abraham for the following interesting communication. A little girl of 3.5 years had been presented with a little brother, who became the object of the well-known childish jealousy. Once she said to her mother, "You are two mammas. You are my mamma, and your breast is little brother's mamma." She had just been looking on with great interest at the process of nursing. It is very characteristic of the archaic thinking of the child for the breast to be designated as mamma. Compare especially Freud's thorough investigation of the child in his Analyse der Phobie eines Funkjährigen Knaben, 1912 Jahrbuch, pt.I. Also my study, Konflikt der kindlichen Seele, 1912 Jahrbuch, pt. 2, page 33. Human, All Too Human, Volume 2, page 27 and on. Sammlung kleiner Schriften zur Neurosendler, pt. 2, page 205. For 89 der Künstler, Ansätze zu einer Sexualpsychologie, 1907, page 36. Compare also Rank's later book, The Myth of the Birth of the Hero. Wish Fulfillment and Symbolism in Fairy Tales, 1908. Dreams and Myths. Compare with this, Conflikt der kindlichen Seele, page 6, foot. Compare Abraham, Dreams and Myths. New York 1913. The wish for the future is represented as already fulfilled in the past. Later, the childish fantasy is again taken up regressively in order to compensate for the disillusionment of actual life. Rank, the myth of the birth of the hero. Naturally, it could not be said that because this was an institution in antiquity, the same would recur in our fantasy, but rather that in antiquity it was possible for the fantasy so generally present to become an institution. This may be concluded from the peculiar activity of the mind of antiquity. The Dioscuri married the Lucipides by theft, an act which, according to the ideas of higher antiquity, belonged to the necessary customs of marriage. Preller, Grecian Mythology, 1854, pt 2, page 68. C.S. Kreutzer, Symbolic und Mythology, 1811, pt 3, page 245. Compare also the sodomitic fantasies in the Metamorphoses of Apuleius. In Herculaneum, for example, corresponding sculptures have been found. Ferrero, Les lois psychologiques du symbolisme. With the exception of the fact that the thoughts enter consciousness already in a high state of complexity, as Wundt says. Schelling, Philosophie der Mythologie, Werke, point. 2, considers the preconscious as the creative source. Also H. Fichte, Psychology, I, page 508, considers the preconscious region as the place of origin of the real content of dreams. Compare, in this connection, Flournoy, Des ins alle Planète Mars. Also Jung, Zur Psychologie und Pathologie sogenannter okkulter Phänomene, and Über die Psychologie der Dementia Praecox. Excellent examples are to be found in Schreiber, Denkwürdigkeiten eines Nervenkranken. Mutze, Leipzig. Jardin d'Epicure. The figure of Judas acquires a great psychological significance as the priestly sacrificer of the Lamb of God, who, by this act, sacrifices himself at the same time. Self-destruction. Compare pt 2 of this work. Compare with this the statements of Drews, the Christ myth, which are so violently combated by the blindness of our time. Clear-sighted theologians, like Calth, Enstung de Christentums, 1904, present as impersonal a judgment as Drews. Calth says, the sources from which we derive our information concerning the origin of Christianity are such that in the present state of historical research no historian would undertake the task of writing the biography of an historical Jesus. Ibid, page 10, to see behind these stories the life of a real historical personage, would not occur to any man, if it were not for the influence of rationalistic theology. Ibid, p. 9. The divine in Christ, always considered an inner attribute and one with the human, leads in a straight line backward from the scholarly man of God, through the epistles and gospels of the New Testament, to the Apocalypse of Daniel, in which the theological imprint of the figure of Christ has arisen. At every single point of this line Christ shows superhuman traits. Nowhere is he that which critical theology wished to make him, simply a natural man, an historic individual. For 90 compare J. Burckhardt letter to Albert Brenner, Pub. By Hans Brenner in the Ball-Jahrbuch, 1901, I have absolutely nothing stored away for the special interpretation of Faust. You are well provided with commentaries of all sorts. Hark! Let us at once take the whole foolish pack back to the reading room from whence they have come. What you are destined to find in Faust, that you will find by intuition. Faust is nothing else than pure and legitimate myth, a great primitive conception, so to speak, in which everyone can divine in his own way his own nature and destiny. Allow me to make a comparison. What would the ancient Greeks have said had a commentator interposed himself between them and the Oedipus legend? There was a chord of the Oedipus legend in every Greek which longed to be touched directly and respond in its own way. And thus it is with the German nation and Faust. I will not conceal the fact that for a time I was in doubt whether I dare venture to reveal through analysis the intimate personality which the author, with a certain unselfish scientific interest, has exposed to public view. Yet it seemed to me that the writer would possess an understanding deeper than any objections of my critics. There is always some risk when one exposes one's self to the world. The absence of any personal relation with Miss Miller permits me free speech, and also exempts me from those considerations due woman which are prejudicial to conclusions. The person of the author is on that account just as shadowy to me as are her fantasies. And, like Odysseus, I have tried to let this phantom drink only enough blood to enable it to speak, and in so doing betray some of the secrets of the inner life. I have not undertaken this analysis, for which the author owes me but little thanks, for the pleasure of revealing private and intimate matters, with the accompanying embarrassment of publicity. But because I wish to show the secret of the individual as one common to all. Chapter 2. A very beautiful example of this is found in C. Bernoulli, Franz Overbeck und Friedrich Nietzsche. Eine Freundschaft, 1908, pt. I, page 72. This author depicts Nietzsche's behavior in ball society. Once at a dinner he said to the young lady at his side, "I dreamed a short time ago that the skin of my hand, which lay before me on the table, suddenly became like glass. Shiny and transparent, through which I saw distinctly the bones and the tissues and the play of the muscles. All at once I saw a toad sitting on my hand and at the same time I felt an irresistible compulsion to swallow the beast. I overcame my terrible aversion and gulped it down." The young lady laughed. "And do you laugh at that?" Nietzsche asked, his deep eyes fixed on his companion, half questioning, half sorrowful. The young lady knew intuitively that she did not wholly understand that an oracle had spoken to her in the form of an allegory and that Nietzsche had revealed to her a glimpse into the dark abyss of his inner self. On page 166 Bernoulli continues as follows. One can perhaps see, behind that harmless pleasure of faultless exactness in dress, a dread of contamination arising from some mysterious and tormenting disgust. Nietzsche went to ball when he was very young. He was then just at the age when other young people are contemplating marriage. Seated next to a young woman, he tells her that something terrible and disgusting is taking place in his transparent hand, something which he must take completely into his body. We know what illness caused the premature ending of Nietzsche's life. It was precisely this which he would tell the young lady, and her laughter was indeed discordant. For 91 a whole series of psychoanalytic experiences could easily be produced here to illustrate this statement. Ferenczi, Introjection und Übertragung, Jahrbuch, pt. I, 1912. Chapter 3. The choice of words and comparisons is always significant. A psychology of travels and the unconscious forces cooperating with them is yet to be written. This mental disturbance had until recently the very unfortunate designation, dementia praecox, given by Kraepelin. It is extremely unfortunate that this malady should have been discovered by the psychiatrists, for its apparently bad prognosis is due to this circumstance. Dementia praecox is synonymous with therapeutic hopelessness. How would hysteria appear if judged from the standpoint of psychiatry? The psychiatrist naturally sees in the institutions only the worst cases of dementia praecox, and as a consequence of his therapeutic helplessness he must be a pessimist. How deplorable would tuberculosis appear if the physician of an asylum for the incurable described the nosology of this disease. Just as little as the chronic cases of hysteria, which gradually degenerate in insane asylums, are characteristic of real hysteria. Just so little are the cases of dementia praecox in asylums characteristic of those early forms so frequent in general practice, and which Janet has described under the name of psychasthenia. These cases fall under Bleuler's description of schizophrenia, a name which connotes a psychological fact, and might easily be compared with similar facts in hysteria. The term which I use in my private work for these conditions is introversion neurosis, by which, in my opinion, the most important characteristic of the condition is given, namely, the predominance of introversion over transference. Which latter is the characteristic feature of hysteria. In my Psychology of Dementia Praecox, I have not made any study of the relationship of the psychasthenia of Janet. Subsequent experience with dementia praecox, and particularly the study of psychasthenia in Paris, have demonstrated to me the essential relationship of Janet's group with the introversion neuroses, the schizophrenia of Bleuler. Compare the similar views in my article, Über die Psychologie der Dementia Praecox, Halle 1907, and, in Halt der Psychos, Dudik, v. 1908. Also Abraham, Die psychosexuellen Differenzen der Historie und der Dementia Praecox, Zentralblatt für Nervenheilkunde und Psychiatry, 1908. This author, in support of Freud, defines the chief characteristic of dementia praecox as autoerotism, which as I have asserted is only one of the results of introversion. For 92 Freud, to whom I am indebted for an essential part of this view, also speaks of Heilungsversuch, the attempt toward cure, the search for health. Miss Miller's publication gives no hint of any knowledge of psychoanalysis. Here I purposely give preference to the term imago rather than to the expression complex, in order, by the choice of terminology, to invest this psychological condition, which I include under imago, with living independence in the psychical hierarchy, that is to say, with that autonomy which, from a large experience, I have claimed as the essential peculiarity of the emotional complex. Compare, the psychology of dementia praecox. My critics, Isserlin especially, have seen in this view a return to medieval psychology, and they have, therefore, rejected it utterly. This return took place on my part consciously and intentionally because the fantastic, projected psychology of ancient and modern superstition, especially demonology, furnishes exhaustive evidence for this point of view. Particularly interesting insight and confirmation is given us by the insane Schreiber in an autobiography, Denkwürdigkeiten eines Nervenkranken, Mutze, Leipzig, where he has given complete expression to the doctrine of autonomy. Imago has a significance similar on the one hand to the psychologically conceived creation in Spitteler's novel Imago, and upon the other hand to the ancient religious conception of Imagens Idolares. Compare my article, Die Bedeutung des Vaters für das Schicksal der Einzelnen. As is well known, Anaxagoras developed the conception that the living primal power, erpotens, of Nuomicron, mind, imparts movement, as if by a blast of wind, to the dead primal power, erpotens, of matter. There is naturally no mention of sound. This Nuomicron, which is very similar to the later conception of Philo, the lambda gamma omicron sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha tau iota kappa of the Gnostics and the Pauline pi nu epsilon mu alpha, spirit, as well as to the pi nu epsilon mu alpha of the contemporary Christian theologians, has rather the old mythological significance of the fructifying breath of the winds, which impregnated the mares of Lusitania, and the Egyptian vultures. The animation of Adam and the impregnation of the Mother of God by the pi nu epsilon mu alpha are produced in a similar manner. The infantile incest fantasy of one of my patients reads, the father covered her face with his hands and blew into her open mouth. Haydn's creation might be meant. See Job 16, 1-11. I recall the case of a young insane girl who continually imagined that her innocence was suspected, from which thought she would not allow herself to be dissuaded. Gradually there developed out of her defensive attitude a correspondingly energetic positive erotomania. Compare the preceding footnote with the text of Miss Miller's. The case is published in Zur Psychologie und Pathologie sogenannter okkulter Phänomene. Mutze, Leipzig 1902. For 93 compare Freud's Analyse der Phobie eines Funkgerichin Neben, Jahrbuch, Volume 1, First Half. Also Jung, Konflikt der kindlichen Seele, Jahrbuch, 2, Volume 1. Others do not make use of this step, but are directly carried away by Eros. The heaven above, the heaven below, the sky above, the sky below, all things above, all things below, decline and rise. La sagesse et la destinée. This time I shall hardly be spared the reproach of mysticism. But perhaps the facts should be further considered. Doubtless the unconscious contains material which does not rise to the threshold of consciousness. The analysis dissolves these combinations into their historical determinants, for it is one of the essential tasks of analysis to render impotent by dissolution the content of the complexes competing with the proper conduct of life. Psychoanalysis works backwards like the science of history. Just as the largest part of the past is so far removed that it is not reached by history, so too the greater part of the unconscious determinants is unreachable. History, however, knows nothing of two kinds of things, that which is hidden in the past and that which is hidden in the future. Both perhaps might be attained with a certain probability. The first as a postulate, the second as an historical prognosis. In so far as tomorrow is already contained in today, and all the threads of the future are in place, so a more profound knowledge of the past might render possible a more or less far-reaching and certain knowledge of the future. Let us transfer this reasoning, as Kant has already done, to psychology. Then necessarily we must come to the same result. Just as traces of memory long since fallen below the threshold of consciousness are accessible in the unconscious, so too there are certain very fine subliminal combinations of the future, which are of the greatest significance for future happenings in so far as the future is conditioned by our own psychology. But just so little as the science of history concerns itself with the combinations for the future, which is the function of politics, so little, also, are the psychological combinations for the future the object of analysis. They would be much more the object of an infinitely refined psychological synthesis, which attempts to follow the natural current of the libido. This we cannot do, but possibly this might happen in the unconscious, and it appears as if from time to time, in certain cases, significant fragments of this process come to light, at least in dreams. From this comes the prophetic significance of the dream long claimed by superstition. The aversion of the scientific man of today to this type of thinking, hardly to be called fantastic, is merely an overcompensation to the very ancient and all too great inclination of mankind to believe in prophecies and superstitions. Dreams seem to remain spontaneously in the memory just so long as they give a correct resume of the psychologic situation of the individual. How paltry are the intrinsic ensemble and the detail of the erotic experience, is shown by this frequently varied love song which I quote in its epirotic form. Epirotic Love Song. Zeitschrift der Vereins für Volkskunde, 12, page 159. O maiden, when we kissed, then it was night, who saw us? A night star saw us, and the moon. And it leaned downward to the sea, and gave it the tidings. Then the sea told the rudder told the sailor. The sailor put it into song, then the neighbor heard it. Then the priest heard it and told my mother. From her the father heard it, he got in a burning anger. They quarreled with me and commanded me, and they have forbidden me ever to go to the door, ever to go to the window. And yet I will go to the window as if to my flowers. And never will I rest till my beloved is mine. For 94 jobs lie, 13, Leviathan. 21, his breath kindleth coals, and a flame goeth out of his mouth. 22. In his neck remaineth strength, and sorrow is turned into joy before him. 24. His heart is as firm as a stone, yea, as hard as a piece of the nether millstone. 25. When he riseth up himself, the mighty are afraid, by reason of breakings they purify themselves. 33. Upon earth there is not his like who is made without fear. 34. He beholdeth all high things. He is a king over all the children of pride. Chapter 42. 1. Then Job answered the Lord, and said. 2. I know that thou canst do everything, and that no thought can be withholden from thee. The theriomorphic attributes are lacking in the Christian religion except as remnants, such as the dove, the fish and the lamb. The latter is also represented as a ram in the drawings in the catacombs. Here belong the animals associated with the evangelists which particularly need historical explanation. The eagle and the lion were definite degrees of initiation in the Mithraic mysteries. The worshippers of Dionysus called themselves Beta Epsilon because the god was represented as a bull, likewise the Rho Capitao Omicron Iota of Artemis, conceived of as a she-bear. The angel might correspond to the Lambda Iota Delta Rho Omicron Mu Omicron Iota of the Mithras mysteries. It is indeed an exquisite invention of the Christian fantasy that the animal coupled with Saint Anthony is the pig, for the good saint was one of those who were subjected to the devil's most evil temptations. Compare Pfister's notable article, Die Frömmigkeit de Gräfin Ludwig von Zinzendorf. Wien 1910. The Book of Job, originating at a later period under non-Jewish influences, is a striking presentation of individual projection psychology. If we say we have no sin, we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us, 1 John 8. Surely he has borne our griefs and carried our sorrows, Isaiah 53:4. Bear ye one another's burdens, Galatians 6:2. God is love, corresponding to the Platonic eros, which unites humanity with the transcendental. Compare Reitzenstein, Die Hellenistischen Mysterienreligionen, Leipzig and Berlin 1910, p. 20. Among the various forms with which a primitive people have represented the highest religious consecration, union with God, belongs necessarily that of the sexual union, in which man attributes to his semen the innermost nature and power of God. That which was in the first instance wholly a sensual act becomes in the most widely separated places, independently, a sacred act, in which the God is represented by a human deputy or his symbol the phallus. For 95 take as an example among many others the striking psychologic description of the fate of Ali Pius, in the Confessions of St. Augustine, Book 6, ch. 7. Only the moral iniquity of Carthage, expressed in the absolute wildness of its worthless spectacles, had drawn him down into the whirlpool of this misery. Augustine, at that time a teacher of logic, through his wisdom had converted Ali Pius. He rose up after those words from the depths of the mire, into which he had willingly let himself be submerged, and which had blinded him with fatal pleasure. He stripped the filth from off his soul with courageous abstemiousness. All the snares of the hippodrome no longer perplexed him. Thereupon Ali Pius went to Rome in order to study law. There he became a backslider. He was transported to an unbelievable degree by an unfortunate passion for gladiatorial shows. Although in the beginning he abominated and cursed these shows, one evening some of his friends and fellow students, whom he met after they had dined, in spite of his passionate refusals and the exertion of all the power of his resistance, dragged him with friendly violence to the amphitheatre on the occasion of a cruel and murderous exhibition. At the time he said to them, "If you drag my body to that place and hold it there, can you turn my mind and my eyes to that spectacle?" In spite of his supplications they dragged him with them, eager to know if he would be able to resist the spectacle. When they arrived they sat down where place was still left, and all glowed with inhuman delight. He closed his eyes and forbade his soul to expose itself to such danger. Oh, if he had also stopped up his ears! When some one fell in combat and all the people set up a mighty shout, he stifled his curiosity and prepared proudly to scorn the sight, confident that he could view the spectacle if he so desired. And his soul was overcome with terrible wounds, like the wounds of the body which he desired to see, and souls more miserable than the one whose fall had caused the outcry, which pressing through his ears, had opened his eyes. So that his weakness had been bared. Through this he could be struck and thrown down, for he had the feeling of confidence more than strength, and he was the weaker because he trusted himself to this and not to thee. When he saw the blood, then at the same time he drew in the desire for blood, and no longer turned away but directed his looks thither. The fury took possession of him and yet he did not know it. He took delight in the wicked combat and was intoxicated by the bloody pleasure. Now he was no longer the same as when he had come, and he was the true accomplice of those who first had dragged him there. What more is there to say? He saw, he cried out, he was inflamed, and he carried away with him the insane longing, which enticed him again to return, not only in the company of those who first had dragged him with them, but going ahead of all and leading others. Destiny. Compare the prayer of the so-called Mithraic liturgy, Pub. By Dietrich. There, characteristic places are to be found, such for instance as tau nu theta rho omega pi nu eta mu omicron upsilon psi upsilon chi iota kappa delta upsilon nu mu epsilon omega nu gamma pi lambda iota nu mu epsilon tau alpha pi alpha rho alpha lambda mu psi omicron mu alpha iota mu epsilon tau nu epsilon sigma alpha nu kappa alpha tau epsilon gamma omicron upsilon sigma nu mu epsilon pi iota kappa rho nu gamma kappa eta nu chi rho epsilon omicron kappa pi eta tau omicron nu, the human soul force which I, weighed down by guilt, would again attain, because of the present bitter need oppressing me, pi iota kappa alpha lambda omicron mu alpha iota nu epsilon kappa alpha tau epsilon pi epsilon iota gamma omicron sigma eta kappa alpha pi iota kappa rho pi alpha rho alpha iota tau omicron upsilon nu gamma kappa eta, on account of the oppressing bitter and inexorable need. From the speech of the high priest, Apuleius, Metamorphoses, Lib 11, 248, a similar train of thought may be gathered. The young philosopher Lucius was changed into an ass, that continuously rutting animal which Isis hated. Later he was released from the enchantment and initiated into the mysteries of Isis. When he was freed from the spell, the priest speaks as follows: Lubrico virentis etaculi, ad servos de lapsus voluptates, curiositatis improsperi sinistrum premium reportasti. Nam in eos, quorum sibi vita servitium di nostrae majestas vindicavit, non habet locum casus infestus, in tutelum jam receptus es fortuni, sed videntis, but falling into the slavery of pleasure, in the wantonness of buxom youth. You have reaped the inauspicious reward of your ill-fated curiosity, for direful calamity has no power over those whose lives the majesty of our goddess has claimed for her own service. You are now received under the guardianship of fortune, but of a fortune who can see. In the prayer to the Queen of Heaven, Isis, Lucius says, Qua fatorum etiam inextricabiliter contorta retractas licia et fortuni tempistates mitigas. Eti stellarum noxios mietis cohibes, by which thou dost unravel the inextricably entangled threads of the fates, and dost assuage the tempests of fortune and restrain the malignant influences of the stars. Generally it was the purpose of the right to destroy the evil compulsion of the star, by magic power. The power of fate makes itself felt unpleasantly only when everything goes against our will. That is to say, when we no longer find ourselves in harmony with ourselves. As I endeavored to show in my article, Die Bedeutung des Vaters, etc., the most dangerous power of fate lies in the infantile libido fixation, localized in the unconscious. The power of fate reveals itself at closer range as a compulsion of the libido, wherefore Maeterlinck justly says that a Socrates could not possibly be a tragic hero of the type of Hamlet. In accordance with this conception, the ancients had already placed epsilon mu alpha rho mu nu eta, destiny, in relation to primal light or primal fire. In the Stoic conception of the primal cause, the warmth spread everywhere, which has created everything and which is therefore destiny. Compare Cumont, Mysterium de Mitra, page 83. This warmth is, as will later be shown, a symbol of the libido. Another conception of the Ananke, necessity, is, according to the Book of Zoroaster, pi epsilon rho phi sigma epsilon omega, concerning nature, that the air as wind had once a connection with fertility. I am indebted to Reverend Dr. Keller of Zurich for calling my attention to Bergson's conception of the Durée Creatrice. Power for putting in motion. For 96 Schiller says in Wallenstein, in your breast lie the constellations of your fate. Our fates are the result of our personality, says Emerson in his Essays. Compare with this my remarks in Die Bedeutung des Vaters. The ascent to the idea is described with unusual beauty in Augustine, BK, X, ch 8. The beginning of ch. 8 reads, I will raise myself over this force of my nature, step by step ascending to him who has made me. I will come to the fields and the spacious palaces of my memory. The followers of Mitra also called themselves brothers. In philosophical speech Mitra was logos emanating from God. Cumont, Mist. De Mitra, page 102. Besides the followers of Mitra there existed many brotherhoods which were called Thiaci and probably were the organizations from which the Church developed later. A. Calf, Die Enstung de Christentums. For 97 Augustine, who stood in close relation to that period of transition not only in point of time but also intellectually, writes in his Confessions, Book 6, ch. 16. Nor did I, unhappy, consider from what source it sprung, that even on these things, foul as they were, I with pleasure discoursed with my carnal pleasures. And yet these friends I loved for themselves only, and friends. Nor could I, even according to the notions I then had of happiness, be happy without friends, amid what abundance soever of I felt that I was beloved of them for myself only. Oh, crooked paths. Woe to the audacious soul, which hoped, by forsaking thee, to gain some better thing. Turned it hath, and turned again, upon back, sides, and belly, yet all was painful, and thou alone rest. Translated by Pusey. It is not only an unpsychologic but also an unscientific method of procedure to characterize offhand such effects of religion as suggestion. Such things are to be taken seriously as the expression of the deepest psychologic need. Both religions teach a pronounced ascetic morality, but at the same time a morality of action. The last is true also of Mithricism. Cumont says that Mithricism owed its success to the value of its morale. This stimulated to action in an extraordinary degree. Mist. De Mitra. The followers of Mitra formed a sacred legion for battle against evil, and among them were virgins, nuns, and continents, ascetics. Whether these brotherhoods had another meaning, that is, an economic communistic one, is something I will not discuss now. Here only the religious psychologic aspects interest us. Both religions have in common the idea of the divine sacrifice. Just as Christ sacrificed himself as the Lamb of God, so did Mitra sacrifice his bull. This sacrifice in both religions is the heart of the mysteries. The sacrificial death of Christ means the salvation of the world. From the sacrifice of the bull of Mitra the entire creation springs. This analytic perception of the roots of the mystery religions is necessarily one-sided, just as is the analysis of the basis of the religious poem. In order to understand the actual causes of the repression in Miss Miller, one must delve into the moral history of the present. Just as one is obliged to seek in the ancient moral and economic history the actual causes of repression which have given rise to the mystery cults. This investigation has been brilliantly carried out by Calf. See his book, Die Entztung des Christentums, Leipzig 1904. I also refer especially to Pullman's Geschichte des antiken Kommunismus und des Sozialismus, also to Bucher, Die Aufstand der unfreien Arbeiter 143-129 v. Chr. 1874. The other cause of the enormous introversion of the libido in antiquity is probably to be found in the fact that an unbelievably large part of the people suffered in the wretched state of slavery. It is inevitable that finally those who bask in good fortune would be infected in the mysterious manner of the unconscious, by the deep sorrow and still deeper misery of their brothers, through which some were driven into orgiastic furies. Others, however, the better ones, sank into that strange world-weariness and satiety of the intellectuals of that time. Thus from two sources the great introversion was made possible. For 98 compare Freud, The Interpretation of the Dream. Compare Freud, Sublimation, in 3 Contributions to the Sexual Theory. In a manner which is closely related to my thought, Calf, Entztung des Christentums, understands the secularizing of the religious interest as a new incarnation of the lambda gamma omicron, word. He says, the profound grasp of the soul of nature evidenced in modern painting and poetry, the living intuitive feeling which even science in its most austere works can no longer do without, enables us easily to understand how the logos of Greek philosophy which assigned its place in the world to the old Christ type, clothed in its world-to-come significance celebrated a new incarnation. It seems, on account of the isolation of the cult, that this fact was the cause of its ruin as well, because the eyes of that time were blinded to the beauty of nature. Augustine, B.K., X, ch. 6, very justly remarks, but they, men, were themselves undone through love for her, creation. Augustine, Ibid, but what do I love when I love thee, O God? Not the bodily form, nor the earthly sweetness, nor the splendor of the light, so dear to these eyes, nor the sweet melodies of the richly varied songs, not the flowers and the sweet-scented ointments and spices of lovely fragrance. Not manna and honey, not the limbs of the body whose embraces are pleasant to the flesh. I do not love these when I love my God, and yet the light, the voice, the fragrance, the food, the embrace of my inner man. When these shine into my soul, which no space contains, which no time takes away, where there is a fragrance which the wind does not blow away. Where there is a taste which no gluttony diminishes and where harmony abides which no satiety can remove, that is what I love, when I love my God. Perhaps a model for Zarathustra, Die Sieben Siegel, Nietzsche's Works, 6, page 33 ff. Cumont, Die Mysterien der Mitra. Ein Beitrag zur Religionsgeschichte der römischen Kaiserzeit. Übersetzt von Gerich, Leipzig 1903, page 109. 41st Letter to Lucilius. Ibid. Chapter 4. Complexes are apt to be of the greatest stability, although their outward forms of manifestation change kaleidoscopically. A large number of experimental studies have entirely convinced me of this fact. Julian the Apostate made the last, unsuccessful attempt to cause the triumph of Mithraism over Christianity. This solution of the libido problem was brought about in a similar manner by the flight from the world during the first Christian century. The cities of the anchorites in the deserts of the Orient. People mortified themselves in order to become spiritual and thus escape the extreme brutality of the decadent Roman civilization. Asceticism is forced sublimation, and is always to be found where the animal impulses are still so strong that they must be violently exterminated. The masked self-murder of the ascetic needs no further biologic proof. Chamberlain, Foundations of the 19th Century, sees in the problem a biologic suicide because of the enormous amount of illegitimacy among Mediterranean peoples at that time. I believe that illegitimacy tends rather to mediocrity and to living for pleasure. It appears after all that there were, at that time, fine and noble people who, disgusted with the frightful chaos of that period which was merely an expression of the disruption of the individual, put an end to their lives. And thus caused the death of the old civilization with its endless wickedness. SP1. For 99" the last age of Cumean prophecy has come already. Over again the great series of the ages commences. Now too returns the Virgin, return the Saturnian kingdoms. Now at length a new progeny is sent down from high heaven. Only, chaste Lucina, to the boy at his birth be propitious. In whose time first the age of iron shall discontinue. And in the whole world a golden age arise, now rules thy Apollo. Under thy guidance, if any traces of our guilt continue, rendered harmless, they shall set the earth free from fear forever. He shall partake of the life of the gods, and he shall see heroes mingled with gods, and he too shall be seen by them. And he shall rule a peaceful world with his father's virtues. Delta Kappa Eta, Justice, daughter of Zeus and Themis, who, after the Golden Age, forsook the degenerate earth. Thanks to this eclogue, Virgil later attained the honor of being a semi-Christian poet. To this he owes his position as guide to Dante. Both are represented not only as Christian, but also as pagan. Essener and Theraputin were quasi-orders of the anchorites living in the desert. Probably, as, for instance, may be learned from Apuleius, Metamorphoses, lib. 11, there existed small settlements of mystics or consecrated ones around the sacred shrines of Isis and Mitra. Sexual abstinence and celibacy were also known. SP1. Below the hills, a marshy plain infects what I so long have been retrieving. This stagnant pool likewise to drain were now my latest and my best achieving. To many millions following let me furnish soil. The analogy of this expression with the quotation above is striking. Compare Breuer and Freud, Studien über History, also Blöhler, Die Psychoanalyse Freuds, Jahrbuch, 1910, Volume 2, Second Half. Faust, in Suicide Monologue. Out on the open ocean speeds my dreaming. The glassy flood before my feet is gleaming. A new day beckons to a newer shore. A fiery chariot, borne on buoyant pinions, sweeps near me now. I soon shall ready be to pierce the ether's high, unknown dominions, to reach new spheres of pure activity. This godlike rapture, this supreme existence, do I, but now a worm, deserve to track? Yes, resolute to reach some brighter distance. On earth's fair sun I turn my back. Ah, that no wing can lift me from the soil. Upon its tract to follow, follow soaring. Then would I see eternal evening gild the silent world beneath me glowing. And now before mine eyes expands the ocean, with all its bays in shining sleep. The newborn impulse fires my mind. I hasten on, his beams eternal drinking. We see it is the same longing and the same sun. 500 Compare Jung, Diagnost. Association, Stud. Also, The Psychology of Dementia Precox, CHS 2 and 3. According to the Christian conception, God is love. Apuleius, Met. Lib. 11, 257, at Manu dextra gerbam flammis adultum facem, 80 caput decora corona sinxerat palme candidi folius in modum radiorum prosistentibus. Sic ad in star solis exornato et in visum simulacri constituto, then in my right hand I carried a burning torch, while a graceful chaplet encircled my head, the shining leaves of the palm tree projecting from it like rays of light. Thus arrayed like the sun, and placed so as to resemble a statue. The parallel in the Christian mysteries is the crowning with the crown of thorns, the exhibition and mocking of the Savior. Sacred Word. I am a star wandering about with you, and flaming up from the depths. In the same way the Sasanian kings called themselves, brothers of the sun and of the moon. In Egypt the soul of every ruler was a reduplication of the sun Horus, an incarnation of the sun. The rising at day out of the underworld. Ehrman, Egyptian, page 409. Compare the coronation above. Feather, a symbol of power. Feather crown, a crown of rays, halo. Crowning, as such, is an identification with the sun. For example, the spiked crown upon the Roman coins made its appearance at the time when the Caesars were identified with Sol Invictus, Solis Invicti comes. The halo is the same, that is to say, an image of the sun, just as is the tonsure. The priests of Isis had smooth-shaven heads like stars. See Apuleius, Metamorphoses. Compare with this my statements in Über die Bedeutung des Vaters für das Schicksal der Einzelnen. Dudik, Wien. In the text of the so-called Mitra liturgy are these lines: Epsilon gamma epsilon mu iota sigma mu pi lambda alpha nu omicron mu nu sigma tau rho kappa tau omicron beta theta omicron upsilon nu alpha lambda mu pi omega nu, tau alpha tau sigma omicron nu epsilon pi nu tau omicron epsilon theta omega delta sigma kappa omicron pi lambda omega theta sigma epsilon tau alpha iota. I am a star wandering about with you and flaming up from the depths. When thou hast said this, immediately the disk of the sun will unfold. The mystic through his prayers implored the divine power to cause the disk of the sun to expand. In the same way Rostan's chanticleer causes the sun to rise by his crowing. For verily I say unto you, if ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, ye shall say unto this mountain, remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible unto you. Matthew 17:20. Compare especially the words of the Gospel of John, I and my Father are one, John x. 30. He that hath seen me hath seen the Father, John 14:9, believe me that I am in the Father, and the Father in me, John 14:11. I came forth from the Father, and am come into the world, again, I leave the world, and go to the Father, John 16:28. I ascend unto my Father, and your Father, and to my God, and your God, John XX, 17. See the footnote on page 137 of text. Hear me, grant me my prayer, binding together the fiery bolts of heaven with spirit, two-bodied fiery sky, creator of humanity, fire-breathing, fiery-spirited, spiritual being rejoicing in fire, beauty of humanity, ruler of humanity of fiery body. Light-giver to men, fire-scattering, fire-agitated, life of humanity, fire-world, mover of men who confounds with thunder, famed among men, increasing the human race, enlightening humanity, conqueror of stars. Two-bodied, an obscure epithet, if one does not admit that the dual life of the redeemed, taught in the mysteries of that time, was attributed to God, that is to say, to the libido. Compare the Pauline conception of the sigma mu alpha rho kappa iota kappa nu and pi nu epsilon upsilon mu alpha tau iota kappa nu, carnal and spiritual body. In the Mithraic worship, Mitra seems to be the divine spirit, while Helios is the material god. To a certain extent the visible lieutenant of the divinity. Concerning the confusion between Christ and soul, see below. 501 Compare Freud, 3 Contributions to the Sexual Theory. Renat, Dialogues et Fragments Philosophiques, p. 168, says, before religion had reached the stage of proclaiming that God must be put into the absolute and ideal, that is to say, beyond this world, one worship alone was reasonable and scientific, that was the worship of the Son. The path of the visible gods will appear through the Son, the God my Father. Buber, xlii. Confess, page 51 and on. Liebesgesängen Gott, cited by Buber, xlii. Confess, page 40. An allied symbolism is found in Carlyle, the great fact of existence is great to him. Fly as he will, he cannot get out of the awful presence of this reality. His mind is so made, he is great by that first of all. Fearful and wonderful, real as life, real as death, is this universe to him. Though all men should forget its truth, and walk in a vain show, he cannot. At all moments the flame image glares in upon him, heroes and hero worship. One can select from literature at random. For example, Friedlander, Berlin C., says in Jugend, 1910, number 35, page 823, her longing demands from the beloved only the purest. Like the sun, it burns to ashes with the flame of excessive life, which refuses to be light, and so on. Buber, Ibid, page 45. I emphasize this passage because its idea contains the psychological root of the wandering of the soul in heaven, the conception of which is very ancient. It is a conception of the wandering sun which from its rising to its setting wanders over the world. The wandering gods are representations of the sun, that is, symbols of the libido. This comparison is indelibly impressed in the human fantasy as is shown by the poem of Wesendonck. Grief. The sun, every evening weeping, reddens its beautiful eyes for you. When early death seizes you, bathing in the mirror of the sea, still in its old splendor, the glory rises from the dark world. You awaken anew in the morning, like a proud conqueror. Ah, why then should I lament? When my heart, so heavy, sees you? Must the sun itself despair? Must the sun set? And does death alone bear life? Do griefs alone give joys? Oh, how grateful I am that such pains have given me nature. Another parallel is in the poem of Ricarda Hutch. As the earth, separating from the sun, withdraws in quick flight into the stormy night, starring the naked body with cold snow, deafened, it takes away the summer joy, and sinking deeper in the shadows of winter, suddenly draws close to that which it flees, sees itself warmly embraced with rosy light, leaning against the lost consort. Thus I went, suffering the punishment of exile, away from your countenance, into the ancient place, unprotected, turning to the desolate north, always retreating deeper into the sleep of death. And then would I awake on your heart, blinded by the splendor of the dawn. 502 Translated by Dr. T. G. Wrench. After you have said the second prayer, when silence is twice commanded, then whistle twice and snap twice, and straightway you will see many 5-pointed stars coming down from the sun and filling the whole lower air. But say once again, silence. Silence. And you, neophyte, will see the circle and fiery doors cut off from the opening disk of the sun. 5-fingered stars. Ecce homo, translated by A. M. Ludovici. The water god Sobk, appearing as a crocodile, was identified with Re. Ehrman, Egyptian, page 354. Ehrman, Ibid, page 355. Compare above sigma tau alpha pi epsilon nu tau alpha delta alpha kappa tau upsilon lambda iota alpha omicron upsilon, 5-fingered stars. The bull apis is a manifestation of Ta. The bull is a well-known symbol of the sun. Ammon. Sabka Phagem. The god of Didu in the delta, who was worshipped as a piece of wood. Phallic. This reformation, which was inaugurated with much fanaticism, soon broke down. Apuleius, Met, Lib 11, page 239. It is noteworthy that the humanists too, I am thinking of an expression of the learned Mucianus Rufus, soon perceived that antiquity had but two gods, that is, a masculine god and a feminine god. Not only was the light or fire substance ascribed to the divinity but also to the soul, as for example in the system of Mani, as well as among the Greeks, where it was characterized as a fiery breath of air. The Holy Ghost of the New Testament appears in the form of flames around the heads of the apostles, because the pi nu epsilon mu alpha was understood to mean fiery, Dietrich, Ibid, page 116. Very similar is the Iranian conception of Farino, by which is meant the grace of heaven, through which a monarch rules. By grace is understood a sort of fire or shining glory, something very substantial, Cumont, Ibid, page 70. We come across conceptions allied in character in Kerner's Siren von Provorst, and in the case published by me, Psychologie und Pathologie sogenannter occulter Phänomen. Here not only the souls consist of a spiritual light substance, but the entire world is constructed according to the white-black system of the Manichaeans, and this by a 15-year-old girl. The intellectual over-accomplishment which I observed earlier in this creation, is now revealed as a consequence of energetic introversion, which again roots up deep historical strata of the soul and in which I perceive a regression to the memories of humanity condensed in the unconscious. 503 inches like manner the so-called tube, the origin of the ministering wind, will become visible. For it will appear to you as a tube hanging down from the sun. I add to this a quotation from Firmicus Maternus, Mathis. I, 5, 9, cit. By Cumont, Texts et Monuments, I, page 40, Chue, Animo, Descensus per orbum solis tribuator, to this spirit the descent through the orb of the sun is attributed. St. Hieronymus remarks, concerning Mitra who was born in a miraculous manner from a rock, that this birth was the result of solo est libidinis, merely through the heat of the libido, Cumont, Texts et Monuments, I, page 163. Mead, A Mithraic Ritual. London 1907, page 22. I am indebted to my friend and co-worker, Dr. Rick Lynn, for the knowledge of the following case which presents an interesting symbolism. It concerns a paranoiac who passed over into a manifest megalomaniac in the following way: she suddenly saw a strong light, a wind blew upon her, she felt as if her heart turned over. And from that moment she knew that God had visited her and was in her. I wish to refer here to the interesting correlation of mythological and pathological forms disclosed in the analytical investigation of Drive S. Spielrein, and expressly emphasized that she has discovered the symbolisms presented by her in the Jahrbuch, through independent experimental work, in no way connected with my work. You will see the god youthful, graceful, with glowing locks, in a white garment and a scarlet cloak, with a fiery helmet. You will see a god very powerful, with a shining countenance, young, with golden hair, clothed in white vestments, with a golden crown, holding in his right hand a bullock's golden shoulder, that is, the bear constellation, which wandering hourly up and down, moves and turns the heavens. Then out of his eyes you will see lightning spring forth, and from his body, stars. According to the Chaldean teaching, the sun occupies the middle place in the choir of the 7 planets. The Great Bear consists of 7 stars. Mitra is frequently represented with a knife in one hand and a torch in the other. The knife as an instrument of sacrifice plays an important role in his myth. Ibid. Compare with this the scarlet mantle of Helios in the Mitra liturgy. It was a part of the rites of the various cults to be dressed in the bloody skins of the sacrificial animals, as in the Lupercalia, Dionysia and Saturnalia, the last of which has bequeathed to us the carnival, the typical figure of which, in Rome, was the priapic Pulcinella. 504. Compare the linen-clad retinue of Helios. Also the bull-headed gods wear white pi epsilon rho iota zeta mu alpha tau alpha, aprons. The title of Mitra in Vendidad 1928, cit by Cumont, Textes et Monuments, page 37. The development of the sun symbol in Faust does not go as far as an anthropomorphic vision. It stops in the suicide scene at the chariot of Helios, a fiery chariot borne on buoyant pinions sweeps near me now. The fiery chariot comes to receive the dying or departing hero, as in the ascension of Elijah or of Mitra. Similarly Francis of Assisi. In his flight Faust passes over the sea, just as does Mitra. The ancient Christian pictorial representations of the ascension of Elijah are partly founded upon the corresponding Mithraic representations. The horses of the sun chariot rushing upwards to heaven leave the solid earth behind, and pursue their course over a water god, Oceanus, lying at their feet. Cumont, Textes et Monuments. Bruxelles 1899, I, page 178. Compare my article, Psych. UND Path. SOG. OCC Fan. Quoted from Pitra, Analecta Sacra, cit by Cumont, Textes et Monuments, page 355. Helios, the rising sun, the only sun rising from heaven. Cited from Usner, Weihnachtsfest, page 5. Oh, how remarkable a providence that Christ should be born on the same day on which the sun moves onward, v. Cal. Of April the 4th holiday, and for this reason the prophet Malachi spoke to the people concerning Christ, unto you shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings. This is the Son of Righteousness in whose wings healing shall be displayed. The passage from Malachi is found in chapter 4, 2, But unto you that fear my name shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings, feathers. This figure of speech recalls the Egyptian sun symbol. Cumont, Textes et Monuments, t. I, page 355. Pi epsilon rho sigma tau rho omicron nu mu omega nu. Moreover the Lord is born in the month of December in the winter on the 8th cal. Of January when the ripe olives are gathered, so that the oil, that is the chrism, may be produced, moreover they call it the birthday of the unconquered one. Who in any case is as unconquered as our Lord, who conquered death itself. Or why should they call it the birthday of the sun? He himself is the Son of Righteousness, concerning whom Malachi, the prophet, spoke, the Lord is the author of light and of darkness, he is the judge spoken of by the prophet as the Son of Righteousness. Ah! Woe to the worshippers of the sun and the moon and the stars! For I know many worshippers and prayer-sayers to the sun. For now at the rising of the sun, they worship and say, Have mercy on us, and not only the sun Gnostics and the heretics do this, but also Christians who leave their faith and mix with the heretics. The pictures in the catacombs contain much symbolism of the sun. The swastika cross, for example, a well-known image of the sun, wheel of the sun, or sun's feet, is found upon the garment of Fossor Diogenes in the cemetery of Peter and Marcellinus. The symbols of the rising sun, the bull and the ram, are found in the Orpheus fresco of the cemetery of the Holy Domitilla. Similarly the ram and the peacock, which, like the phoenix, is the symbol of the sun, is found upon an epitaph of the Callistus catacomb. Compare the countless examples in Gore's Die Christliche Mystik. Compare Leblanc, Sarcophages de la Gaule, 1880. In the Homilies of Clement of Rome, Hom. 2, 23, cit. By Cumont, it is said, Tau kappa upsilon rho gamma epsilon gamma omicron nu sigma iota nu delta delta epsilon kappa alpha pi sigma tau omicron lambda omicron iota tau nu tau omicron lambda omicron upsilon delta delta epsilon kappa alpha mu eta nu phi rho omicron nu tau epsilon tau nu rho iota theta mu nu, the 12 apostles of the Lord, having the number of the 12 months of the sun. As is apparent, this idea is concerned with the course of the sun through the zodiac. Without wishing to enter upon an interpretation of the zodiac, I mention that, according to the ancient view, probably Chaldean, the course of the sun was represented by a snake which carried the signs of the zodiac on its back, similarly to the leontocephalic god of the Mitra mysteries. This view is proven by a passage from a Vatican Codex edited by Cumont in another connection, 190, Seq. 13, page 229, p. 85, tau tau epsilon pi nu sigma omicron phi omicron delta eta mu iota omicron upsilon rho gamma kappa rho nu epsilon mu alpha tau iota kappa nu eta sigma epsilon tau nu mu gamma alpha nu delta rho kappa omicron nu tau alpha sigma nu tau kappa epsilon kappa omicron sigma mu eta mu nu sigma tau epsilon phi nu lambda gamma omega delta tau beta zeta delta iota alpha beta alpha sigma tau zeta omicron nu tau alpha pi tau omicron nu tau omicron upsilon alpha tau omicron. The all-wise maker of the world set in motion the great dragon with the adorned crown. With a command at the end. I speak now of the 12 images born on the back of this. This interconnection of the zeta delta iota alpha, small images, with the zodiacal snake is worthy of notice and gives food for thought. The Manichaean system attributes to Christ the symbol of the snake, and indeed of the snake on the tree of paradise. For this the quotation from John gives far-reaching justification, John 3:14, and as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up. An old theologian, Hoff, Biblische Real, und Verbal Concordans, 1834, makes this careful observation concerning this quotation: Christ considered the Old Testament story an unintentional symbol of the idea of the atonement. The almost bodily connection of the followers with Christ is well known. Romans 12:4, For as we have many members in one body, and all members have not the same office, so we being many are one body in Christ, and every one members one of another. If confirmation is needed that the zodiacal signs are symbols of the libido, then the sentence in John 1:29, Behold the Lamb of God, which taketh away the sin of the world, assumes a significant meaning. 505 According to an 11th century manuscript in Munich, Albrecht Wirth, Aus Orientalischen Chroniken, page 151. Frankfurt 1894. To Zeus, the great sun god, the king, the savior. Abegien, der Armenische Volksglaube, page 41, 1899. Compare Egermont, Fuss Undische Symbolik, Leipzig 1909. Attis was later assimilated with Mitra. Like Mitra he was represented with the Phrygian cap, Cumont, mist. De Myth, page 65. According to the testimony of Hieronymus, the manger, Geburtsschule, at Bethlehem was originally a sanctuary, Spilium, of Attis, Usner, Weihnachtsfest, page 283. Cumont, Die Mysterien de Mitra, p. 4, says of Christianity Mithricism, both opponents perceived with astonishment how similar they were in many respects, without being able to account for the causes of this similarity. Our present-day moral views come into conflict with this wish in so far as it concerns the erotic fate. The erotic adventures necessary for so many people are often all too easily given up because of moral opposition, and one willingly allows himself to be discouraged because of the social advantages of being moral. The Poetical Works of Lord Byron. Edmond Rostand, Cyrano de Bergerac, Paris 1898. The projection into the cosmic is the primitive privilege of the libido, for it enters into our perception naturally through all the avenues of the senses, apparently from without, and in the form of pain and pleasure connected with the objects. This we attribute to the object without further thought, and we are inclined, in spite of our philosophic considerations, to seek the causes in the object, which often has very little concern with it. Compare this with the Freudian conception of transference, especially Ferenczi's remarks in his paper, Introjection und Übertragung, Jahrbuch, Volume 1, page 422. Beautiful examples of direct libido projection are found in erotic songs. Down on the strand, down on the shore. A maiden washed the kerchief of her lover. And a soft west wind came blowing over the shore. Lifted her skirt a little with its breeze. And let a little of her ankles be seen. And the seashore became as bright as all the world. Neo-Grecian folksong from Sanders, Das Volkslied der Neugriechen, 1844, page 81, Sit Zeitschrift de Vereins für Volkskunde, Jahrgang 12, 1902, page 166. In the farm of Geimer I saw a lovely maiden coming toward me. From the brilliance of her arm glowed the sky and all the everlasting sea. From the Edda, Tr. into Jar, by H. Gehring, page 53, Zeitschrift für Volkskunde, Jahrgang 12, 1902, page 167. Here, too, belong all the miraculous stories of cosmic events, phenomena occurring at the birth and death of heroes. The Star of Bethlehem, earthquakes, the rending asunder of the temple hangings, etc., at the death of Christ. The omnipotence of God is the manifest omnipotence of the libido, the only actual doer of wonders which we know. The symptom described by Freud, as the omnipotence of thought, in compulsion neuroses arises from the sexualizing of the intellect. The historical parallel for this is the magical omnipotence of the mystic, attained by introversion. The omnipotence of thought corresponds to the identification with God of the paranoiac, arrived at similarly through introversion. 506 Comparable to the mythological heroes who after their greatest deeds fall into spiritual confusion. Here I must refer you to the blasphemous piety of Zinzendorf, which has been made accessible to us by the noteworthy investigation of Pfister. Anna is really the beloved of Japhet, the son of Noah. She leaves him because of the angel. The one invoked is really a star. Compare Miss Miller's poem. Really an attribute of the wandering sun. Compare Miss Miller's poem. My poor life is gone. Then having gained one raptured glance, I'll die content. For I the source of beauty, warmth and life have in his perfect splendor once beheld. The light substance of God. The light substance of the individual soul. The bringing together of the two light substances shows their common origin, they are the symbols of the libido. Here they are figures of speech. In earlier times they were doctrines. According to Mechthild von Magdeburg the soul is made out of love, das Fließend Licht der Gottheit, Herausgeben von Escherichs, Berlin 1909. Compare what is said above about the snake symbol of the libido. The idea that the climax means at the same time the end, even death, forces itself here. 507 Compare the previously mentioned pictures of Stuck, vice, sin and lust, where the woman's naked body is encircled by the snake. Fundamentally it is a symbol of the most extreme fear of death. The death of Cleopatra may be mentioned here. Encircling by the serpent. Part 2. Chapter 1. This is the way it appears to us from the psychological standpoint. See below. Samson as sun god. See Steinthal, Die Sage von Simpson, Zeitschrift für Völkerpsychologie, Volume 2. I am indebted for the knowledge of this fragment to Dr. van Ophuijsen of The Hague. Rudra, properly father of the Maruts, winds, a wind or sun god, appears here as the sole creator god, as shown in the course of the text. The role of creator and fructifier easily belongs to him as wind god. I refer to the observations in Part 1 concerning Anaxagoras and to what follows. This and the following passages from the Upanishads are quoted from the Upanishads, translated by R. G. S. Mead and J. C. Chattopadhyaya. London 1896. In a similar manner, the Persian sun god Mitra is endowed with an immense number of eyes. Whoever has in himself, God, the sun, is immortal, like the sun. Compare Pt. I. Ch. 5. Bayard Taylor's translation of Faust is used throughout this book. Translator. He was given that name because he had introduced the phallic cult into Greece. In gratitude to him for having buried the mother of the serpents, the young serpents cleaned his ears, so that he became clairaudient and understood the language of birds and beasts. Compare the vase picture of Thebes, where the Cabri are represented in noble and in caricatured form, in Roscher, Lexicon, S. Megaloi Theoi. The justification for calling the dactyli thumbs is given in a note in Pliny, 37, 170, according to which there were in Crete precious stones of iron color and thumb-like shape which were called Idaean dactyli. Therefore, the dactylic meter or verse. See Roscher, Lexicon of Greek and Roman Mythology, S. Dactyli. According to Jensen, Cosmology, page 292, Onza is the educator of men. Inman, Ancient Pagan and Modern Christian Symbolism. Varro identifies the mu epsilon gamma lambda omicron iota theta epsilon omicron with the Penates. The Cabri might be simulacra duo virilia castoris et pelusis in the harbor of Samothrace. In Bragii on the Laconian coast and in Pethnos some statues only a foot high with caps on their heads were found. 509 That the monks have again invented cowls seems of no slight importance. Zentralblatt für Psychoanalyse, 2, page 187. The typical motive of the youthful teacher of wisdom has also been introduced into the Christ myth in the scene of the 12-year-old Jesus in the temple. Next to this, there is a female figure designated as Caparo alpha tau epsilon iota alpha, which means, one who brings forth, Orphic. Roscher, Lexicon, S.V. Megaloi Theoi. Comrade, fellow reveller. Roscher, Lexicon, S.V. Falls. Compare Freud's evidence, Zentralblatt für Psychoanalyse, I, page 188. I must remark at this place that etymologically penis and penates are not grouped together. On the contrary, pi omicron, pi sigma upsilon eta, Sanskrit pasa, Latin penis, were given with the Middle High German Vissel, penis, and Old High German Facil the significance of fetus, proles. Wald, Latin etymology, s. penis. Steckel in his Trum Symbolic has traced out this sort of representation of the genitals, as has Spielrein also in a case of dementia praecox. 1912 Jarbuch, Volume 3, page 369. The figure of Caparo tau epsilon iota alpha, the one who brings forth, placed beside it is surprising in that the libido occupied in creating religion has apparently developed out of the primitive relation to the mother. In Freud's paper, Psychoanalytische Bemerkungen über einen Fall von Paranoia USW, 1912 Jarbuch, Volume 3, p. 68, which appeared simultaneously with the first part of my book. He makes an observation absolutely parallel to the meaning of my remarks concerning the libido theory, resulting from the fantasies of the insane Schreiber, Schreiber's divine rays composed by condensation of sun's rays. Nerve fibers and sperma are really nothing else but the libido fixations projected outside and objectively represented, and lend to his delusion a striking agreement with our theory. That the world must come to an end because the ego of the patient attracts all the rays to himself. That later during the process of reconstruction he must be very anxious lest God sever the connection of the rays with him. These and certain other peculiarities of Schreiber's delusion sound very like the foregoing endopsychic perceptions. On the assumption of which I have based the interpretation of paranoia. Tusculanarum questionum, lib 4. From the good proceed desire and joy, joy having reference to some present good, and desire to some future one, but joy and desire depend upon the opinion of good. As desire being inflamed and provoked is carried on eagerly toward what has the appearance of good, and joy is transported and exults on obtaining what was desired, for we naturally pursue those things that have the appearance of good. And avoid the contrary, wherefore as soon as anything that has the appearance of good presents itself, nature incites us to endeavor to obtain it. Now where this strong desire is consistent and founded on prudence, it is by the Stoics called bulisis and the name which we give it is volition, and this they allow to none but their wise men, and define it thus, volition is a reasonable desire. But whatever is incited too violently in opposition to reason, that is a lust or an unbridled desire which is discoverable in all fools. The Tusculan Disputation, Cicero, page 403. Pro Quint, 14. Libido is used for arms and military horses rather than for dissipations and banquets. Wald, Latin Etymological Dictionary, 1910. See Libet. Liberi, children, is grouped together with Libet by Nazari, River D. Phil, XXXVI, 573. Could this be proven, then Liber, the Italian god of procreation, undoubtedly connected with Liberi, would also be grouped with Libet. Libitina is the goddess of the dead, who would have nothing in common with Lubentina and Lubentia, attribute of Venus, which belongs to Libet. The name is as yet unexplained. Compare the later comments in this work. Libar equals to pour, to sacrifice, and is supposed to have nothing to do with liber. The etymology of libido shows not only the central setting of the idea, but also the connection with the German Liebe, love. We are obliged to say under these circumstances that not only the idea, but also the word libido is well chosen for the subject under discussion. 510. A corrected view on the conservation of energy in the light of the theory of cognition might offer the comment that this picture is the projection of an endopsychic perception of the equivalent transformations of the libido. Chapter 2. Freud, Three Contributions to the Sexual Theory, page 29. Translation by Brill. In a non-sexual impulse, originating from impulses of motor sources, we can distinguish a contribution from a stimulus-receiving organ, such as the skin, mucous membrane, and sensory organs. This we shall here designate as an erogenous zone. It is that organ the stimulus of which bestows on the impulse the sexual character. Freud, Ibid, page 14. One definite kind of contiguity, consisting of mutual approximation of the mucous membranes of the lips in the form of a kiss, has among the most civilized nations received a sexual value. Though the parts of the body concerned do not belong to the sexual apparatus but form the entrance to the digestive tract. See Freud, Ibid. An old view which Mobius endeavored to bring again to its own. Among the newcomers it is Fouilly, Wundt, Benach, Spencer, Ribot and others, who grant the psychologic primate to the impulse system. Freud, Ibid, page 25. I must repeat that these psychoneuroses, as far as my experience goes, are based on sexual motive powers. I do not mean that the energy of the sexual impulse contributes to the forces supporting the morbid manifestations, symptoms. But I wish distinctly to maintain that this supplies the only constant and the most important source of energy in the neurosis, so that the sexual life of such persons manifests itself either exclusively, preponderantly, or partially in these symptoms. That scholasticism is still firmly rooted in mankind is only too easily proven, and an illustration of this is the fact that not the least of the reproaches directed against Freud is that he has changed certain of his earlier conceptions. Woe to those who compel mankind to learn anew. Les savants n'y sont pas curieux. Jarbuch, Volume 3, page 65. Schreber's case is not a pure paranoia in the modern sense. Also in Der Inhalt der Psychose, 1908. Compare Jung, The Psychology of Dementia Praecox, page 114. For example, in a frigid woman who as a result of a specific sexual repression does not succeed in bringing the libido sexualis to the husband, the parent imago is present and she produces symptoms which belong to that environment. Similar transgression of the sexual sphere might also occur in hysterical psychoses, that indeed is included with the definition of the psychosis and means nothing but a general disturbance of adaptation. 511 Inch die psychosexuellen Differenzen der Historie und der Dementia Praecox, Zentralblatt für Nervenheilkunde und Psychiatrie, 1908. Introjection und Übertragung, Jarbuch, Volume 1, page 422. See Avenarius, Menschliche Weltbegriff, page 25. Welt als will und Vorstellung, Volume 1, page 54. Theogony. Compare Roscher, Lexicon, page 2248. Drews, Plotinus, Jena 1907, page 127. Ibid, page 132. One substance in three forms. Ibid, page 135. Plotinus, Enneades, 2, 5, 3. Plotinus, Enneades, 4, 8, 3. Enneades, 3, 5, 9. Ibid, page 141. Naturally, this does not mean that the function of reality owes its existence to the differentiation in procreative instincts exclusively. I am aware of the undetermined great part played by the function of nutrition. Malthusianism is the artificial setting forth of the natural tendency. For instance, in the form of procreation as in general of the will. Freud in his work on paranoia has allowed himself to be carried over the boundaries of his original conception of libido by the facts of this illness. He there uses libido even for the function of reality, which cannot be reconciled with the standpoint of the three contributions. Bleuler arrives at this conclusion from the ground of other considerations, which I cannot always accept. See Blöhler, Dementia Praecox, in Aschaffenburg's Handbuch der Psychiatrie. See Jung, Kritik über Blöhler, zur Theorie des schizophrenen Negativismus. Jahrbuch, Volume 3, page 469. Spielrein, über den psychologischen Inhalt Falles von Schizophrenie. Jahrbuch, Volume 3, page 329. His researches are in my possession and their publication is in preparation. Honegger made use of this example in his lecture at the Private Psychoanalytic Congress in Nuremberg, 1910. Spielrein, Ibid, pages 338, 353, 387. For soma as the effusion of the seed, see what follows. Compare Berthelot, Les Alchimistes Grecs, and Spielrein, Ibid, page 353. I cannot refrain from observing that this vision reveals the original meaning of alchemy. A primitive magic power for generation, that is to say, a means by which children could be produced without the mother. 512 Spielrein, Ibid, pages 338, 345. I must mention here those Indians who create the first people from the union of a sword hilt and a shuttle. Ibid, page 399. Chapter 3. Naturally a precursor of onanism. This true catatonic pendulum movement of the head, I saw arise in the case of a catatonic patient, from the coitus movements gradually shifted upwards. This Freud has described long ago as a shifting from below to above. She put the small fragments which fell out into her mouth and ate them. Dreams and Myths. Vienna 1909. Translated by William A. White, M.D. A. Kuhn, Mythologische Studien, Volume 1, Die Herabkunft des Führers und des Göttertranks. Gütersloh 1886. A very readable resume of the contents is to be found in Steinthal, Der Sprungliche Form der Sage von Prometheus, Zeitschrift für Völkerpsychologie und Sprachwissenschaft, Volume 2, 1862, also in Abraham, Ibid. Also Mathnomy and Mathayati. The root manth or math has a special significance. Zeitschrift für Vergleichen Sprachforschung, Volume 2, page 395, and Volume 4, page 124. I learn, that which is learned, knowledge. The act of learning, to take thought beforehand, to Prometheus, forethought. Prometheus, the herald of the Titans. Bappin Roscher's, Lexicon, SP 3034. G equals phi lambda epsilon gamma upsilon, a recognized connection of sound. See Roscher, SP 3034, 54. For the eagle as a fire token among the Indians, see Roscher, SP 3034, 60. The stem manth according to Kuhn becomes in German Mangeln, Rollen, referring to washing. Manthara is the butter paddle. When the gods generated the Amrita, drink of immortality, by twirling the ocean around, they used the mountain Mandara as the paddle, see Kuhn, Ibid, page 17. Steinthal calls attention to the Latin expression in poetical speech, mentula equals male member, in which ment, manth, was used. I add here also, mentula is to be taken as diminutive for menta or mentha, minu theta alpha, mins. In antiquity the mins was called, crown of Aphrodite, Dioscorides, 2, 154. Apuleius called it, mentha venerea, it was an aphrodisiac. The opposite meaning is found in Hippocrates, si kazim seep cum dat, aegis genital semen ita coliquesit, ut effluat, eti arigir prohibit eti corpus imbecillum reddit, and according to Dioscorides, mins is a means of preventing conception. See Egermont, Volkserotik und Pflanzenwelt, Volume 1, page 127. But the ancients also said of menta autem appellata, quat soa odor mentem feriat, mente ipsius odor animam excitat. This leads us to the root ment, in Latin mens. English, mind, with which the parallel development to promantha, pyroomicron mueta theta epsilon, would be completed. Still to be added is that an especially strong chin is called mento, mentum. A special development of the chin is given, as we know, to the priapic figure of Pulcinello, also the pointed beard, and ears, of the satyrs and the other priapic demon. Just as in general all the protruding parts of the body can be given a masculine significance and all the receding parts or depressions a feminine significance. This applies also to all other animate or inanimate objects. See meter, psycho, neural, Wochenschr, X, Jargang. However, this whole connection is more than a little uncertain. 513 Abraham observes that in Hebrew the significance of the words for man and woman is related to this symbolism. What is called the Gulya, pudendum, means the yoni, the birthplace, of the god. The fire, which was born there, is called beneficent, Katyayana's Karma Pradipa, I-7, translated by Kuhn, Herabkunft de Feuers, page 67. The etymologic connection between boron, Geberon is possible. The Germanic boron, to bore, is primarily related to the Latin forar and the Greek phi alpha rho omega equals to plow. Possibly it is an Indo-Germanic root bear with the meaning to bear, Sanskrit bar dash, Greek phi epsilon rho dash, Latin fair dash. From this old High German baron, English to bear, Latin pharaoh and fertilis, fortis, pregnant, Greek phi omicron rho. Wald, Latin edem, s. Firio, traces forar to the root bear dash. Compare with this the phallic symbolism of the plough, which we meet later on. Weber, in Dish Studien, I, 197, quoted by Kuhn, Ibid, page 71. Rigveda, 3, 29, 1-3. Or mankind in general. Vikpatni is the feminine wood, Vikpati, an attribute of Agni, the masculine. In the instruments of fire lies the origin of the human race, from the same perverse logic as in the before-mentioned shuttle and sword hilt. Coitus as the means of origin of the human race must be denied, from the motive, to be more fully discussed later, of a primitive resistance against sexuality. Wood as the symbol of the mother is well known from the dream investigation of the present time. See Freud, Dream Interpretation. Steckel, Sprache de Troms, page 128, explains it as the symbol of the woman. Wood is also a German vulgar term for the breast. Wood before the house. The Christian wood symbolism needs a chapter by itself. The son of Isla, Isla is the daughter of Manus, the one and only, who with the help of his fish has overcome the deluge, and then with his daughter again procreated the human race. See Hirt, Etymologie der Neuhochdeutschen Sprache, page 348. The capitular of Charlemagne of 942 forbade those sacrilegious fires which are called needfur. See Grimm, Mythology, 4th edition, page 502. Here there are to be found descriptions of similar fire ceremonies. Kuhn, Ibid, page 43. Instead of preserving the divine faith in its purity, the reader will call to mind the fact that in this year when the plague, usually called lung sickness, attacked the herds of cattle in Laedonia, certain bestial men, monks in dress but not in spirit, taught the ignorant people of their country to make fire by rubbing wood together and to set up a statue of Priapus, and by that method to succor the cattle. After a Cistercian lay brother had done this near Fentone, in front of the entrance of the court, he sprinkled the animals with holy water and with the preserved testicles of a dog, etc. Prus, Globus, LXXXV, 1905, s. 358. Compare with this Friedrich Schulze, Psychologie der Nadervölker, page 161. This primitive play leads to the phallic symbolism of the plough. Rho omicron nu means to plough and possesses in addition the poetic meaning of impregnate. The Latin arere means merely to plough, but the phrase fundum alienam arere means to pluck cherries in a neighbor's garden. A striking representation of the phallic plough is found on a vase in the Archaeological Museum in Florence. It portrays a row of 6 naked ithyphallic men who carry a plough represented phallically, Dietrich, Muttererde, page 107. The Carus Novalis of our spring festival, Carnival, was at times during the Middle Ages a plough, Hahn, Demeter und Babo, quoted by Dietrich, Ibid, page 109. Dr. Abegg of Zurich called my attention to the clever work of R. Mehringer, Werder und Sacken. Indo-Germanisch Forschungen, 16, 179/84, 1904. We are made acquainted there with a very far-reaching amalgamation of the libido symbols with the external materials and external activities, which support our previous considerations to an extraordinary degree. Mehringer's assumption proceeds from the two Indo-Germanic roots, en and enity. Indo-Germanic yun holes, ai. Ist. Van, vana. Agni is garbhas vanam, fruit of the womb of the woods. Indo-Germanic enity signifies, he plows, by that is meant the penetration of the ground by means of a sharpened piece of wood and the throwing up of the earth resulting from it. This verb itself is not verified because this very primitive working of the ground was given up at an early time. When a better treatment of the fields was learned, the primitive designation for the plowed field was given to the pasture, therefore Gothic vinja, upsilon omicron mueta, Old Icelandic vin, pasture, meadow. Perhaps also the Icelandic vanan, as gods of agriculture, came from that. From ackern, to plough, sprang quar, the connection might have been the other way, also Indo-Germanic enos, enjoyment of love, Latin Venus. Compare with this the root n equals wood. Quar equals passionately to strive, compare Old High German vin nan, to rave or to storm, also the Gothic vens, lambda pi iota equals hope, Old High German one equals expectation, hope, Sanskrit van, to desire or need. Further, one, delight, ecstasy, Old Icelandic vinr, beloved, friend. From the meaning ackern, to plough, arises wonen, to live. This transition has been completed only in the German. From wonen, gewohnt sein, to be accustomed, Old Icelandic vanr equals gewohnt, to be accustomed. From ackern further sich muhen, plagian, to take much trouble, wearing work, Old Icelandic vinna, to work, Old High German winnan, to toil hard, to overwork, Gothic vin nan, pi sigma chi epsilon iota nu, vuns, pi theta eta mu alpha. From ackern comes, on the other hand, gewinnen, erlangen, to win, to attain, Old High German gewinnen, but also verletzen, to injure Gothic vuns, wund, wound. Wund in the beginning, the most primal sense, was therefore the ground torn up by the wooden implement. From verletzen, to injure, comes schlagen, to strike, besiegen, to conquer Old High German winna, strife, Old Saxon winnan, to battle. 514 The old custom of making the bridal bed upon the field, which was for the purpose of rendering the field fertile, contains the primitive thought in the most elementary form. By that the analogy was expressed in the clearest manner, just as I impregnate the woman, so do I impregnate the earth. The symbol leads the sexual libido over to the cultivation of the earth and to its fruitfulness. Compare with that manhart, Wald und Feldkult, where there are abundant illustrations. Spielrain's patient, Jarbuch, 3, page 371, associates fire and generation in an unmistakable manner. She says as follows concerning it, one needs iron for the purpose of piercing the earth and for the purpose of creating fire. This is to be found in the Mitra liturgy as well. In the invocation to the fire god, it is said, sigma upsilon nu delta sigma alpha pi nu epsilon mu alpha tau iota tau pi rho iota nu alpha kappa lambda epsilon theta rho alpha tau omicron rho alpha nu omicron, thou who hast closed up the fiery locks of heaven, with the breath of the Spirit, open to me. With iron one can create cold people from the stone. The boring into the earth has for her the meaning of fructification or birth. She says, with the glowing iron one can pierce through mountains. The iron becomes glowing when one pushes it into a stone. Compare with this the etymology of boren and gebaren, see above. In the Bluebird of Maeterlinck the two children who seek the bluebird in the land of the unborn children, find a boy who bores into his nose. It is said of him, he will discover a new fire, so as to warm the earth again, when it will have grown cold. 515 Compare with this the interesting proofs in Bucher, Arbeit und Rhythmus, Leipzig 1899. Amusement is undoubtedly coupled with many rites, but by no means with all. There are some very unpleasant things. The Upanishads belong to the Brahmana, to the theology of the Vedic writings, and comprise the theosophical speculative part of the Vedic teachings. The Vedic writings and collections are in part of very uncertain age and may reach back to a very distant past because for a long period they were handed down only orally. The primal and omniscient being, the idea of whom, translated into psychology, is comprehended in the conception of libido. Atman is also considered as originally a bisexual being, corresponding to the libido theory. The world sprang from desire. Compare Bhayadhyaka Upanishad, I, 4, 1, Dusan. 1. In the beginning this world was Atman alone, he looked around, then he saw nothing but himself. 2. Then he was frightened, therefore, one is afraid, when one is alone. Then he thought, wherefore should I be afraid, since there is nothing beside myself? 3. But also he had no joy, therefore one has no joy when one is alone. Then he longed for a companion. After this there follows the description of his division quoted above. Plato's conception of the world soul approaches very near to the Hindu idea. The soul in no wise needed eyes, because near it there was nothing visible. Nothing was separate from it, nothing approached it, because outside of it there was nothing, timeos. Compare with this Freud's 3 contributions to the sexual theory. What seems an apparently close parallel to the position of the hand in the Upanishad text I observed in a little child. The child held one hand before his mouth and rubbed it with the other, a movement which may be compared to that of the violinist. It was an early infantile habit which persisted for a long time afterwards. Compare Freud, Bemerkungen über einen Fall von Zwangsneuros. 1912 Jahrbuch, Volume 1, page 357. As shown above, in the child the libido progresses from the mouth zone into the sexual zone. 516 Compare what has been said above about dactyli. Abundant examples are found in Egermont, Fuss und Symbolik. When, in the enormously increased sexual resistance of the present day, women emphasize the secondary signs of sex and their erotic charm by specially designed clothing. That is a phenomenon which belongs in the same general scheme for the heightening of allurement. It is well known that the orifice of the ear has also a sexual value. In a hymn to the Virgin it is called, Quae per orum concepisti. Rabelais Gargantua was born through his mother's ear. Bastian, Beiträge z. Virgil. Psychology, p. 238, mentions the following passage from an old work: there is not to be found in this entire kingdom, even among the very smallest girls, a maiden, because even in her tender youth she puts a special medicine into her genitals. Also in the orifice of her ears. She stretches these and holds them open continuously. Also the Mongolian Buddha was born from the ear of his mother. The driving motive for the breaking up of the ring might be sought, as I have already intimated in passing, in the fact that the secondary sexual activity, the transformed coitus, never is or would be adapted to bring about that natural satiety, as is the activity in its real place. With this first step towards transformation, the first step towards the characteristic dissatisfaction was also taken, which later drove man from discovery to discovery without allowing him ever to attain satiety. Thus it looks from the biological standpoint, which however is not the only one possible. Translated by Mead and Chattopadhyaya. Sector 1, pt 2. In a song of the Rigveda it is said that the hymns and sacrificial speeches, as well as all creation in general, have proceeded from the entirely fire-consumed Purusha, primitive man-creator of the world. To shine, to show forth, reveal. Light. I said, they said, a saying, an oracle. Compare Bruch, Religion und Myth. D. Alt. Egypter, page 255 f, and the Egyptian Dictionary. The German word Schwan belongs here, therefore it sings when dying. It is the sun. The metaphor in Heine supplements this very beautifully. Es singt der Schwan im Weiher. Und rudert auf und ab. Und immer leiser singend. Tochter ins Fluttengrab. Hauptmann's Sunken Bell is a sun myth in which bell equals sun equals life equals libido. Why is it wonderful to understand the universe, if men are able? i.e., men in whose very being the universe exists and each one, of whom, is a representative of God in miniature. Or is it right to believe that men have sprung in any way except from heaven? He alone stands in the midst of the citadel, a conqueror, his head erect and his shining eyes fixed on the stars. Loosely connected with xlii. See Max Muller, Vorl. Über den Ursprung und die Entwicklung der Religion, page 237. An Iranian name of fire is Naryakaga equals masculine word. The Hindu Narakmsa means wish of men, Spiegel, Aaron. Altertumskund, 2, 49. Fire has the significance of logos, compare ch. 7, Siegfried. Of Agni, fire, Max Muller, in his introduction to The Science of Comparative Religions, says, it was a conception familiar to India to consider the fire upon the altar as being at the same time subject and object. The fire burned the sacrifice and was thereby similar to the priest, the fire carried the sacrifice to the gods, and was thereby an intercessor between men and the gods. Fire itself, however, represented also something divine, a god. And when honor was to be shown to this god, then fire was as much the subject as the object of the sacrifice. Hence the first conception, that Agni sacrificed itself, i.e. that it produced for itself its own sacrifice, and next that it brings itself to the sacrifice. The contact of this line of thought with the Christian symbol is plainly apparent. Krishna utters the same thought in the Bhagavad Gita, B. 4, translated by Arnold, London 1910. All's then God. The sacrifice is Brahm, the ghee and grain. Our Brahm, the fire is Brahm, the flesh it eats. Is Brahm, and unto Brahm attaineth he. Who, in such office, meditates on Brahm. The wise Diotima sees behind this symbol of fire, in Plato's Symposium, c. 23, she teaches Socrates that Eros is the intermediate being between mortals and immortals, a great demon, dear Socrates, for everything demoniac is just the intermediate link between God and man. Eros has the task of being interpreter and messenger from men to the gods, and from the gods to men, from the former for their prayers and sacrifices, from the latter for their commands and for their compensations for the sacrifices. And thus filling up the gap between both, so that through his mediation the whole is bound together with itself. Eros is a son of Penia, poverty, need, generated by poros intoxicated with nectar. The meaning of poros is dark, pyroomicron means way and hole, opening. Zielinski, Arch F. Rel Wissensch, 9, 43 ff. Places him with Pharanius, identical with the fire-bringer, who is held in doubt. Others identify him with primal chaos, whereas others read arbitrarily Caparoomicron and Muroomicron. Under these circumstances, the question arises whether there may not be sought behind it a relatively simple sexual symbolism. Eros would be then simply the son of need and of the female genitals, for this door is the beginning and birthplace of fire. Diotima gives an excellent description of Eros. He is manly, daring, persevering, a strong hunter, archer, compare below, and an incessant intriguer, who is constantly striving after wisdom, a powerful sorcerer, poison mixer and sophist. And he is respected neither as an immortal nor as a mortal, but on the same day he first blooms and blossoms, when he has attained the fullness of the striving. Then dies in it but always awakens again to life because of the nature of his father, rebirth. Attainment, however, always tears him down again. For this characterization, compare CHSV 6 and 7 of this work. 517 compare Ricklin, Wish Fulfillment and Symbolism in Fairy Tales, translated by William White, M.D. Where a child is produced by the parents placing a little turnip in the oven. The motive of the furnace where the child is hatched is also found again in the type of the whale-dragon myth. It is there a regularly recurring motive because the belly of the dragon is very hot, so that as the result of the heat the hero loses his hair, that is to say, he loses the characteristic covering of hair of the adult and becomes a child. Naturally the hair is related to the sun's rays, which are extinguished in the setting of the sun. Abundant examples of this motive are in Frobenius, Das Zeitalter des Sonnengottes, Volume 1, Berlin 1904. A Potion of Immortality. This aspect of Agni is similar to Dionysus, who bears a remarkable parallel to both the Christian and the Hindu mythology. 518 Now everything in the world which is damp, he created from sperma, but this is the soma. By Hedraika Upanishad, 1-4. The question is whether this significance was a secondary development. Kuhn seems to assume this. He says, Herabkunft de Feuers, p. 18, however, together with the meaning of the root manth already evolved, there has also developed in the Vedas the conception of tearing off due naturally to the mode of procedure. Examples in Frobenius, Das Zeitalter des Sonnengottes. See in this connection Steckel, Die sexuelle Wurzel der Kleptomanie, Zeitschrift für Sexualwissenschaft, 1908. Even in the Roman Catholic Church at various places the custom prevailed for the priest to produce once a year the ceremonial fire. I must remark that the designation of onanism as a great discovery is not merely a play with words on my part. I owe it to two young patients who pretended that they were in possession of a terrible secret, that they had discovered something horrible, which no one had ever known before, because had it been known great misery would have overtaken mankind. Their discovery was onanism. One must in fairness, however, consider that the demands of life, rendered still more severe by our moral code, are so heavy that it simply is impossible for many people to attain that goal which can be begrudged to no one. Namely the possibility of love. Under the cruel compulsion of domestication, what is left but onanism, for those people possessed of an active sexuality? It is well known that the most useful and best men owe their ability to a powerful libido. This energetic libido longs for something more than merely a Christian love for the neighbor. I am fully conscious that onanism is only an intermediate phenomenon. There always remains the problem of the original division of the libido. In connection with my terminology mentioned in the previous chapter, I give the name of autoerotic to this stage following the incestuous love. Here I emphasize the erotic as a regressive phenomenon. The libido blocked by the incest barrier regressively takes possession of an older way of functioning anterior to the incestuous object of love. This may be comprehended by Bleuler's terminology, autismus, that is, the function of pure self-preservation, which is especially distinguished by the function of nutrition. However, the terminology, autismus, cannot very well be longer applied to the presexual material, because it is already used in reference to the mental state of dementia precox where it has to include autoerotism plus introverted desexualized libido. Autismus designates first of all a pathological phenomenon of regressive character, the presexual material, however, of a normal functioning, the chrysalis stage. Chapter 4. Therefore that beautiful name of the sun hero Gilgamesh, Wefromensch, pain-joy human being. C. Jensen, Gilgamesh Epic. Compare here the interesting researches of H. Silber. 1912 Jarbuch, Volume 1, page 513. 519 C. Bleuler, Psychiatr. Neurol, Wochenschrift, 12. Jahrgang, Nr. 18-21. Compare with this my explanations in Jarbuch, Volume 3, page 469. Compare the exhortation by Krishna to the irresolute Arjuna in Bhagavad Gita, but thou, be free of the pairs of opposites. Book 2, The Song Celestial, Edwin Arnold. Pensées, Liv. See the following chapter. Compare John Muller, Über die fantastischen Gesichtserscheinungen, Koblenz 1826. And Jung, Occult Phenomena, in Collected Papers on Analytic Psychology. Also the related doctrine of the Upanishad. Bert Schinger, Illustriert Hallucinationen, Jarbuch, Volume 3, page 69. How very important is the coronation and sun identification, is shown not alone from countless old customs, but also from the corresponding ancient metaphors in the religious speech, the wisdom of Solomon v. 17, therefore. They will receive a beautiful crown from the hand of the Lord. 1 Peter v. 4, feed the flock of God, and when the chief shepherd shall appear ye shall receive a crown of glory that fadeth not away. In a church hymn of Allendorf it is said of the soul, the soul is liberated from all care and pain, and in dying it has come to the crown of joy. She stands as bride and queen in the glitter of eternal splendor, at the side of the great king, etc. In a hymn by Laurentius Laurentii it is said, also of the soul, the crown is entrusted to the brides because they conquer. In a song by Caesar we find the passage, adorn my coffin with garlands just as a conqueror is adorned, from those springs of heaven, my soul has attained the eternally green crown, the true glory of victory. Coming from the Son of God who has so cared for me. A quotation from the above-mentioned Song of Allendorf is added here, in which we have another complete expression of the primitive psychology of the sun identification of men, which we met in the Egyptian Song of Triumph of the Ascending Soul. Concerning the soul, continuation of the above passage. It, the soul, sees a clear countenance, sun, the sun's, joyful loving nature now restores it through and through, it is a light in his light. Now the child can see the Father, he feels the gentle emotion of love. Now he can understand the word of Jesus. He himself, the Father, has loved you. An unfathomable sea of benefits, an abyss of eternal waves of blessing is disclosed to the enlightened spirit. He beholds the countenance of God, and knows what signifies the inheritor of God in light and the co-heir of Christ. The feeble body rests on the earth, it sleeps until Jesus awakens it. Then will the dust become the sun, which now is covered by the dark cavern, then shall we come together with all the pious, who knows how soon, and will be for eternity with the Lord. I have emphasized the significant passages by italics, they speak for themselves, so that I need add nothing. In order to avoid misunderstanding I must add that this was absolutely unknown to the patient. 520 The analysis of an 11-year-old girl also confirms this. I gave a report of this in the I Congrès International de Pedologie, 1911, in Brussels. The identity of the divine hero with the mystic is not to be doubted. In a prayer written on papyrus to Hermes, it is said, Sigma gamma rho gamma kappa alpha gamma sigma tau sigma nu omicron mu alpha mu nu kappa alpha tau mu nu sigma nu gamma gamma rho epsilon mu iota tau epsilon theta omicron lambda nu sigma omicron upsilon, for thou art I and I am thou, thy name is mine, and mine is thine, for I am thy image. Kenyon, Greek Papyrus, in the British Museum, 1893, page 116, pap. xlii, 2. Cited by Dietrich, Mithrasliturgy, page 79. The hero as image of the libido is strikingly illustrated in the head of Dionysus at Leiden, Roscher, I, sp. 1128, where the hair rises like flame over the head. He is, like a flame, thy Saviour will be a flame. Firmicus Maternus, De Error Professor Religion, 104, page 28, acquaints us with the fact that the god was saluted as bridegroom and young light. He transmits the corrupt Greek sentence, delta epsilon nu phi epsilon chi alpha iota rho epsilon nu phi epsilon nu epsilon omicron nu phi omega, with which he contrasts the Christian conception, nullum apud te lumen est nec est aliquisque sponsus meriter audire, unum lumen est, unus est sponsus. Nominum horum gratium Christus accipit. Today Christ is still our hero and the bridegroom of the soul. These attributes will be confirmed in regard to Miss Miller's hero in what follows. The giving of a name is therefore of significance in the so-called spiritual manifestations. See my paper, 1902, Occult Phenomena, Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. The ancients recognized this demon as sigma upsilon nu omicron pi alpha delta, the companion and follower. A parallel to these fantasies are the well-known interpretations of the Cella Petri of the Pope. When Freud called attention through his analytic researches to the connection between excrements and gold, many ignorant persons found themselves obliged to ridicule in an airy manner this connection. The mythologists think differently about it. De Gubernatis says that excrement and gold are always associated together. Grimm tells us of the following magic charm: if one wants money in his house the whole year, one must eat lentils on New Year's Day. This notable connection is explained simply through the physiological fact of the indigestibility of lentils, which appear again in the form of coins. Thus one becomes a mint. A French father who naturally disagreed with me in regard to this interest in his child mentioned, nevertheless, that when the child speaks of cacao, he always adds, lit, he means cacolit. Freud, Jahrbuch, Volume 1, page 1. Jung, Jahrbuch, Volume 2, page 33. See third lecture delivered at Clark University, 1909. I refer to the previous etymologic connection. Compare Blöhler, Jahrbuch, Volume 3, page 467. Genius and insanity. Here again is the connection with antiquity, the infantile past. This fact is unknown to me. It might be possible that in some way the name of the legendary man who invented the cuneiform characters has been preserved, as, for example, Sinlakianini as the poet of the Gilgamesh epic. But I have not succeeded in finding anything of that sort. However, Ashurbanipal or Asurbanipal has left behind that marvelous cuneiform library, which was excavated in Kujundshik. Perhaps Asurubama has something to do with this name. Further, there comes into consideration the name of Ahalabama, which we have met in Part 1. The word Ahamarama betrays equally some connections with Anna and Ahalabama, those daughters of Cain with the sinful passion for the sons of God. This possibility hints at Chewantipal as the longed-for son of God. Did Byron think of the two sister whores, Ohola and Oholaba? Ezek. 23:4. 521. The race does not part with its wandering son heroes. Thus it was related of Cagliostro, that he once drove at the same time 4 white horses out of a city from all the city gates simultaneously, Helios. Mysticism. Agni, the fire, also hides himself at times in a cavern. Therefore he must be brought forth again by generation from the cavity of the female wood. Compare Kuhn, Herrup. De Feuers. We equals Allah. The two-horned. According to the commentaries, this refers to Alexander the Great, who in the Arabian legends plays nearly the same role as the German Dietrich von Bern. The two-horned refers to the strength of the sun bull. Alexander is often found upon coins with the horns of Jupiter Ammon. It is a question of identification of the ruler around whom so many legends are clustered, with the son of spring in the signs of the bull and the ram. It is obvious that humanity had a great need of effacing the personal and human from their heroes, so as finally to make them, through a mu epsilon tau sigma tau alpha sigma iota, eclipse, the equal of the sun, that is to say, completely into a libido symbol. If we thought like Schopenhauer, then we would surely say, libido symbol. But if we thought like Goethe, then we would say, sun, for we exist, because the sun sees us. Vollers, Chitter. Archiv für Religionswissenschaft, page 235, volume 12, 1909. This is the work which is my authority on the Quran commentaries. Here the ascension of Mitra and Christ are closely related. See Part 1. A parallel is found in the Mitra mysteries. See below. Parallel to this are the conversations of Muhammad with Elias, at which the sacramental bread was served. In the New Testament the awkwardness is restricted to the proposal of Peter. The infantile character of such scenes is shown by similar features, thus by the gigantic stature of Elias in the Quran, and also the tales of the commentary, in which it is stated that Elias and Chitter met each year in Mecca, conversed and shaved each other's heads. On the contrary, according to Matthew 17:11, John the Baptist is to be understood as Elias. Compare the Kifhauser legend. 522 Vollers, Ibid. Another account says that Alexander had been in India on the mountain of Adam with his minister, Chitter. These mythological equations follow absolutely the rule of dreams, where the dreamer can be resolved into many analogous forms. He must grow, but I must waste away. John 3:30. Cumont, Texts et Monuments, page 172. The parallel between Hercules and Mitra may be drawn even more closely. Like Hercules, Mitra is an excellent archer. Judging from certain monuments, not only the youthful Hercules appears to be threatened by a snake, but also Mitra as a youth. The meaning of the Thetalamda Omicron of Hercules, the work, is the same as the Mithraic mystery of the conquering and sacrifice of the bull. These three scenes are represented in a row on the Klagenfurt monument. Thus the dramatic connection of these must be surmised, Cumont, missed. De Mithras. Also the Triple Crown. The Christian sequence is John, Christ, Peter, Pope. The immortality of Moses is proven by the parallel situation with Elias in the Transfiguration. See Frobenius, Das Zeitalter des Sonnengottes. Therefore the fish is the symbol of the Son of God. At the same time the fish is also the symbol of the approaching world cycle. Rick Lynn, Wish Fulfillment and Symbolism. Inman, Ancient Pagan and Modern Christian Symbolism. The amniotic membrane. The Etrurian Tejas, who sprang from the freshly plowed furrow, is also a teacher of wisdom. In the Litolane myth of the Basutos, there is a description of how a monster devoured all men and left only one woman, who gave birth to a son, the hero, in a stable, instead of a cave. See the etymology of this myth. Before she had arranged a bed for the infant out of the straw, he was already grown and spoke words of wisdom. The quick growth of the hero, a frequently recurring motive, appears to mean that the birth and apparent childhood of the hero are so extraordinary because his birth really means his rebirth. Therefore he becomes very quickly adapted to his hero role. Compare below. Battle of Re with the Night Serpent. Matthew 3:11. Das Gilgamschepos in der Weltliteratur, Volume 1, page 50. The difference between this and the Mitra sacrifice seems to be extraordinarily significant. The dataphors are harmless gods of light who do not participate in the sacrifice. The animal is lacking in the sacrifice of Christ. Therefore there are two criminals who suffer the same death. The scene is much more dramatic. The inner connection of the dataphors to Mitra, of which I will speak later, allows us to assume the same relation of Christ to the criminals. The scene with Barabbas betrays that Christ is the God of the ending year, who is represented by one of the thieves, while the one of the coming year is free. 523 For example, the following dedication is found on a monument, D.I.M. Deo invicto Mithri, Kautapati. One discovers sometimes Deo Mithri Kaut or Deo Mithri Kautapati in a similar alternation as Deo invicto Mithri, or sometimes Deo invicto, or, merely, invicto. It also appears that the dataphors are fitted with knife and bow, the attributes of Mitra. From this it is to be concluded that the three figures represent three different states of a single person. Compare Cumont, Texts et Monuments, page 208. Of the threefold Mitra. Cited by Cumont, Texts et Monuments, page 208. Having expanded himself threefold, he departed from the sun. Now these differences in the seasons refer to the sun, which seems at the winter solstice an infant, such as the Egyptians on a certain day bring out of their sanctuaries. At the vernal equinox it is represented as a youth. Later, at the summer solstice, its age is represented by a full growth of beard, while at the last, the god is represented by the gradually diminishing form of an old man. Ibid. Taurus and Scorpio are the equinoctial signs for the period from 4300 to 2150 BC. These signs, long since superseded, were retained even in the Christian era. Under some circumstances, it is also sun and moon. In order to characterize the individual and the all-soul, the personal and the superpersonal, Atman. A verse of the Shvetashvatara Upanishad, Dusan, makes use of the following comparison. Zwei schon beflügelt verbunden Freund. Umarmen einen und Denselben Baum. Einer von ihnen speist die Suspier. Der andere Schott, nicht essend, nur herab. Two closely allied friends, beautifully winged, embrace one in the same tree, one of them eats the sweet berries, the other not eating merely looks downwards. Among the elements composing man, in the Mithraic liturgy, fire is especially emphasized as the divine element, and described as tau epsilon mu nu kappa sigma iota nu theta epsilon omicron delta rho eta tau omicron nu, the divine gift in my composition. Dietrich, Ibid, page 58. Threefold God. It is sufficient to point to the loving interest which mankind and also the God of the Old Testament has for the nature of the penis, and how much depends upon it. The testicles easily count as twins. Therefore in vulgar speech the testicles are called the Siamese twins. Anthropophatia, 7, page 20. Quoted by Stekel, Sprach de Troms, page 169. Recherches sur le culte, etc., de Venus, Paris, 1837. Quoted by Inman, Ancient Pagan and Modern Christian Symbolism, New York, page 4. The androgynous element is not to be undervalued in the faces of Adonis, Christ, Dionysus and Mitra, and hints at the bisexuality of the libido. The smooth-shaven face and the feminine clothing of the Catholic priest contain a very old female constituent from the Attis Cybele cult. Stekel, Sprach de Troms, has again and again noted the Trinity as a phallic symbol. For example, see page 27. 524 sons raise equals phalli. In a Bakeri myth a woman appears, who has sprung from a corn mortar. In a Zulu myth it is said, a woman is to catch a drop of blood in a vessel, then close the vessel, put it aside for 8 months and open it in the 9th month. She follows the advice, opens the vessel in the 9th month, and finds a child in it. Frobenius, Das Zeitalter des Sonnengottes, The Age of the Sun God, page 237. Inman, Ibid, page 10, plate 9. Roscher, Lexicon, SP 2733/4. See section, Men. A well-known sun animal, frequent as a phallic symbol. Like Mitra and the dataphors. The castration in the service of the mother explains this quotation in a very significant manner, Exodus 4:25. Then Zipporah took a sharp stone, and cut off her son's foreskin and cast it at his feet and said, Surely, a bloody husband art thou to me. This passage shows what circumcision means. Gilgamesh, Dionysus, Hercules, Christ, Mitra, and so on. Compare with this, Graf, Arf Wagner im Fliegenden Holländer, Schriften zur Angewandten Seelenkund. I have pointed out above, in reference to the Zosimo's vision, that the altar meant the uterus, corresponding to the baptismal font. Chapter 5. Freud, Dream Interpretation. I am indebted to Dr. Abegg in Zurich for the knowledge of Indra and Nirvara, Damaldi and Rama. Medieval Christianity also considered the Trinity as dwelling in the womb of the Holy Virgin. Symbolism, Plate 7. Another form of the same motive is the Persian idea of the tree of life, which stands in the lake of rain, Varukasha. The seeds of this tree were mixed with water and by that the fertility of the earth was maintained. Vendidad, 5:57, says, The waters flow, to the lake Varukasha, down to the tree Hvapa, there my trees of many kinds all grow. I cause these waters to rain down as food for the pure man, as fodder for the well-born cow. Impregnation, in terms of the presexual stage. Another tree of life is the white hauma, which grows in the spring Ardvicula, the water of life. Spiegel, Aaron. Altertumskund, I, 465, 467. Excellent examples of this are given in the work of Rank, The Myth of the Birth of the Hero, translated by William White. Shadows probably mean the soul, the nature of which is the same as libido. Compare with this part 1. But I must mention that Nork, Realwörterbuch, sub. The Ben Und Schiff, pleads that Thebes is the ship city. His arguments are much attacked. From among his arguments I emphasize a quotation from Diodorus, 57, according to which Sesostris, whom Nork associates with Sesostros, had consecrated to the highest god in Thebes a vessel 280 ells long. In the dialogue of Lucius, Apuleius, Medum, lib. 2:28, the night journey in the sea was used as an erotic figure of speech, hac enim Sitarchia navigium veneris indiget sola. Ut in noct provigili et oleo lucerna et vino calix abundit, for the ship of Venus needs this provision in order that during the night the lamp may abound with oil and the goblet with wine. The union of the coitus motive with the motive of pregnancy is to be found in the night journey on the sea of Osiris, who in his mother's womb copulated with his sister. 525 Very illuminating psychologically is the method and the manner in which Jesus treats his mother, when he harshly repels her. Just as strong and intense as this, has the longing for her imago grown in his unconscious. It is surely not an accident that the name Mary accompanies him through life. Compare the utterance of Matthew x:35, I have come to set a man at variance with his father, a daughter with her mother. He who loves father and mother more than me is not worthy of me. This directly hostile purpose, which calls to mind the legendary role of Bertrand de Born, is directed against the incestuous bond and compels man to transfer his libido to the Savior, who, dying, returning into his mother and rising again, is the hero Christ. Genitals. The horns of the dragon have the following attributes: they will prey upon woman's flesh and they will burn with fire. The horn, a phallic emblem, is in the unicorn the symbol of the Holy Ghost, Logos. The unicorn is hunted by the archangel Gabriel, and driven into the lap of the Virgin, by which was understood the Immaculate Conception. But the horns are also sun's rays, therefore the sun gods are often horned. The sun phallus is the prototype of the horn, sun wheel and phallus wheel, therefore the horn is the symbol of power. Here the horns burn with fire and prey upon the flesh. One recognizes in this a representation of the pains of hell where souls were burnt by the fire of the libido, unsatisfied longing. The harlot is consumed or burned by unsatisfied longing, libido. Prometheus suffers a similar fate, when the eagle, sunbird, libido, tears his intestines. One might also say, that he was pierced by the horn. I refer to the phallic meaning of the spear. In the Babylonian underworld, for example, the souls have a feathery coat like birds. See the Gilgamesh epic. In a 14th-century gospel at Bruges there is a miniature where the woman, lovely as the mother of God, stands with half her body in a dragon. Tau Ronu Omicron Nu, little ram, diminutive of the obsolete Ronu equals ram. In Theophrastus it occurs with the meaning of young scion. The related word Ronu designates a festival annually celebrated in honor of Linos, in which the Lambda Nu Omicron, the lament called Linos, was sung as a lamentation for Linos, the newborn son of Psamathe in Apollo, torn to pieces by dogs. The mother had exposed her child out of fear of her father Crotopos. But for revenge Apollo sent a dragon, Poin, into Crotopos' land. The oracle of Delphi commanded a yearly lament by women and maidens for the dead Linos. A part of the honor was given to Psamathe. The Linos lament is, as Herodotus shows, 2:79, identical with the Phoenician, Cyprian and Egyptian custom of the Adonis-Tammuz lament. As Herodotus observes, Linos is called Maneros in Egypt. Brugsch points out that Maneros comes from the Egyptian cry of lamentation, Masayenkro, come to the call. Poin is characterized by her tearing the children from the womb of all mothers. This ensemble of motives is found again in the Apocalypse, 12:1-5, where it treats of the woman, whose child was threatened by a dragon but was snatched away into the heavens. The child murder of Herod is an anthropomorphism of this primitive idea. The lamb means the sun. See Brugsch, Die Adonisklage und das Linoslied, Berlin 1852. Dietrich, Abraxas, Studien zur Religionsgeschichte des späteren Altertums, 1891, refers for an explanation of this passage to the myth of Apollo and Python, which he reproduces as follows: to Python, the son of earth, the great dragon. It was prophesied that the son of Leto would kill him. Leto was pregnant by Zeus, but Hera brought it about that she could give birth only there where the sun did not shine. When Python saw that Leto was pregnant, he began to pursue her in order to kill her, but Boreas brought Leto to Poseidon. The latter brought her to Ortygia and covered the island with the waves of the sea. When Python did not find Leto, he returned to Parnassus. Leto brought forth upon the island thrown up by Poseidon. The fourth day after the birth, Apollo took revenge and killed the python. The birth upon the hidden island belongs to the motive of the night journey on the sea. The typical character of the island fantasy has for the first time been correctly perceived by Rick Lynn, 1912 Jarbuch, Volume 2, page 246. A beautiful parallel for this is to be found, together with the necessary incestuous fantasy material, in H. de Vere Stackpole, The Blue Lagoon. A parallel to Paul and Virginia. 5:26 Revelation 21, 2, and the holy city, the New Jerusalem, I saw coming down from the heaven of God, prepared as a bride adorned for her bridegroom. The legend of Saktadeva, in Somadeva Bhatta, relates that the hero, after he had escaped from being devoured by a huge fish, terrible mother, finally sees the golden city and marries his beloved princess, Frobenius, page 175. In the apocryphal Acts of St. Thomas, 2nd century, the Church is taken to be the Virgin Mother spouse of Christ. In an invocation of the Apostle, it is said, "Come, holy name of Christ, thou who art above all names. Come, power of the highest and greatest mercy. Come, dispenser of the greatest blessings. Come, gracious Mother. Come, economy of the masculine. Come, woman, thou who disclosest the hidden mysteries." In another invocation it is said, "Come, greatest mercy. Come, spouse, literally community, of the male. Come, woman, thou who knowest the mystery of the elect. Come, woman, thou who showest the hidden things. And who revealest the unspeakable things, holy. Dove, thou who bringest forth the twin nestling. Come, mysterious mother, etc. F. C. Konibert, Die Jungfräuliche Kirche und die Jungfräuliche Mutter. Archiv für Religionswissenschaft, 9, 77. The connection of the Church with the Mother is not to be doubted, also the conception of the Mother as spouse. The Virgin is necessarily introduced to hide the incest idea. The community with the male points to the motive of the continuous cohabitation. The twin nestlings refer to the old legend that Jesus and Thomas were twins. It plainly expresses the motive of the Dioscuri. Therefore, doubting Thomas had to place his finger in the wound at the side. Zinzendorf has correctly perceived the sexual significance of this symbol that hints at the androgynous nature of the primitive being, the libido. Compare the Persian legend of the twin trees Meskia and Mikian, as well as the motive of the Dioscuri and the motive of cohabitation. 527 Compare Freud, Dream Interpretation. Also Abraham, Dreams and Myths, pages 22f. The sea is the symbol of birth. Isaiah 48:1. Hear ye this, O house of Jacob, which are called by the name of Israel and are come forth out of the waters of Judah. Worth, Aus Orientalischen Chroniken. The Greek materia is landaeta, which means wood and forest. It really means moist, from the Indo-Germanic root su and omega, to make wet, to have it rain, epsilon tau equals rain, Iranian suth equals sap, fruit, birth, Sanskrit sura equals brandy, sudus equals pregnancy. Sut, suyate equals to generate, sudas equals sun, suras equals soma, upsilon equals sun, Sanskrit, sunus, Gothic, sunus. Kappa omicron mu eta mu alpha means cohabitation, kappa omicron iota mu eta tau iota omicron new bedchamber, hence coematerium equals cemetery, enclosed fenced place. Nork, real Wörterbuch. In a myth of Celebes, a dove maiden who was caught in the manner of the swan maiden myth, was called Utahagi after a white hair which grew on its crown and in which there was magic strength. Frobenius, page 307. Referring to the phallic symbolism of the finger, see the remarks about the dactyli, part 2, chap. I mention at this place the following from a Baccheri myth. Nimigakaniro devoured 2 finger bones, many of which were in the house, because Oka used them for his arrowheads and killed many Baccheri whose flesh he ate. The woman became pregnant from the finger bone and only from this, not from Oka, quoted by Frobenius, page 236. Further proof for this in Prelwitz, Griechisch etymology. Seek, Der Gott Rudra in Rigveda, Archiv für Religionswissenschaft, Volume 1, page 237. The fig tree is the phallic tree. It is noteworthy that Dionysus planted a fig tree at the entrance to Hades, just as xlii are placed on graves. The cypress tree consecrated to Aphrodite grew to be entirely a token of death, because it was placed at the door of the house of death. Therefore the tree at times is also a representation of the sun. A Russian riddle related to me by Dr. Van Ofuijsen reads, "What is the tree which stands in the middle of the village and is visible in every cottage?" Answer, the sun and its light. A Norwegian riddle reads, "A tree stands on the mountain of Billings. It bends over a lake. Its branches shine like gold. You won't guess that today." In the evening the daughter of the sun collected the golden branches, which had been broken from the wonderful oak. Bitterly weeps the little sun. In the apple orchard. From the apple tree has fallen the golden apple. Do not weep, little son. God will make another. Of gold, of bronze, of silver. The picking of the apple from the paradise tree may be compared with the fire theft, the drawing back of the libido from the mother. See the explanations which follow concerning the specific deed of the hero. 528 The relation of the son to the mother was the psychologic basis of many religions. In the Christian legend the relation of the son to the mother is extraordinarily clear. Robertson, Evangelical Myths, has hit upon the relation of Christ to the Marys, and he conjectures that this relation probably refers to an old myth, where a god of Palestine, perhaps of the name Joshua, appears in the changing relation of lover and son towards a mythical Mary. This is a natural process in the oldest theosophy and one which appears with variations in the myths of Mitra, Adonis, Attis, Osiris and Dionysus. All of whom were brought into relation, or combination, with mother goddesses and who appear either as a consort or a feminine eidolon in so far as the mothers and consorts were identified as occasion offered. Rank has pointed out a beautiful example of this in the myth of the Swan Maiden. Die Lohengrinzig, Schriften zur Angewandten Seelenkund. Muther, Geschichte der Malerei, Vol. 2, says in the chapter, the first Spanish classic, Tieck once wrote, "Sexuality is the great mystery of our being. Sensuality is the first moving wheel in our machinery. It stirs our being and makes it joyous and living. Everything we dream of as beautiful and noble is included here. Sexuality and sensuousness are the spirit of music, of painting and of all art. All wishes of mankind rotate around this center like moths around a burning light. The sense of beauty and the feeling for art are only other expressions of it. They signify nothing more than the impulse of mankind towards expression. I consider devoutness itself as a diverted channel of the sexual desire. Here it is openly declared that one should never forget when judging the ancient ecclesiastic art that the effort to efface the boundaries between earthly and divine love, to blend them into each other imperceptibly, has always been the guiding thought, the strongest factor in the propaganda of the Catholic Church. That which is born of the flesh is flesh and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit, the Spirit bloweth where it listeth. We will not discuss here the reasons for the strength of the fantasy. But it does not seem difficult to me to imagine what sort of powers are hidden behind the above formula. 529 Lactantius says, when all know that it is customary for certain animals to conceive through wind and breath of air, why should any one consider it miraculous for a virgin to be impregnated by the Spirit of God? Robertson, Evang, Myth, page 31. Therefore the strong emphasis upon affiliation in the New Testament. The mystic feelings of the nearness of God, the so-called personal inner experience. The sexual mawkishness is everywhere apparent in the Lamb's symbolism and the spiritual love songs to Jesus, the bridegroom of the soul. Usner, Der Heilige Tychon, 1907. Compare W. P. Knight, Worship of Priapus. Or in the compensating organizations, which appear in the place of religion. The condition was undoubtedly ideal for early times, where mankind was more infantile in general, and it still is ideal for that part of humanity which is infantile. How large is that part? Compare Freud, Jahrbuch, Volume 3, page 1. Here it is not to be forgotten we are moving entirely in the territory of psychology, which in no way is allied to transcendentalism, either in positive or negative relation. It is a question here of a relentless fulfillment of the standpoint of the theory of cognition, established by Kant, not merely for the theory, but, what is more important, for the practice. One should avoid playing with the infantile image of the world, because all this tends only to separate man from his essential and highest ethical goal, moral autonomy. The religious symbol should be retained after the inevitable obliteration of certain antiquated fragments, as postulate or as transcendent theory, and also as taught in precepts. But is to be filled with new meaning according to the demand of the culture of the present day. But this theory must not become for the adult a positive creed, an illusion, which causes reality to appear to him in a false light. Just as man is a dual being, having an intellectual and an animal nature, so does he appear to need two forms of reality, the reality of culture, that is, the symbolic transcendent theory, and the reality of nature which corresponds to our conception of the true reality. In the same measure that the true reality is merely a figurative interpretation of the appreciation of reality, the religious symbolic theory is merely a figurative interpretation of certain endopsychic apperceptions. But one very essential difference is that a transcendental support, independent in duration and condition, is assured to the transsubjective reality through the best conceivable guarantees. While for the psychologic phenomena a transcendental support of subjective limitation and weakness must be recognized as a result of compelling empirical data. Therefore true reality is one that is relatively universally valid. The psychologic reality, on the contrary, is merely a functional phenomenon contained in an epoch of human civilization. Thus does it appear today from the best informed empirical standpoint. If, however, the psychologic were divested of its character of a biologic epiphenomenon in a manner neither known nor expected by me, and thereby was given the place of a physical entity, then the psychologic reality would be resolved into the true reality. Or much more, it would be reversed, because then the psychologic would lay claim to a greater worth, for the ultimate theory, because of its directness. 530 de Icid. E.T. Ozer. In the fourth place Isis was born in absolute humidity. The great beneficent king, Osiris. Ehrman, Egyptian, page 360. Here I must again recall that I give to the word incest more significance than properly belongs to the term. Just as libido is the onward driving force, so incest is in some manner the backward urge into childhood. For the child, it cannot be spoken of as incest. Only for the adult who possesses a completely formed sexuality does the backward urge become incest, because he is no longer a child but possesses a sexuality which cannot be permitted a regressive application. Compare Frobenius, Das Zeitalter des Sonnengottes. Compare the Nightmare Legends, in which the mare is a beautiful woman. This recalls the phallic columns placed in the temples of Astarte. In fact, according to one version, the wife of the king was named Astarte. This symbol brings to mind the crosses, fittingly called Gamma Kappa Omicron Lambda Pi Iota Alpha, pregnant crosses, which conceal a secret reliquary. Spielrein, Jarbuch, Volume 3, p. 358, points out numerous indications of the motive of dismemberment in a demented patient. Fragments of the most varied things and materials were cooked or burnt. The ash can become man. The patient saw children dismembered in glass coffins. In addition, the above-mentioned washing, cleaning, cooking, and burning has, besides the coitus motive, also the pregnancy motive. The latter probably in a predominating measure. Later offshoots of this primitive theory of the origin of children are contained in the doctrines of karma, and the conception of the Mendelian theory of heredity is not far off. One only has to realize that all apperceptions are subjectively conditioned. Demeter assembled the limbs of the dismembered Dionysus and from them produced the god anew. Compare Diodorus, 3:62. Yet to be added is the fact that the cynocephalic Anubis as the restorer of the corpse of Osiris, also genius of the dog star, had a compensatory significance. In this significance he appears upon many sarcophagi. The dog is also a regular companion of the healing Asclepius. The following quotation from Petronius best supports the Kreutzer hypothesis. Saturday, c. 71 Vol te rogo, ut secundum pedes stat uae me catelum pingas, ut mihi contingat tua beneficio post mortem vivere, I beseech you instantly to fasten beside the feet of my statue a dog. So that because of your beneficence I may attain to life after death. See Nork, Ibid, about dog. Moreover, the relation of the dog to the dog-headed Hecate, the goddess of the underworld, hints at its being the symbol of rebirth. She received as canicula a sacrificial dog to keep away the pest. Her close relation to Artemis as goddess of the moon permits her opposition to fertility to be glimpsed. Hecate is also the first to bring to Demeter the news of her stolen child, the role of Anubis. Also the goddess of birth Ilithyia received sacrifices of dogs, and Hecate herself is, on occasions, goddess of marriage and birth. 531 Frobenius, Ibid, page 393, observes that frequently the gods of fire, sun heroes, lack a member. He gives the following parallel: just as the god wrenches out an arm from the ogre, giant, so does Odysseus pluck out the eye of the noble Polyphemus, whereupon the sun creeps up mysteriously into the sky. Might the fire-making, twisting and wrenching out of the arm be connected? This question is by this clearly illumined if we assume, corresponding to the train of thought of the ancients, that the wrenching out of the arm is really a castration. The symbol of the robbery of the force of life. It is an act corresponding to the Attis castration because of the mother. From this renunciation, which is really a symbolic mother incest, arises the discovery of fire, as previously we have already suspected. Moreover, mention must be made of the fact that to wrench out an arm, means first of all merely overpowering, and on that account can happen to the hero as well as to his opponent. Compare, for examples, Frobenius, Ibid, pages 112, 395. Compare especially the description of the cup of Thebes. Professor Freud has expressed in a personal discussion the idea that a further determinate for the motive of the dissimilar brothers is to be found in the elementary observance towards birth and the afterbirth. It is an exotic custom to treat the placenta as a child. Brugsch, Religion und Mythologie der alten Ägypter, page 354. Ibid, page 310. In the conception of Atman there is a certain fluid quality in so far as he really can be identified with Purusha of the Rigveda. Purusha covers all the places of the earth, flowing about it 10 fingers high. Brugsch, Ibid, page 112. In Thebes, where the chief god is Num, the latter represents the breath of the wind in his cosmic component, from which later on, the spirit of God floating over the waters, has developed. The primitive idea of the cosmic parents, who lie pressed together until the sun separates them. Compare the symbolism of Atman above. Brugsch, Ibid, page 128. Servian Song from Grimm's Mythology, 2, page 544. Frobenius, Ibid. Compare the birth of the Germanic Ascons, where rock, tree, and water are present at the scene of birth. Chitter too was found sitting on the earth, the ground around covered with flowers. Most singularly even in this quotation, v. 288, the description is found of Sleep sitting high up in a pine tree. There he sat surrounded by branches covered with thorny leaves, like the singing bird, who by night flutters through the mountains. It appears as if the motive belongs to a hieros gamos. Compare also the magic net with which Hephaestos enfolds Ares and Aphrodite, in flagranti, and kept them for the sport of the gods. The rite of enchaining the statues of Hercules and the Tyrian Melkarth is related to this also. The Cabri too were wrapped in coverings. Kreutzer, Symbolic, 2, 350. Fick, Indo-Germanisches Wörterbuch, I, page 132. 532. Compare the resounding sun. The motive of the striking rocks belongs also to the motive of devouring, Frobenius, Ibid, page 405. The hero in his ship must pass between two rocks which strike together. Similar to the biting door, to the tree trunk which snaps together. In the passage, generally the tail of the bird is pinched off, or the poop of the ship, etc. The castration motive is once more clearly revealed here, for the castration takes the place of mother incest. The castration is a substitution for coitus. Scheffel employs this idea in his well-known poem, A Herring Loved an Oyster, etc. The poem ends with the oyster biting off the herring's head for a kiss. The doves which bring Zeus ambrosia have also to pass through the rocks which strike together. The doves bring the food of immortality to Zeus by means of incest, entrance into the mother, very similar to Freya's apples, breasts. Frobenius also mentions the rocks or caves which open only at a magic word and are very closely connected with the rocks which strike together. Most illuminating in this respect is a South African myth, Frobenius, p. 407, one must call the rock by name and cry loudly, Rock Utanjambili, open, so that I may enter. But the rock answers when it will not open to the call. The rock will not open to children, it will open to the swallows which fly in the air. The remarkable thing is, that no human power can open the rock, only a formula has that power, or a bird. This wording merely says that the opening of the rock is an undertaking which cannot really be accomplished, but which one wishes to accomplish. In Middle High German, to wish is really, to have the power to create something extraordinary. When a man dies, then only the wish that he might live remains, an unfulfilled wish, a fluttering wish, wherefore souls are birds. The soul is wholly only libido, as is illustrated in many parts of this work, it is, to wish. Thus the helpful bird, who assists the hero in the whale to come again into the light, who opens the rocks, is the wish for rebirth. For the bird as a wish, see the beautiful painting by Thomas, where the youth longingly stretches out his arms to the birds who pass over his head. Melian Virgins. Grimm, Mythology, I, page 474. In Athens there was a family of alpha gamma epsilon iota rho tau omicron mu omicron iota equals hewn from poplars. Hermann, Nordisch Mythology, page 589. Pregnant. Javanese tribes commonly set up their images of God in an artificial cavity of a tree. This fits in with the little hole fantasy of Zinzendorf and his sect. See Pfister, Frömmigkeit de Grafen von Zinzendorf. In a Persian myth, the white hauma is a divine tree, growing in the lake Varukasha, the fish Karmahi circles protectingly around it and defends it against the toad Ahriman. It gives eternal life, children to women, husbands to girls and horses to men. In the Minikard the tree is called the preparer of the corpse, Spiegel, Aaron. Altertumskund, 2, 115. Ship of the sun, which accompanies the sun and the soul over the sea of death to the rising. Brugsch, Ibid, page 177. Similarly Isaiah Lee, 1, look unto the rock whence ye are hewn, and to the hole of the pit whence ye are digged. Further proof is found in A. von Lois of Mener, Nordkaukasische Steinsberzigen, Archiv für Religionswissenschaft, 13, page 509. 533 Grimm, Mythology, I, page 474. Das Kreuz Christi. Rel. Hist, Kirchel, Archeol, Untersuchungen, 1875. The legend of Seth is found in Juvenal, Mystères Inédits du 15. Siècle, Part 2, page 16. Quoted from Zockler, Ibid, page 241. The guilt is as always, whenever possible, thrown upon the mother. The Germanic sacred trees are also under the law of an absolute taboo, no leaf may be taken from them, and nothing may be picked from the ground upon which their shadows fall. According to the German legend, Grimm, Volume 2, p. 809, the redeeming hero will be born when the tree, which now grows as a weak shoot from the wall, has become large, and when from its wood the cradle can be made in which the hero can be rocked. The formula reads, a linden shall be planted, which shall bear on high 2 boughs from the wood of which a poi shall be made. The child who will be the first to lie therein is destined to be taken by the sword from life to death, and then salvation will enter in. In the Germanic legends, the appearance of a future event is connected most remarkably with a budding tree. Compare with this the designation of Christ as a branch or a rod. Herein the motive of the helpful bird is apparent. Angels are really birds. Compare the bird clothing of the souls of the underworld, soul birds. In the Sacrificium Mithraicum, the messenger of the gods, the angel, is a raven, the winged Hermes, etc. See Frobenius, Ibid. The close connection between delta epsilon lambda phi equals dolphin and delta epsilon lambda phi equals uterus is emphasized. In Delphi there is the cavity in the earth and the tripod delta epsilon lambda phi iota nu equals a Delphic table with 3 feet in the form of a dolphin. See in the last chapter Melicertes upon the dolphin and the fiery sacrifice of Melkarth. See the comprehensive collection of Jones. On the Nightmare. Rick Lynn, Wish Fulfillment and Symbolism in Fairy Tales. Leistner, Das Rätsel der Sphinx. Freud, Jahrbuch, Volume I, June, Mental Conflicts in Children, Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. Epistola de era ad noviamagum reperta, page 25. Quoted by Grimm, Mythology, Volume 2. Even today the country people drive off these nymphs, mother goddesses, Myra, by throwing a bone of the head of a horse upon the roof. Bones of this kind can often be seen throughout the land on the farmhouses of the country people. By night, however, they are believed to ride at the time of the first sleep, and they are believed to tire out their horses by long journeys. Grimm, Ibid, Volume 2, page 1041. Compare with that the horses whose tread causes springs to flow. Compare Hermann, Nord. Myth, page 64, and Fick, Vergleich. Wörterb. D. Indogerm. Sprache, Volume 1. Parallel is the mantic significance of the Delphic chasm, Mimir's brook, etc. Abyss of wisdom, see last chapter. Hippolytos, with whom his stepmother was enamored, was placed after death with the wise nymph, Egeria. That these matrons should declare by lots whether it would be to their advantage or not to engage in battle. 534 example in Bert Skinger, Jahrbuch, Volume 3, Part 1. Compare the exotic myths given by Frobenius, Zeitalter des Sonnengottes, where the belly of the whale is clearly the land of death. One of the fixed peculiarities of the Mar is that he can only get out of the hole, through which he came in. This motive belongs evidently as the projected wish motive in the rebirth myth. According to Gressman, Alt Orient. Text. UND Bild. Volume 1, page 4. Abyss of Wisdom, Book of Wisdom, Source of Fantasies. See below. Cleavage of the Mother, see Kineas, also Rift, Chasm equals division of the earth, and so on. Schöpfung und Chaos. Göttingen, 1895, page 30. Bruggsch, Ibid. Page 161. In a pyramid text, which depicts the battle of the dead pharaoh for the dominance of heaven, it reads, Heaven weeps, the stars tremble, the guards of the gods tremble and their servants flee, when they see the king rise as a spirit, as a god. Who lives upon his fathers and conquers his mothers. Cited by Dietrich, Mithras-Liturgy, page 100. Book 2, page 61. By Ares, the Egyptian Typhon is probably meant. In the Polynesian Maui myth, the act of the sun hero is very plain, he robs his mother of her girdle. The robbery of the veil in myths of the type of the Swan Maiden has the same significance. In an African myth of Heroba, the sun hero simply ravishes his mother, Frobenius. The previously mentioned myth of Halorosios, who destroyed himself when he wished to cut down the holy tree of Athens, the Moria, contains the same psychology, also the priestly castration, Attis castration, in the service of the Great Mother. The ascetic self-torture in Christianity has its origin, as is self-evident, in these sources because the Christian form of symbol means a very intensive regression to the mother incest. The tearing off from the tree of life is just this sin. Compare Kuhn, Herabkunft de Feuers. Nork, Wörterbuch s. v. Mistel. Therefore in England mistletoe boughs were hung up at Christmas. Mistletoe as rod of life. Compare Egermont, Volkserotik und Pflanzenwelt. Just as the tree has the phallic nature as well as a maternal significance, so in myths the demonic old woman, she may be favorable or malicious, often has phallic attributes, for example, a long toe, a long tooth, long lips, long fingers, pendulous breasts, large hands, feet, and so on. This mixture of male and female motive has reference to the fact that the old woman is a libido symbol like the tree, generally determined as maternal. The bisexuality of the libido is expressed in its clearest form in the idea of the three witches, who collectively possessed but one eye and one tooth. This idea is directly parallel to the dream of a patient, who represented her libido as twins, one of which is a box, the other a bottle-like object, for eye and tooth represent male and female genitals. Relative to eye in this connection, see especially the Egyptian myths, referring to tooth, it is to be observed that Adonis, fecundity, died by a boar's tooth, like Siegfried by Hagen's spear, compare with this the Veronese Priapus, whose phallus was bitten by a snake. Tooth in this sense, like the snake, is a negative phallus. 535 Compare Grimm, Volume 2, Chap. 4, page 802. The same motive in another application is found in a Low Saxon legend. Once a young ash tree grew unnoticed in the wood. Each New Year's Eve a white knight upon a white horse rides up to cut down the young shoot. At the same time a black knight arrives and engages him in combat. After a lengthy conflict, the white knight succeeds in overcoming the black knight and the white knight cuts down the young tree. But sometime the white knight will be unsuccessful, then the ash will grow, and when it becomes large enough to allow a horse to be tied under it, then a powerful king will come and a tremendous battle will occur, destruction of the world. Chantepie de la Sauce, Lehrbuch der Religionsgeschichte, Volume 2, page 185. Further examples in Frobenius, Ibid, Passim. C. Jensen, Gilgam Shepos. In a Schlesian Passion Ale of the 15th century Christ dies on the same tree which was connected with Adam's sin. Cited from Zockler, Ibid, page 241. For example, animal skins were hung on the sacrificial trees and afterward spears were thrown at them. Geschichte der Amerikanischen Religionen, page 498. Stevens, Central America, cited by Muller, Ibid, page 498. Zockler, Das Kreuz Christi, page 34. H. H. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States of North America, 2, 506. Cited by Robertson, Evang Myths, page 139. Rossellini, Monumenti del Igito, etc. Tom. 3, Tav. 23. Cited by Robertson, Ibid, page 142. Zockler, Ibid, page 7. In the representation of the birth of a king in Luxor one sees the following: the Logos and messenger of the gods, the bird-headed Thoth, makes known to the maiden Queen Maudens that she is to give birth to a son. In the following scene, Neph and Ather hold the crux ansata to her mouth so that she may be impregnated by this in a spiritual, symbolic, manner. Sharp, Egyptian Mythology, page 18. Cited by Robertson, Evangelical Myths, page 43. The statues of the phallic Hermes used as boundary stones were often in the form of a cross with the head pointed, W. Payne Knight, Worship of Priapus, page 30. In Old English the cross is called rod. Robertson, Ibid, p. 140, mentions the fact that the Mexican priests and sacrificers clothed themselves in the skin of a slain woman, and placed themselves with arms stretched out like a cross before the god of war. 536-inch Indian Antiquities, 6, 49. The primitive Egyptian cross form is meant, Tau. Zockler, Ibid, page 19. The bud is plainly phallic. See the above-mentioned dream of the young woman. I am indebted for my information about these researches to Professor Fichter of Stuttgart. Zockler, Ibid, page 33. The sacrifice is submerged in the water, that is, in the mother. Compare later the moon as gathering place of souls, the devouring mother. Compare here what Abraham has to say in reference to pupilla, dreams and myths. Retreat of Re upon the heavenly cow. In a Hindu rite of purification, the penitent must creep through an artificial cow in order to be born anew. Schulze, Psychologie der Nedervoker. Leipzig 1900, page 338. Brugsch, Ibid, page 290. One need not be amazed at this formula because it is the animal in us, the primitive forces of which appear in religion. In this connection Dietrich's words, Mithraisliturgy, page 108, take on an especially important aspect. The old thoughts come from below in new force in the history of religion. The revolution from below creates a new life of religion in primitive indestructible forms. Dispute between Mary and the Cross in Arve Morris, Legends of the Holy Rood. London 1871. A very beautiful representation of the blood-red sun sinking into the sea. Jesus appears here as branch and bud in the tree of life. Compare here the interesting reference in Robertson, Evangelical Myths, p. 51, in regard to Jesus, the Nazarene, a title which he derives from Nazar or Netzer equals branch. In Greece, the pale of torture, on which the criminal was stretched or punished, was termed Kapitaueda, Hecate, the subterranean mother of death. Diaz, Edem, Wörterbuch der Romanischen Sprachen, page 90. Chapter 6. Witches easily change themselves into horses, therefore the nail marks of the horseshoe may be seen upon their hands. The devil rides on witch horses, priests' cooks are changed after death into horses, etc. Negeline, Zeitschrift der Vereins für Volkskunde, 11, page 406. 537 Just so does the mythical ancient king Tamurat ride upon Ahriman, the devil. The she-asses and their foals might belong to the Christian sun myth, because the zodiacal sign Cancer, summer solstice, was designated in antiquity as an ass and its young. Compare Robertson, Evangelical Myths, page 19. Also a centaur. Compare the exhaustive presentation of this theme in John's Ross Und Reiter. Sleipnir is 8-footed. Negeline, Ibid, page 412. Negeline, Ibid, page 419. I have since learned of a second exactly similar case. Come, O Dionysus, in thy temple of Elis, come with the graces into thy holy temple, come in sacred frenzy with the bull's foot. Preller, Greech. Mythology, I, page 432. See further examples in Egermont, Fuss und Symbolik. Egermont, Ibid, page 17. Negeline, Ibid, page 386. Ample proofs of the centaurs as wind gods are to be found in E. H. Meyer, Indo-Germanische Mythen, page 447. This is an especial motive, which must have something typical in it. My patient, Psychology of Dementia Precox, page 165, also declared that her horses had half-moons under their skin, like little curls. In the songs of Rudra of the Rigveda, of the boar Rudra it is said that his hair was wound up in the shape of shells. Indra's body is covered with eyes. This change results from a world catastrophe. In mythology the verdure and the upward striving of the tree of life signify also the turning point in the succession of the ages. Therefore the lion was killed by Samson, who later harvested the honey from the body. The end of summer is the plenteousness of the autumn. It is a close parallel to the Sacrificium Mithraicum. For Samson, see Steinthal, Die Sage von Simson, Zeitschrift für Volkerpsych, Volume 2. The present time is indicated by the head of the lion, because his condition is strong and impetuous. Time is thought by the wickedest people to be a divinity who deprives willing people of essential being. By good men it is considered to be the cause of the things of the world, but to the wisest and best it does not seem time, but God. Philo, Ingene Sim, I, 100. Cited by Cumont, Texts et Monuments, I, page 82. Spiegel, Aaron. Altertumskund, Volume 2, page 193. In the writings ascribed to Zoroaster, Pi Epsilon Rho Phi Sigma Epsilon Omega, the Enenki, the necessity of fate, is represented by the air. Cumont, Ibid, I, page 87. Spielrain's Patient, Jarbuch, 3, p. 394, speaks of horses, who eat men, also exhumed bodies. Negeline, Ibid, page 416. Fight, she said, and fight bravely, for I will not give away an inch nor turn my back. Face to face, come on if you are a man. Strike home, do your worst and die. The battle this day is without quarter, till, weary in body and mind, we lie powerless and gasping for breath in each other's arms. P. Thomas of Villanova Wegener, Das Wunderbar Aussir und in ihr Leben der Dienerin Gottes Anna Katharina Emmerich. Dolman I. W. 1891. 538 The heart of the Mother of God is pierced by a sword. Corresponding to the idea in Psalm 11:2, for lo, the wicked bend their bow, they make ready their arrow upon the string, that they may privily shoot at the upright in heart. K. E. Newman, The Speeches of Gautama Buddha, translated from the German collection of the fragments of Satanapato of the Pali Canon. München 1911. With the same idea of an endogenous pain Theocritus, 27:28, calls the birth throes, arrows of the Aletheia. In the sense of a wish the same comparison is found in Jesus Sirach 19:12. When a word penetrates a fool it is the same as if an arrow pierced his loins. That is to say, it gives him no rest until it is out. One might be tempted to say that these were merely figuratively expressed coitus scenes. But that would be a little too strong and an unjustifiable accentuation of the material at issue. We cannot forget that the saints have, figuratively, taught the painful domestication of the brute. The result of this, which is the progress of civilization, has also to be recognized as a motive for this action. Apuleius, Medum. Book 2, 31, made use of the symbolism of bow and arrow in a very drastic manner, ubi primum sagittam saevi Cupidinus in ima precordia mea delapsum excipi, arcum meam n. Ipsi vigor attended eti opido formido, any nervus rigoris nimiatate rumpeter, when I pulled out the first arrow of fierce Cupid that had entered into my inmost breast, behold my bow. Its very vigor stretches it and makes me fear lest the string be broken by the excessive tautness. Thus the plague-bringing Apollo. In Old High German, arrow is called Strahla, Strahlen equals rays. Spielreins patient, Jarbuch, 3, p. 371, has also the idea of the cleavage of the earth in a similar connection. Iron is used for the purpose of penetrating into the earth, with iron man can create men, the earth is split, burst open, man is divided. Is severed and reunited. In order to make an end of the burial of the living, Jesus Christ calls his disciples to penetrate into the earth. The motive of cleavage is of general significance. The Persian hero Tishtriya, who also appeared as a white horse, opens the rain lake, and thus makes the earth fruitful. He is called Tyr equals arrow. He was also represented as feminine, with a bow and arrow. Mitra with his arrow shot the water from the rock, so as to end the drought. The knife is sometimes found stuck in the earth. In Mithraic monuments sometimes it is the sacrificial instrument which kills the bull. Cumont, Ibid, pages 115, 116, 165. The result is doubtful. The body borne down by the weight of the forest is carried into empty Tartaros. Amphissides denies this. From out of the midst of the mass, he sees a bird with tawny feathers issue into the liquid air. Spielrein's patient also states that she has been shot through by God. 3 shots. Then came a resurrection of the spirit. This is the symbolism of introversion. This is also represented mythologically in the legend of Theseus and Pirithous, who wished to capture the subterranean Proserpina. With this aim they enter a chasm in the earth in the Grove Colonos, in order to get down to the underworld. When they were below they wished to rest, but being enchanted they hung on the rocks, that is to say, they remained fixed in the mother and were therefore lost for the upper world. Later Theseus was freed by Hercules, revenge of Horus for Osiris, at which time Hercules appears in the role of the death-conquering hero. 539 This formula applies most directly to dementia praecox. See Roscher, S.V. Philoctetes, S.P. 23:18-15. When the Russian sun hero Oleg stepped on the skull of the slain horse, a serpent came out of it and bit him on the foot. Then he became sick and died. When Indra in the form of Syena, the falcon, stole the Soma drink, Krikanu, the herdsman, wounded him in his foot with his arrow, Rigveda, I. 155, 4, 322. Similar to the Lord of the Grail who guards the chalice, the mother symbol. The myth of Philoctetes is taken from a more involved connection, the Hercules myth. Hercules has two mothers, the benevolent Alcmene and the pursuing Hera, Lamia, from whose breast he has absorbed immortality. Hercules conquered Hera's serpent while yet in the cradle, that is to say, conquered the terrible mother, the Lamia. But from time to time Hera sent to him attacks of madness, in one of which he killed his children, Lamia motive. According to an interesting tradition, this deed occurred at the moment when Hercules refused to perform a great act in the service of Eurystheus. As a result of the refusal, the libido, in readiness for the work, regressed in a typical manner to the unconscious mother imago, which resulted in madness, as today. During which Hercules identifies himself with Lamia, Hera, and murders his own children. The Delphic oracle communicates to him the fact that he is named Hercules because he owes his immortal fame to Hera, who through her persecution compelled him to great deeds. It can be seen that the great deed really means the conquering of the mother and through her to win immortality. His characteristic weapon, the club, he cuts from the maternal olive tree. Like the sun, he possessed the arrows of Apollo. He conquered the Nemean lion in his cave, which has the signification of the grave in the mother's womb, see the end of this chapter. Then follows the combat with the Hydra, the typical battle with the dragon. The complete conquering of the mother. See below. Following this, the capture of the Ceryneian doe, whom he wounded with an arrow in the foot. This is what generally happens to the hero, but here it is reversed. Hercules showed the captured Erymanthian boar to Eurystheus, whereupon the latter in fear crept into a cask. That is, he died. The Stymphalides, the Cretan bull, and the man-devouring horse of Diomedes are symbols of the devastating powers of death, among which the latter's relation to the mother may be recognized especially. The battle for the precious girdle of the Amazon Queen Hippolyte permits us to see once more very clearly the shadow of the mother. Hippolyte is ready to give up the girdle, but Hera, changing herself into the form of Hippolyte, calls the Amazons against Hercules in battle. Compare Horus, fighting for the head ornament of Isis, about which there is more later. Chapter 7. The liberation of Hesione results from Hercules journeying downwards with his ship into the belly of the monster, and killing the monster from within after 3 days' labor. Jonah motive, Christ in the tomb or in hell. The victory over death by creeping into the womb of the mother, and its destruction in the form of the mother. The libido in the form of the beautiful maiden again conquered. The expedition to Erythea is a parallel to Gilgamesh, also to Moses, in the Quran, whose goal was the confluence of the two seas. It is the journey of the sun to the western sea. Where Hercules discovered the Straits of Gibraltar, to that passage, Faust, and with the ship of Helios set out towards Erythea. There he overcame the gigantic guardian Eurytion, Chumbaba in the Gilgamesh epic, the symbol of the father, then the triune Geryon, a monster of phallic libido symbolism, and at the same time wounded Hera. Hastening to the help of Geryon by an arrow shot. Then the robbery of the herd followed. The treasure attained with difficulty is here presented in surroundings which make it truly unmistakable. Hercules, like the sun, goes to death, down into the mother, western sea, but conquers the libido attached to the mother and returns with the wonderful kine. He has won back his libido, his life, the mighty possession. We discover the same thought in the robbery of the golden apples of Hesperides, which are defended by the 100-headed dragon. The victory over Cerberus is also easily understood as the victory over death by entrance into the mother, underworld. In order to come to his wife Deianira, he has to undergo a terrible battle with a water god, Aeschylus, with the mother. The ferryman Nessus, a centaur, violates Deianira. With his son Eros, Hercules killed this adversary, but Nessus advised Diana to preserve his poisoned blood as a love charm. When after the insane murder of Iphitus Delphi denied him the speech of the oracle, he took possession of the sacred tripod. The Delphic oracle then compelled him to become a slave of Omphale, who made him like a child. After this Hercules returned home to Diana, who presented him with the garment poisoned with Nessus blood, the Isis snake, which immediately clung so closely to his skin that he in vain attempted to tear it off. The casting of the skin of the aging sun god, serpent, as symbol of rejuvenation. Hercules then ascended the funeral pyre in order to destroy himself by fire like the phoenix, that is to say, to give birth to himself again from his own egg. No one but young Philoctetes dared to sacrifice the god. Therefore Philoctetes received the arrows of the sun, and the libido myth was renewed with this Horus. 540 apes, also, have an instinctive fear of snakes. How much alive are still such primitive associations is shown by Segantini's picture of the two mothers, cow and calf, mother and child in the same stable. From this symbolism the surroundings of the birthplace of the Savior are explained. The myth of Hippolytos shows very beautifully all the typical parts of the problem. His stepmother Phaedra wantonly falls in love with him. He repulses her, she complains to her husband of violation. The latter implores the water god Poseidon to punish Hippolytos. Then a monster comes out of the sea. Hippolytos' horses shy and drag Hippolytos to death. But he is resuscitated by Aesculapius and is placed by the gods with the wise nymph, Egeria, the counselor of Numa Pompilius. Thus the wish is fulfilled, from incest, wisdom has come. Compare Hercules and Omphale. Compare the reproach of Gilgamesh against Ishtar. Spielrain's patient is also sick from a snake bite. Jarbuch, 3, page 385. The entirely introverted patient of Spielrain uses similar images. She speaks of a rigidity of the soul on the cross, of stone figures, which must be ransomed. I call attention here to the fact that the symbolisms mentioned above are striking examples of Silberer's functional category. They depict the condition of introversion. 541w. Gerlet says, the carrying of the bull is one of the difficult theta lambda alpha services, which Mitra performed in the service of freeing humanity. Somewhat corresponding, if it is permitted to compare the small with the great, with the carrying of the cross by Christ, Cumont, Text Xlii Monuments, 72. Surely it is permissible to compare the two acts. Man should be past that period when, in true barbaric manner, he haughtily scorned the strange gods, the dii minorum gentium. But man has not progressed that far, even yet. Robertson, Evangelical Myths, p. 130, gives an interesting contribution to the question of the symbol of the carrying of the cross. Samson carried the pillars of the gates from Gaza and died between the columns of the temple of the Philistines. Hercules, weighted down by his burden, carried his columns to the place, Gades, where he also died according to the Syrian version of the legend. The columns of Hercules mark the western point where the sun sinks into the sea. In old art he was actually represented carrying the two columns under his arms in such a way that they exactly formed a cross. Here we perhaps have the origin of the myth of Jesus, who carries his own cross to the place of execution. It is worth noting that the three synoptics substitute a man of the name of Simon from Cyrene as bearer of the cross. Cyrene is in Libya, the legendary scene upon which Hercules performed the labor of carrying the columns, as we have seen, and Simon, Simson, is the nearest Greek name form for Samson, which in Greek might have been read Simson, as in Hebrew. But in Palestine it was Simon, Semo or Sem, actually a name of a god, who represented the old sun god Semesh, who was identified with Baal, from whose myth the Samson myth has doubtless arisen. The god Simon enjoyed a special honor in Samaria. The cross of Hercules might well be the sun's will, for which the Greeks had the symbol of the cross. The sun's wheel upon the bas-relief in the small metropolis at Athens contains a cross, which is very similar to the Maltese cross. See Thiele, Antike Himmelsbilder, 1898, page 59. The Greek myth of Ixion, who was bound to the four-spoked wheel, says this almost without disguise. Ixion first murdered his stepfather, but later was absolved from guilt by Zeus and blessed with his favor. But the ingrate attempted to seduce Hera, the mother. Zeus deceived him, however, allowing the goddess of the clouds, Nephili, to assume Hera's form. From this connection the centaurs have arisen. Ixion boasted of his deed, but Zeus as a punishment plunged him into the underworld, where he was bound to a wheel continually whirled around by the wind. Compare the punishment of Francesca da Rimini in Dante and the Penitence by Segantini. Cited from Zentralblatt für Psychoanalyse, Jahrgang 2, page 365. The symbolism of death appearing in abundance in dreams has been emphasized by Steckel, Sprache de Troms, page 317. Compare the caches seen above. Chapter 7. A direct unconstrained expression of sexuality is a natural occurrence and as such neither unbeautiful nor repulsive. The moral repression makes sexuality on one side dirty and hypocritical, on the other shameless and obtrusive. Compare what is said below concerning the motive of fettering. The sacrilegious assault of Horus upon Isis, at which Plutarch, de Isis et Osiris, stands aghast, he expresses himself as follows concerning it. But if anyone wishes to assume and maintain that all this has really happened and taken place with respect to blessed and imperishable nature, which for the most part is considered as corresponding to the divine, then, to speak in the words of Aeschylus, he must spit out and clean his mouth. From this sentence one can form a conception of how the well-intentioned people of ancient society may have condemned the Christian point of view, first the hanged god, then the management of the family, the foundation of the state. The psychologist is not surprised. Compare the typical fate of Theseus and Pirithous. Compare the example given for that in Egremont, Fus und Symbolik. Also Part 1 of this book, The Foot of the Sun in an Armenian Folk Prayer. Also De Gubernatis, Die Tier in der Indo-Germanischen Mythologie, Volume 1, page 220 ff. Rodi, Psyche. Porphyrius, De Antronymphorum. Quoted by Dietrich, Mithraslit, p. 63, says that according to the Mithraic doctrine the souls which pass away at birth are destined for winds. Because these souls had taken the breath of the wind into custody and therefore had a similar nature, psi upsilon chi alpha delta, epsilon gamma nu epsilon sigma iota nu omicron sigma alpha iota kappa alpha pi gamma epsilon nu sigma epsilon omega chi omega rho iota zeta omicron mu nu alpha iota epsilon kappa tau omega tau alpha xi alpha nu mu omicron upsilon delta iota tau phi epsilon lambda kappa epsilon sigma theta alpha iota kappa alpha alpha tau pi nu epsilon mu alpha kappa alpha omicron sigma alpha nu chi epsilon iota nu tau omicron iota alpha tau eta nu, the souls departing at birth and becoming separated. Probably become winds because of inhaling their breath and becoming the same substance. In the Mithraic liturgy the generating breath of the spirit comes from the sun, probably, from the tube of the sun, see Part 1. Corresponding to this idea, in the Rigveda the sun is called the one-footed. Compare with that the Armenian prayer, for the sun to allow its foot to rest upon the face of the suppliant, Abigian, Der Armenische Volksglaube, 1899, page 41. Firmicus Maternus, Mathis. I, 5, 9, Chue, Animo, descensus per orbum solis tribuator, per orbum vero luni priepator ascensus, for which sole a descent through the disk of the sun is devised, but the ascent is prepared through the disk of the moon. Litus, de Mens. 4, 3, tells us that the Hierophant Praetextatus has said that Janus dispatches the diviner souls to the lunar fields, tau theta epsilon iota omicron tauro alpha psi upsilon chi pi tau nu sigma epsilon lambda eta nu iota kappa nu chi rho omicron nu pi omicron pi mu pi epsilon iota. Epiphanius, Hers LXVI, 52 tau iota kappa tau nu psi upsilon chi nu delta sigma kappa omicron, tau sigma epsilon lambda nu eta, pi omicron pi mu pi lambda alpha tau alpha iota. Quoted by Cumont, Texts et Monuments, I, page 40. In exotic myths it is the same with the moon. Frobenius, Ibid, page 352 ff. The light of Asia, or the Great Renunciation, Mahabinish Kramana. 543 One sees upon corresponding representations how the elephant presses into Maya's head with its trunk. Rank, the myth of the birth of the hero, translated by W. White. The speedy dying of the mother or the separation from the mother belongs to the myth of the hero. In the myth of the Swan Maiden, which Rank has analyzed very beautifully, there is the wish-fulfilling thought, that the Swan Maiden can fly away again after the birth of the child, because she has then fulfilled her purpose. Man needs the mother only for rebirth. Indian word for the rustle of the wind in the trees. Means sound of the waves. An introjection of the object into the subject in the sense of Ferenczi, the Gegenwurf or Widerwurf objectum, of the mystics Eckhart and Bohm. Carl Jung, Clund Welt, Jena 1912, says, p. 153 Life does not diminish in artists and prophets, but is enhanced. They are the leaders into the lost paradise, which now for the first time becomes paradise through rediscovery. It is no more the old dull unity of life towards which the artist strives and leads, it is the sentient reunion, not the empty but the full unity, not the unity of indifference but the unity of difference. All life is the raising of the equilibrium and the pulling backwards into equilibrium. Such a return do we find in religion and art. By the primal experience must be understood that first human differentiation between subject and object, that first conscious placing of object, which is not psychologically conceivable without the presupposition of an inner division of the animal, man, from himself, by which precisely is he separated from nature which is at one with itself. Crèvecoeur, Voyage dans la Haute Pennsylvanie, I. 362. The dragons of the Greek, and Swiss, legends live in or near springs or other waters of which they are often the guardians. Compare the discussion above about the encircling and devouring motive. Water as a hindrance in dreams seems to refer to the mother, longing for the mother instead of positive work. The crossing of water, overcoming of the resistance. That is to say the mother, as a symbol of the longing for inactivity like death or sleep. Compare also the Attic custom of stuffing a bull in spring, the customs of the Lupercalia, Saturnalia, etc. I have devoted to this motive a separate investigation, therefore I forego further proof. In the Gilgamesh epic, it is directly said that it is immortality which the hero goes to obtain. Sep, das Heidentum und dessen Bedeutung für das Christentum, Volume 3, 82. Compare the symbolism of the arrow above. This thought is generally organized in the doctrine of pre-existence. Thus in any case man is his own generator, immortal and a hero, whereby the highest wishes are fulfilled. 544 Fraser, Golden Bough, 4, 297. Thou seekest the heaviest burden, there findest thou thyself, Nietzsche, Zarathustra. It is an unvarying peculiarity, so to speak, that in the whale-dragon myth, the hero is very hungry in the belly of the monster and begins to cut off pieces from the animal, so as to feed himself. He is in the nourishing mother, in the presexual stage. His next act, in order to free himself, is to make a fire. In a myth of the Eskimos of the Bering Straits, the hero finds a woman in the whale's belly, the soul of the animal, which is feminine, Ibid, page 85. Compare Frobenius, Ibid, Passim. The carrying of the tree played an important part, as is evident from a note in Strabo X, in the cult of Dionysus and Ceres, Demeter. A text on the pyramids, which treats of the arrival of the dead pharaoh in heaven, depicts how Pharaoh takes possession of the gods in order to assimilate their divine nature. And to become the lord of the gods, his servants have imprisoned the gods with a chain, they have taken them and dragged them away, they have bound them, they have cut their throats, and taken out their entrails. They have dismembered them and cooked them in hot vessels. And the king consumed their force and ate their souls. The great gods form his breakfast, the medium gods his dinner, the little gods his supper, the king consumes everything that comes in his way. Greedily he devours everything, his magic power becomes greater than all magic power. He becomes the heir of the power, he becomes greater than all heirs, he becomes the Lord of heaven, he eats all crowns and all bracelets, he eats the wisdom of every god, etc. Weidmann, Der alte Orient, 2, 1900, page 18. This impossible food, this bulimie, strikingly depicts the sexual libido in regression to the presexual material, where the mother, the gods, is not the object of sex but of hunger. The sacramental sacrifice of Dionysus Zagreus and the eating of the sacrificial meat produced the nu omicron delta iota nu upsilon sigma omicron, the resurrection of the god, as plainly appears from the Cretan fragments of the Euripides quoted by Dietrich, Ibid, p. 105. Gamma nu delta beta iota omicron nu tau epsilon nu omega nu, xi omicron. Delta iota delta alpha omicron upsilon mu sigma tau eta gamma epsilon nu mu eta nu. Kappa alpha nu upsilon kappa tau iota pi lambda omicron upsilon zeta alpha gamma rho omega beta omicron tau alpha. Tau omicron mu omicron phi gamma omicron upsilon delta alpha tau epsilon lambda sigma alpha. Living a blameless life whereby I became an initiate of the Idaean Zeus, I celebrated the carnivorous banquet of Zagreus, the wandering herdsman of the night. The mystics took the god into themselves by eating the uncooked meat of the sacrificial animal. Richter, 14:14. Thou boy eternal, thou most beautiful one seen in the heavens, without horns standing, with thy virgin head, etc. Orphic Hymn, 46. Compare Roscher, Lexicon, Sect. Oniakshos. A winnowing fan used as cradle. A close parallel to this is the Japanese myth of Izanagi, who, following his dead spouse into the underworld, implored her to return. She is ready, but beseeches him, do not look at me. Izanagi produces light with his reed, that is to say, with a masculine piece of wood, the fire-boring phallus, and thus loses his spouse. Frobenius, Ibid, page 343. Mother must be put in the place of spouse. Instead of the mother, the hero produces fire, Hiawatha, maize, Odin, runes, when he in torment hung on the tree. 545 quoted from De Jong, Das antike Mysterian Wesen. Leiden 1910, page 22. A sun-lover from the Demeter myth is Iasian, who embraces Demeter upon a thrice-plowed cornfield. Bridal couch in the pasture. For that Iasian was struck by lightning by Zeus, Ovid, Medum, 9. In a sunless place. Descend into a sunless desert place. Descent into a cave. See Cumont, Texts et Monuments, I, page 56. Mithraslate, page 123. For example, upon a campana relief in Lavatelli, Antici Monumenti, Roma, 1889, 4, figure 5. Likewise the Veronese Priapus has a basket filled with phalli. Compare Grimm, 2, 4, page 899, either by the caressing or kissing of a dragon or a snake, the fearful animal was changed into a beautiful woman whom the hero wins in this way. The mother, the earth, is the distributor of nourishment. The mother in presexual material has this meaning. Therefore Saint Dominicus was nourished from the breasts of the Mother of God. The son-wife, Namaqua, consists of bacon. Compare with this the megalomaniac ideas of my patient, who asserted, I am Germania and Helvetia made exclusively from sweet butter, psychology of dementia precox. He who achieved divinity through the womb. He who achieved divinity through the womb, he is a serpent, and he was drawn through the womb of those who were being initiated. The golden serpent is crowded into the breast of the initiates and is then drawn out through the lowest parts. O fetus, he who is in the vagina or womb. Compare the ideas of Nietzsche, piercing into one's own pit, etc. In a prayer to Hermes in a London papyrus it is said, Lambda theta mu omicron iota, kappa rho epsilon rho mu, tau beta rho phi eta epsilon tau kappa omicron iota lambda alpha tau nu gamma upsilon nu alpha iota kappa nu, come to me, Lord Hermes, as the fetus into the womb of the mother. Kenyon, Greek Papyrus in the British Museum, 1893, page 116. Pap. CXXA, Z, 2FF cited by Dietrich, Ibid, page 97. Compare De Jong, Ibid, page 22. The typical grain god of antiquity was Adonis, whose death and resurrection was celebrated annually. He was the son-lover of the mother, for the grain is the son and fructifier of the womb of the earth, as Robertson very correctly remarks, Evangelical Myths, page 36. De Jong, Ibid, page 14. On a certain night an image is placed lying down in a litter, there is weeping and lamentations among the people, with beatings of bodies and tears. After a time, when they have become exhausted from the lamentations, a light appears. Then the priest anoints the throats of all those who were weeping, and softly whispers, "Take courage, O initiates of the redeemed divinity, ye shall achieve salvation through your grief." Faust. There whirls the press, like clouds on clouds unfolding. Then with stretched arms swing high the key thou art holding. As an example among many, I mention here the Polynesian Rata myth cited by Frobenius, Ibid, pp. 64-66, with a favorable wind the boat was sailing easily away over the ocean, when Gnaeoa called out one day, "O Rata, here is a fearful enemy who rises up from the ocean." It was an open mussel of huge dimensions. One shell was in front of the boat, the other behind it, and the vessel was directly between. The next moment the horrible mussel would have clapped its shells together and ground the boat and occupants to pieces in its grip. But Gnaeoa was prepared for this possibility. He grasped his long spear and quickly plunged it into the belly of the animal so that the creature, instead of snapping together, at once sank back to the bottom of the sea. After they had escaped from this danger they continued on their way. But after a while the voice of the always watchful Gnaeoa was again to be heard. "O Rata, once more a terrible enemy rushes upwards from the depths of the ocean." This time it was a mighty octopus, whose gigantic tentacles already surrounded the boat, in order to destroy it. At this critical moment, Gnaeoa seized his spear, and plunged it into the head of the octopus. The tentacles sank away limp and the dead monster rose to the surface of the water. Once more they continued on their journey, but a yet greater danger awaited them. One day the valiant Gnaeoa called out, "O Rata, here is a great whale." The huge jaws were wide open, the lower jaw was already under the boat, and the upper one over it. One moment more and the whale would have devoured them. Now Gnaeoa, the dragon slayer, broke his spear into two parts, and at the moment when the whale was about to devour them, he stuck the two pieces into the jaws of the foe so that he could not close his jaws. Gnaeoa quickly sprang into the jaws of the great whale, devouring of the hero, and looked into its belly, and what did he see? There sat both his parents, his father, Teratokarau, and his mother, Vairoa, who had been gulped down into the depths of this monster. The oracle has come true. The voyage has come to its end. Great was the joy of the parents of Gnaeoa when they saw their son. They were convinced that their freedom was at hand. And Gnaeoa resolved upon revenge. He took one of the two pieces from the jaws of the animal, one was enough to make it impossible for the whale to close his jaws and so keep a passage free for Gnaeoa and his parents. He broke this part of the spear in two, in order to use them as wood to produce fire by rubbing. He commanded his father to hold one firmly below, while he himself managed the upper one, until the fire began to glimmer, production of fire. Now when he blew this into flames, he hastened to heat the fatty part, heart, of the belly with the fire. The monster, writhing with pain, sought help swimming to the nearest land, journey in the sea. As soon as he reached the sandbank, land, father, mother and son walked onto the land through the open jaws of the dying whale, slipping out of the hero. 546 inches. The New Zealand Maui myth, quoted by Frobenius, Ibid, page 66 ff. The monster to be conquered is the grandmother Hainuitiipa. Maui, the hero, says to the birds who assist him, "My little friends, now when I creep into the jaws of the old woman, you must not laugh, but when I have been in and come out again, from her mouth, then you may greet me with jubilant laughter." Then Maui actually creeps into the mouth of the sleeping old woman. Published and prepared by Julius versus Negeline, in Religious Gesticht. Ver. U. Vorarp. Von Dietrich und Wunsch, Volume 11. Gießen 1912. Quoted, J. V. Negeline, Der Traumschlüssel der Jagadiva, page 256. The pine tree speaks the significant word, minwawa. In a fairy tale, the bird comes to the tree which grows upon the grave of the mother in order to give help. 547 Roscher, S. Picus, SP 2494, 62. Probably a symbol of rebirth. The father of Picus is called Sterculus or Sterculius, a name which is clearly derived from stercus equals excrementum. He is also said to be the deviser of manure. The primitive creator who also created the mother did so in the manner of infantile creation, which we have previously learned. The supreme God laid an egg, his mother, from which he was again produced. This is an analogous train of thought. Introversion equals to enter the mother, to sink into one's own inner world, or source of the libido, is symbolized by creeping in, passing through, boring. Scratching behind the ear equals making fire. Boring into the ear, scratching with the nails, swallowing serpents. Thus the Buddhist legend is understandable. When Gautama had spent the whole day sitting in deep reflection under the sacred tree, at evening he became Buddha, the illumined one. Compare phi alpha lambda lambda, phallus, above and its etymological connection. Spielrain's patient received from God 3 wounds through her head, breast and eye. Then there came a resurrection of the spirit, Jarbuch, 3, page 376. In the Tibetan myth of Bogda Gesar Khan, the sun hero shoots his arrow into the forehead of the demoniacal old woman, who devours it and spits it up again. In a Kalmyk myth, the hero shoots the arrow into the eye emitting rays, which is found on the forehead of the bull. Compare with that the victory of Polyphemus, whose character is signified upon an Attic vase because with it there is also a snake, as symbol of the mother. See the explanation of the Sacrificium Mithraicum. In the form of the father, for Megisogwin is the demon of the West, like Mudjikiwas. Compare Dusan, Geschichte der Philosophie, Volume 1, page 14. An analogy is Zeus and Athene. In Rigveda 10:31, the word of prayer becomes a pregnant cow. In Persian it is the eye of Ahura, Babylonian Nabu, the word of fate, Persian Vohumano, the good thought of the creator god. In Stoic conceptions, Hermes is logos or world intellect. In Alexandria the sigma omicron phi alpha, in the Old Testament it is the angel of Jehovah, or the countenance of God. Jacob wrestled with the angel during the night at the ford of Jabbok, after he had crossed the water with all that he possessed. Night journey on the sea, battle with the night snake, combat at the ford like Hiawatha. In this combat, Jacob dislocated his thigh. Motive of the twisting out of the arm. Castration on account of the overpowering of the mother. This face of God was compared in the old Jewish philosophy to the mystic Metatron, the prince of the face of God, Josiah 5:14, who brings the prayer to God, and in whom is the name of God. The Nassans, Ophits, called the Holy Ghost the first word, the mother of all that lives. The Valentinians comprehended the descending dove of Pneuma as the word of the mother from above, the Sophia. Drews, Christ Myth, I, pages 16, 22, 80. In Assyria, Jibal, the fire god, had the role of Logos. Tiela, Assur. Gesh. In Ephrem, the Syrian writer of hymns, John the Baptist says to Christ, a spark of fire in the air waits for thee over the Jordan. If thou followest it and willst be baptized, then take possession of thyself, wash thyself, for who has the power to take hold of burning fire with his hands? Thou, who art holy fire, have mercy upon me. Usner, Religionsgeschichtlich Untersuchungen. Cited by Drews, Ibid, page 81. 548. Perhaps the great significance of the name arose from this fantasy. Grimm mentions the legend that Siegfried was suckled by a doe. Compare Hiawatha's first deed. Compare Grimm's mythology. Mime or Mimir is a gigantic being of great wisdom, a very old nature god, with whom the Norse gods associate. Later fables make of him a demon and a skillful smith, closest relation to Wieland. Just as Wotan obtained advice from the wise woman, compare the quotation from Julius Caesar about the German matron, so does Odin go to the brook of Mimir in which wisdom and judgment lie hidden, to the spiritual mother, Mother Imago. There he requests a drink of immortality, but no sooner does he receive it than he sacrifices his eye to the well, death of the sun in the sea. The well of Mimir points undoubtedly to the mother significance of Mimir. Thus Mimir gets possession of Odin's other eye. In Mimir, the mother, wise giant, and the embryo, dwarf, subterranean son, Harpocrates, is condensed, likewise, as mother, he is the source of wisdom and art. Mother Imago therefore may be translated as fantasy under certain circumstances. The magic sleep is also present in the Homeric celebration of the Hieros Gamos. See above. This is proved by Siegfried's words. Through furious fire. To thee have I fared. Nor byrnie nor buckler. Guarded my breast. The flames have broken. Through to my heart. My blood doth bound. In turbulent streams. A raving fire. Within me is kindled. The cave dragon is the terrible mother. In the German legends the maiden to be rescued often appears as a snake or dragon, and must be kissed in this form, through which the dragon is changed into a beautiful woman. A fish's or a serpent's tail is attributed to certain wise women. In the Golden Mountain, a king's daughter was bewitched into a snake. In the Oselberg near Dinkelsbühl there lives a snake with a woman's head and a bunch of keys around her neck. Grimm. Faust, 2-part. Doch immer steren such ich nicht mein Heil. Das Schaudern ist der Menschheit bestes Ziel. Wie auch die Welt ihm das Gefühl virtue. Ergriffen, fühlt tief das Ungeheuer. Etymol. Wörterbuch der Deutschen Sprache, sub. Hort. Griechisch etymology, sub. Kappa epsilon theta omega. Pausanias, I, 18, 7. 549 Ocean, who arose to be the producer of all. Rodi, Psyche, 4. Awful, Volume 1, page 214. J. Maley, Die Schlangem Mythos und Kultus der Klassischen Völker, 1867. Duchesne, Lib Pontifical, I, S. cx. Cited by Cumont, Texts et Monuments, Volume 1, page 351. There was a huge dragon on Mount Tarpeus, where the Capitolium stands. Once a month, with sacrilegious maidens, the priests descended 365 steps into the hell of this dragon, carrying expiatory offerings of food for the dragon. Then the dragon suddenly and unexpectedly arose, and, though he did not come out, he poisoned the air with his breath. Thence came the mortality of man and the deepest sorrow for the death of the children. When, for the defense of truth, St. Sylvester had had a conflict with the heathen, it came to this that the heathen said, Sylvester, go down to the dragon, and in the name of thy God make him desist from the killing of mankind. Cited by Cumont, Texts et Monuments, Volume 1, p. 351. Like his counterpart, the apocalyptic Son of Man, from whose mouth proceeds a sharp two-edged sword. Rev. I, 16. Compare Christ as serpent and the Antichrist seducing the people. Rev. XX, 3. We come across the same motive of the guardian dragon who pierces women. In the myth from Van Diemen's Land, a hornback lay in the cavity of a rock, a huge hornback. The hornback was large and he had a very long spear. From his cavity he espied the women, he saw them dive into the water, he pierced them with his spear, he killed them, he carried them away. For some time they were to be seen no longer. The monster was then killed by the two heroes. They made fire, and brought the women to life again. Cited by Frobenius, Ibid, page 77. The eyes of the Son of Man are like a flame of fire. Rev. I, 15. Near the city of Rome there was a certain cavern in which appeared a dragon of remarkable size, mechanically produced, brandishing a sword in his mouth, his eyes glittering like gems, fearful and terrible. Hither came virgins every year, devoted to this service, adorned with flowers, who were given to him in sacrifice. Bringing these gifts, they unknowingly descended the steps to a point where, with diabolical cunning, the dragon was suspended, striking those who came a blow with the sword, so that the innocent blood was shed. Now, there was a certain monk who, on account of his good deeds, was well known to Stilicho, the patrician. He killed this dragon as follows: he examined each separate step carefully, both with a rod in his own hand, until, discovering the false step, he exposed the diabolical fraud. Then, jumping over this step, he went down and killed the dragon, cutting him to pieces, demonstrating that one who could be destroyed by human hand could not be a divinity. Cited by Cumont, Xlii Monuments, I, page 352. Compare Roscher, Lexicon, I, 2, 1885. Out of dark places she rushes on children and women. The triple form also related to the moon, waxing, full, and waning moon. However, such cosmic relations are primarily projections of metapsychology. Faust, 2-part The Scene of the Mothers, the key belongs to Hecate, Pyro-Omicron Theta Upsilon Rho Alpha Alpha, as the guardian of Hades, and psychopompic divinity. Compare Janus, Peter and Ion. Attribute of the terrible mother, Ishtar has tormented the horse with goad and whip and tortured him to death. Jensen, Gilgamesh Epic, page 18. Also an attribute of Helios. Phallic symbol of fear. Murderous weapon as symbol of the fructifying phallus. Plato has already testified to this as a phallic symbol, as is mentioned above. White-leaved. Far-shooting Hecate. Far-shooting, the far-darting goddess of birth. Cited by Roscher, I, 2, SP 1909. Hecate. Compare the symbolism in the hymn to Mary of Melk, 12th century. Santa Maria. Closed gate. Open to God's command. Sealed fountain. Barred garden. Gate of paradise. The same symbolism occurs in an erotic verse. Maiden, may I enter with you into your rose garden? There, where the little red roses grow. Those delicate and tender roses. With a tree close by, whose leaves sway to and fro. And a cool little brook, which lies directly beneath it. 550 sacrificial cakes offered to the gods. Herzog, Aus dem Asclepion von Kos. Archiv für Religionswissenschaft, Volume 10, H. 2, page 219 ff. A Mithraic sanctuary was, when at all possible, a subterranean grotto. Often the cavern was merely an artificial one. It is conceivable that the Christian crypts and subterranean churches are of similar meaning. Compare Schulze, Die Katakomben, 1882, page 9. In the Torabolia a bull was sacrificed over a grave, in which lay the one to be consecrated. His initiation consisted in being covered with the blood of the sacrifice. Also a regeneration and rebirth, baptism. The baptized one was called renatus. Additional proof in Herzog, Ibid, page 224. Ibid, page 225. Ritual sacrificial food offered to the gods. Indeed, sacred serpents were kept for display and other purposes. Ritual sacrificial food offered to the gods. Rodi, Psyche, Chapter 1, page 244. Volume 1, page 28. Fick. Compare Wörterbuch, I, page 424. Compare the stable cleaning of Hercules. The stable, like the cavern, is a place of birth. We find stable and cavern in Mithricism combined with the bull symbolism, as in Christianity. C. Robertson, Christ and Krishna. In a Basuto myth, the stable birth also occurs. Frobenius. The stable birth belongs to the mythologic animal fable, therefore the legend of the Conceptio Immaculata, allied to the history of the impregnation of the barren Sarah, appears very early in Egypt as an animal fable. Herodotus, 3:28, relates, this Apis or Epiphos is a calf whose mother was unable to become impregnated, but the Egyptians said that a ray from heaven fell upon the cow, and from that she brought forth Apis. Apis symbolizes the sun, therefore his signs, upon the forehead a white spot, upon his back a figure of an eagle, upon his tongue a beetle. According to Philo, the serpent is the most spirited of all animals. Its nature is that of fire, the rapidity of its movements is great, and this without need of any especial limbs. It has a long life and sheds age, with its skin. Therefore it was inculcated in the mysteries, because it is immortal. Meli, Die Schlangen Mythologie und Kultus der klassischen Völker, 1867, page 7. For example, the St. John of Quintin Matsys, see illustration, also 2 pictures by an unknown Strasbourg master in the gallery at Strasbourg. And the woman, having a golden cup in her hand full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication, Rev 17:4. The woman is drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus, a striking image of the terrible mother. Here, cup equals genitals. In the Tibetan myth of Bogda Gesser Khan there is a beetle, treasure attainable with difficulty, which the demoniac old woman guards. Gesser says to her, "Sister, never since I was born have you shown me the beetle my soul." The mother libido is also the soul. It is significant that the old woman desired the hero as a husband. Frobenius. 551. This is also the significance of the mysteries. Their purpose is to lead the useless, regressive incestuous libido over the bridges of symbolism into rational activity. And through that transform the obscure compulsion of the libido working up from the unconscious into social communion and higher moral endeavor. An excellent example of this is the description of the orgies of the Russian sectarian by Merezhkovsky, in his book, Peter the Great and Alexei. In the cult of the Asiatic goddesses of love, Anitis, Melita, etc. Prostitution in the temple was an organized institution. The orgiastic cult of Anahita, Anitis, has been preserved in modern sects, with the Ali Ilahija, the so-called extinguishers of light. With the Yezds and Dushakurds, who celebrate nocturnal religious orgies which end in a wild sexual debauch, during which incestuous unions also occur. Spiegel, Aaron. Altertumskund, 2, page 64. Further examples are to be found in the valuable work of Stoll, Das Sexualben in der Völkerpsychologie, Leipzig 1908. Concerning the kiss of the snake, compare Grimm, 2, page 809. By this means, a beautiful woman was set free. The sucking refers to the maternal significance of the snake, which exists along with the phallic. It is a coitus act on the presexual stage. Spielrain's Insane Patient, Jarbuch, 3, page 344, says as follows, "Wine is the blood of Jesus. The water must be blessed, and was blessed by him. The one buried alive becomes the vineyard. That wine becomes blood, the water is mingled with childishness, because God says, become like little children. There is also a spermatic water which can be drunken with blood. That perhaps is the water of Jesus." Here we find a commingling of all the various meanings of the way to win immortality. Weidmann, Der Alte Orient, 2, page 18. Cited by Dietrich, Ibid, page 101, asserts that it is an Egyptian idea that man draws in the milk of immortality by suckling the breast of a goddess. Compare with that the myth of Hercules, where the hero attains immortality by a single draw at the breast of Hera. From the writings of the sectarian Anton Unternauer, Geheimes Reskript der Bernischen Regierung und die Fahr und Statthalteramter, 1821. I owe the knowledge of this fragment to Reverend Dr. O. Pfister. Nietzsche, Zarathustra, and I also give this parable to you, not a few who wish to drive out the devil from themselves, by that lead themselves into the slough. Compare the vision of Zosimos. The significance of the communion ritual as a unio mystica with God is at bottom sexual and very corporeal. The primitive significance of the communion is that of a hieros gamos. Therefore in the fragment of the Attis Mysteries handed down by Firmicus it is said that the mystic eats from the tympanon, drinks from the cymbalon, and he confesses, pi tau nu pi alpha sigma tau nu pi delta upsilon omicron nu. Which means the same as, I have entered the bridal chamber. Usner, in Dietrich, Ibid, p. 126, refers to a series of quotations from the patristic literature. of which I mention merely one sentence from the speeches of Proclus of Constantinople: Pi alpha sigma tau alpha epsilon nu lambda omicron gamma omicron epsilon nu upsilon mu phi epsilon upsilon sigma alpha tau omicron tau eta nu sigma alpha kappa rho alpha, the bridal chamber in which the Logos has espoused the flesh. The Church is also to some extent the bridal chamber, where the Spirit unites with the flesh, really the comaterium. Irenaeus mentions some more of the initiatory customs of certain Gnostic sects, which were undoubtedly nothing but spiritual weddings. Compare Dietrich, Ibid, page 127 ff. In the Catholic Church, even yet, a hieros gamos is celebrated on the installation of a priest. A young maiden there represents the Church as bride. 552. Compare also the fantasies of Felician Rops, the crucified Priapus. Compare with that the symbolism in Nietzsche's poem, Why enticest thou thyself into the paradise of the old serpent? Thus spake Zarathustra. Nietzsche himself must have shown at times a certain predilection for loathsome animals. Compare C. A. Bernoulli, Franz Auberbeck und Friedrich Nietzsche, Volume 1, page 166. I recall Nietzsche's dream, which is cited in Part 1 of this book. The Germanic myth of Dietrich von Bern, who had fiery breath, belongs to this idea. He was wounded in the forehead by an arrow, a piece of which remained there fixed. From this, he was called the Immortal. In a similar manner, half of Hrungnir's wedge-shaped stone fastened itself in Thor's head. See Grimm, Mythology, I, page 309. Geschichte der Philosophie, Volume 1, page 181. Satepo adipieta. The Stoic idea of the creative primal warmth, in which we have already recognized the libido, Part 1, Chap. 4, belongs in this connection, also the birth of Mitra from a stone, which resulted solo est libidinis, through the heat of the libido only. The place of discipline. In the accurate prose translation this passage reads, There comma developed from him in the beginning, Dusen, Gesch. D. Phil, Volume 1, page 123. Comma is the libido. The sages found the root of being in the non-being, in the heart, searching with introspection. Fame and eternity. Grimm, Mythology, 3. The heroes have serpent's eyes, as do the kings, Ormrai Auga. Sigurdur is called Ormrai Auga. Nietzsche's. In the green light. Happiness still plays around the brown abyss. His voice grows hoarse. His eye flashes verdigris. From The Poverty of the Richest. Nietzsche's Fragments of Dionysus Dithyrambs. Heavy eyes. Which seldom love. But when they love, it flashes out. Like a gold mine. Where a dragon guards the treasure of love. 553. He is pregnant with the sun. Galatians 3:27 alludes to this primitive idea, for as many of you as have been baptized into Christ have put on Christ. Just as is Mani so is Marcius a crucified one. C. Robertson, Evangelical Myths, page 66. Both were hung, a punishment which has an unmistakable symbolic value, because the suspension, to suffer and fear in the torment of suspension, is the symbol of an unfulfilled wish. See Freud, The Interpretation of Dreams. Therefore Christ, Odin, Attis hung on trees, equals mother. The Talmudic Jesus ben Pandira, apparently the earliest historic Jesus, suffered a similar death, on the eve of a Passover festival in the reign of Alexander Jannaeus, 106–79 BC. This Jesus may have been the founder of the Essenes, a sect, C. Robertson, Evang, Myths, page 123, which stood in a certain relation to subsequent Christianity. The Jesus ben Stada identified with the preceding Jesus, but removed into the second Christian century, was also hung. Both were first stoned, a punishment which was, so to speak, a bloodless one like hanging. The Christian Church, which spills no blood, therefore burned. This may not be without significance for a peculiar ceremony reported from Uganda. When a king of Uganda wished to live forever, he went to a place in Buziro, where a feast was given by the chiefs. At the feast the Mamba clan was especially held in honor, and during the festivities a member of this clan was secretly chosen by his fellows, caught by them, and beaten to death with their fists. No stick or other weapon might be used by the men appointed to do the deed. After death, the victim's body was flayed and the skin made into a special whip, etc. After the ceremony of the feast in Buziro, with its strange sacrifice, the king of Uganda was supposed to live forever, but from that day he was never allowed to see his mother again. Quoted from Fraser, Golden Bough, Part 4, page 415. The sacrifice, which is chosen to purchase everlasting life for another, is here given over to a bloodless death and after that skinned. That this sacrifice has an absolutely unmistakable relation to the mother, as we already know, is corroborated very plainly by Fraser. Fraser, Adonis, Attis, Osiris, page 242. Fraser, Ibid, page 246. Fraser, Ibid, page 249. Cited by Dietrich in Mithras-Liturgy, page 215. The bull, father of the serpent, and the serpent, father of the bull. Another attempt at solution seems to be the Dioscuri motive. The son consists of two brothers similar to each other, the one mortal, the other immortal. This motive is found, as is well known, in the two Akvins, who, however, are not further differentiated. In the Mithraic doctrine, Mitra is the father, Sol the son, and yet both are one as mu gamma alpha theta epsilon epsilon lambda iota omicron mu theta rho alpha. The motive of twins emerges, not infrequently, in dreams. In a dream, where it is related that a woman had given birth to twins, the dreamer found, instead of the expected children, a box and a bottle-like object. Here the twins had male and female significance. This observation hints at a possible significance of the Dioscuri as the son and its rebearing mother, daughter. 554 Among the Daughters of the Desert. Zentralblatt für Psychoanalyse, Volume 2, page 169. This problem has frequently been employed in the ancient son myths. It is especially striking that the lion-killing heroes, Samson and Hercules, are weaponless in the combat. The lion is the symbol of the most intense summer heat, astrologically he is the domicilium solis. Steinthal, Zeitschrift für Völkerpsychologie, Volume 2, p. 133, reasons about this in a most interesting manner, which I quote word for word. When the sun god fights against the summer heat, he fights against himself, when he kills it, he kills himself. Most certainly. The Phoenician, Assyrian and Lydian ascribes self-destruction to his sun god, for he can comprehend the lessening of the sun's heat only as a self-murder. He believed that the sun stood at its highest in the summer and its rays scorched with destroying heat, thus does the god burn himself, but he does not die, only rejuvenates himself. Also Hercules burns himself, but ascends to Olympus in the flames. This is the contradiction in the pagan gods. They, as forces of nature, are helpful as well as harmful to men. In order to do good and to redeem they must work against themselves. The opposition is dulled, when either of the two sides of the forces of nature is personified in an especial god, or when the power of nature is conceived of as a divine personage. However, each of its two modes of action, the benevolent and the injurious, has an especial symbol. The symbol is always independent, and finally is the god himself. And while originally the god worked against himself, destroyed himself, now symbol fights against symbol, god against god, or the god with the symbol. Certainly the god fights with himself, with his other self, which we have conceived of under the symbol of mother. The conflict always appears to be the struggle with the father and the conquering of the mother. The old Etruscan custom of covering the urn of ashes, and the dead buried in the earth, with the shield, is something more than mere chance. Incest motive. Compare the idea of the phoenix in the Apocalypse of Baruch, Part 1 of this book. Chapter 8. The kingdom of the mother is the kingdom of the unconscious fantasy. Behind nature stands the mother, in continuation of our earlier discussions and in the foregoing poem of Hölderlin. Here the mother hovers before the poet's mind as a tree, on which the child hangs like a blossom. Once he called the stars his brothers. Here I must call to mind the remarks in the first part of this work, especially that mystic identification with the stars, epsilon gamma omega epsilon iota mu iota sigma upsilon mu pi lambda alpha nu omicron mu iota nu alpha sigma tau epsilon rho. I am a star who wanders together with you. The separation and differentiation from the mother, the individuation, creates the transition of the subjective into the objective, that foundation of consciousness. Before this, man was one with the mother. That is to say, with the world as a whole. At that period man did not know the son as brother. This occurred for the first time, when after the resulting separation and placing of the object, the libido, regressing to the infantile, perceived in that first state its possibilities and the suspicion of his relationship to the stars forced itself upon him. This occurrence appears not infrequently in the introversion psychoses. A young peasant, an ordinary laboring man, developed an introversion psychosis, dementia praecox. His first feelings of illness were shown by a special connection which he felt with the sun and the stars. The stars became full of meaning to him, and the sun suggested ideas to him. This apparently entirely new perception of nature is met with very often in this disease. Another patient began to understand the language of birds, which brought him messages from his beloved mother. Compare Siegfried. 555. The spring belongs to the idea as a whole. This idea expresses the divine infantile blessedness, as in Hyperion's Song of Fate. You wander above there in the light. Upon soft clouds, blessed genii. Shining breezes of the gods. Stir you gently. This portion is especially noteworthy. In childhood everything was given him, and man is disinclined to obtain it once more for himself, because it is won only through toil and compulsion. Even love costs trouble. In childhood the well of the libido gushed forth in bubbling fullness. In later life it involves hard work to even keep the stream flowing for the onward striving life, because with increasing age the stream has a growing inclination to flow back to its source. If effectual mechanisms are not created to hinder this backward movement or at least to organize it. In this connection belongs the generally accepted idea, that love is absolutely spontaneous, only the infantile type of love is something absolutely spontaneous. The love of an adult man allows itself to be purposefully directed. Man can also say, I will love. The heights of culture are conditioned by the capacity for displacement of the libido. Motive of immortality in the fable of the death of Empedocles. Horace, Deus immortalis haberi, dum Cupid Empedocles ardentem frigidus etnam, insoluit. Empedocles deliberately threw himself into the glowing Etna because he wanted to be believed an immortal god. Compare the beautiful passage in the Journey to Hades of Odysseus, where the hero wishes to embrace his mother. But I, thrilled by inner longing, wanted to embrace the soul of my departed mother. 3 times I endeavored, full of passionate desire for the embrace. 3 times from my hands she escaped. Like nocturnal shades and the images of dreams. And in my heart sadness grew more intense. Odyss. 11:204. The underworld, hell, is indeed the place of unfulfilled longing. The Tantalus motive is found through all of hell. Spielrain's Patient, Jarbuch, 3, p. 345, speaks in connection with the significance of the communion of the water mixed with childishness, spermatic water, blood and wine. p. 368 she says, the souls fallen into the water are saved by God, they fall into the deep abyss, the souls were saved by the Son of God. 556 The Phi Rho mu alpha kappa omicron nu theta alpha nu alpha sigma alpha, the drink of Soma, the Hauma of the Persians, might have been made from ephedra vulgaris. Spiegel, Aaron. Altertumskund, I, page 433. Like the heavenly city in Hauptmann's Hanel. Salvation is a wonderful city, where peace and joy never end. Its houses are marble, its roofs are gold. But wine flows in silver fountains. Flowers are strewed upon the white streets. Continually from the towers sound the wedding bells. Green as May are the battlements, shining with the light of early morning. Giddy with butterflies, crowned with roses. There below, hand in hand, the festive people wander through the heavenly land. The wide, wide sea is filled with red, red wine. They plunge in with shining bodies. They plunge into the foam and the splendor. The clear purple covers them entirely. And they exulting arise from the flood. Thus they are washed by Jesus' blood. Richter, 15:17. Prelwitz, Grieche. Edem, S. Sigma Kappa Pi Tau Omega. Of the Father. Fate. Chances and fates. This was really the purpose of all mysteries. They create symbolisms of death and rebirth for the practical application and education of the infantile libido. As Fraser, The Golden Bough, I.P. 442, points out, exotic and barbaric peoples have in their initiatory mysteries the same symbolism of death and resurrection, just as Apuleius, Medum. 11:23, says of the initiation of Lucius into the Isis mysteries, accessi confinium mortis edi calcado proserpini limine per omnia vectus elementa remivi, I have reached the confines of death and trodden the threshold of Proserpina. Passing through all the elements, I have returned. Lucius died figuratively, ad instar voluntarii mortis, and was born anew, renatus. This does not hinder the modern neurasthenic from making work a means of repression and worrying about it. Compare Genesis 49:17, Dan shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path, that biteth the horse heels, so that his rider shall fall backward. Compare with this the Egyptian representation of the heaven as woman and cow. Freud, Formulierungen über die zwei Prinzipien des psychischen Gestehens, 1912 Jarbuch, page 1 ff. This form of question recalls the well-known Indian symbol of the world-bearing animal, an elephant standing upon a tortoise. The elephant has chiefly masculine phallic significance and the tortoise, like every shell animal, chiefly feminine significance. 557 Zentralblatt für Psychoanalyse, Volume 2, page 171. The neurotic Don Juan is no evidence to the contrary. That which the habitué understands by love is merely an infirmity and far different from that which love means. Spiegel, Aaron. Altertumskund, 2, 667. Freud, Ein Kindheitserinnerung de Leonardo da Vinci, p. 57. The Almighty, just God and benevolent nature appear to us as a great sublimation of father and mother, rather than revivals and reproductions of the early childish ideas of them. Religiousness leads biologically back to the long-continued helplessness and need of the offspring of man, who, when later he has recognized his real loneliness and weakness against the great powers of life, feels his condition similar to that of childhood, and seeks to disavow this forlorn state by regressive renewal of the infantile protective powers. Nietzsche, Fröhliche Wissenschaft, Aphorism 157. Mentiri, give heed, he muses, immediately he will have a lie prepared. This is a stage of culture, upon which whole peoples have stood. One should ponder over what the Romans meant by mentiri. Actually the Indo-Germanic root mentis, men, is the same for mentiri, memini and mens. See Wald, Lat Edem, sub. Mendax, memini und mens. See Freud, Jarbuch, Volume 3, page 60. Bundehesch, 15:27. The bull Sarsok was sacrificed at the destruction of the world. But Sarsok was the originator of the race of men, he had brought 9 of the 15 human races upon his back through the sea to the distant points of the compass. The primitive bull of Guillemart has, as we saw above, most undoubtedly female and maternal significance on account of his fertility. If for Silberer the mythological symbolism is a process of cognition on the mythological stage, Jarbuch, Volume 3, page 664, then there exists, between this view and mine, only a difference of standpoint, which determines a different manner of expression. This series of representations begins with the totem meal. Taurus is astrologically the domicilium Veneris. There comes from the library of Asurbanipal an interesting Sumeric-Assyrian fragment, cuneiform in Skr. I. 4, 26, 6. Quoted by Gressman, Alt Orient. Text. UND Bild, I, p. 101. To the wise man he said. A lamb is the substitute for a man. He gives a lamb for his life. He gives the heads of lambs for the heads of men, etc. Compare the remarkable account in Pausanias, 6, 17, 9 ff. While sleeping, the sperma of Zeus has flowed down upon the earth, in time has arisen from this a demon, with double generative organs, that of a man, and that of a woman. They gave him the name of Igdistis. But the gods changed Igdistis and cut off the male organs. Now when the almond tree which sprang forth from this bore ripe fruit, the daughter of the spring, Sangarios, took of the fruit. When she placed it in her bosom, the fruit disappeared at once, but she found herself pregnant. After she had given birth to the child, a goat acted as protector. When he grew up, he was of superhuman beauty, so that Igdistis fell in love with the boy. His relatives sent the full-grown Attis to Pessinus, in order to marry the king's daughter. The wedding song was beginning when Igdistis appeared and in delirium Attis castrated himself. 558 Beloved of the Mother of the Gods, inasmuch as the Cybele Attis sheds his human shape in this way and stiffens into this tree trunk. Firmicus, De Error. Professor Rel, Atenei. Quoted by Robertson, Evang, Myths, page 136, and Kreutzer, Symbolic, 2, 332. Pentheus, as a hero with a serpent nature, his father was Echion, the adder. The typical sacrificial death in the Dionysus cult. In the festival processions they wore women's clothes. In Bithynia Attis was called Alpha, Papa, Pope, and Cybele, Ma. In the early Asiatic religions of this mother goddess, there existed fish worship and prohibition against fish as food for the priests. In the Christian religion, it is noteworthy that the son of Atargatis, identified with Astarte, Cybele, etc., is called Chi Theta, Kreutzer, Symbolic, 2, 60. Therefore, the anagram of the name of Christ equals iota epsilon sigma omicron upsilon sigma chi rho iota sigma tau omicron sigma theta epsilon omicron upsilon iota omicron sigma omega tau epsilon rho equals iota chi theta upsilon sigma. Spiegel, Aaron. Altertumskund, 2, 76. A. Nagel, Der Chinesische Kuchengat Chauqian. Archiv für Religionswissenschaft, 11, 23 ff. In Spiegel's Parsegrammatik, pages 135, 166. Porphyrius says, Kappa alpha tau alpha rho omicron delta eta mu iota omicron upsilon rho gamma nu mu theta rho alpha kappa gamma epsilon nu sigma epsilon omega delta epsilon sigma pi tau eta, as the bull is the creator, Mitra is the lord of birth. The death of the bull is voluntary and involuntary. When Mitra strangles the bull, a scorpion bites the bull in the testicles, autumn equinox. Bendorf, Bildwerk de Lateran Museum, No. 547. Texts et Monuments, I, 182. In another place Cumont speaks of the sorrowful and almost morbid grace of the features of the hero. Infantilism is merely the result of the much deeper state of introversion of the Christian in contrast to the other religions. The libido nature of the sacrificed is unquestionable. In Persia, a ram helped the first people to the first sin, cohabitation. It is also the first animal which they sacrificed. Spiegel, Aaron. Altertumskund, Volume 1, page 511. The ram is the same as the paradisical serpent, which was Christ according to the Manichaean version. The ancient Melaton of Sardes taught that Christ was a lamb, similar to the ram in the bush, which Abraham sacrificed in place of his son. Here the bush is analogous to the cross, fragment v, quoted by Robertson, Ibid. See above. Blood bridegroom of the mother. From Joshua v. 2 we learn that Joshua again instituted the circumcision and redemption of the firstborn. With this he must have substituted for the sacrifice of children, which earlier it was the custom to offer up to Jehovah. The sacrifice of the male foreskin, Drews, Christosmith, I, p. 47. 559 C. Cumont, Ibid, page 100. The zodiacal sign of the sun's greatest heat. This solution apparently concerns only the dogmatic symbolism. I merely intimate that this sacrificial death was related to a festival of vegetation or of spring, from which the religious legend originated. The folk customs contain in variations these same fundamental thoughts. Compare with that Drews, Christosmith, I, page 37. A similar sacrificial death is that of Prometheus. He was chained to a rock. In another version his chains were drawn through a pillar, which hints at the enchainment to a tree. That punishment was his which Christ took upon himself willingly. The fate of Prometheus therefore recalls the misfortune of Theseus and Pirithous, who remain bound to the rock, the chthonic mother. According to Athenaeus, Jupiter commanded Prometheus, after he had freed him, to wear a willow crown and an iron ring, by which his lack of freedom and slavery was symbolically represented. Phoroneus, who in Argos was worshipped as the bringer of fire, was the son of Melia, the ash, therefore tree enchained. Robertson compares the crown of Prometheus to the crown of thorns of Christ. The devout carry crowns in honor of Prometheus, in order to represent the captivity, Evangelical Myths, page 126. In this connection, therefore, the crown means the same as the betrothal ring. These are the requisites of the old hieros gamos with the mother. The crown of thorns, which is of Egyptian derivation according to Athenaeus, has the significance of the painful ascetic betrothal. Hecate. The spear wound given by Longinus to Christ is the substitute for the dagger thrust in the Mithraic bull's sacrifice. The jagged tooth of the brazen wedge was driven through the breast of the enchained and sacrificed Prometheus, Aeschylus. Prometheus. Mention must also be made of the fact that North German mythology was acquainted with similar thoughts regarding the fruitfulness of the sacrificial death on the mother, through hanging on the tree of life. Odin obtained knowledge of the runes and the inspiring, intoxicating drink which invested him with immortality. I have refrained in the course of this merely orienting investigating from referring to the countless possibilities of relationship between dream symbolism and the material disclosed in these connections. That is a matter of a special investigation. But I cannot forbear mentioning here a simple dream, the first which a youthful patient brought to me in the beginning of her analysis. She stands between high walls of snow upon a railroad track with her small brother. A train comes, she runs before it in deadly fear and leaves her brother behind upon the track. She sees him run over, but after the train has passed, the little fellow stands up again uninjured. The meaning of the dream is clear, the inevitable approach of the impulse. The leaving behind of the little brother is the repressed willingness to accept her destiny. The acceptance is symbolized by the sacrifice of the little brother, the infantile personality, whose apparently certain death becomes, however, a resurrection. Another patient makes use of classical forms. She dreamed of a mighty eagle, which is wounded in beak and neck by an arrow. If we go into the actual transference fantasy, eagle equals physician, arrow equals erotic wish of the patient, then the material concerning the eagle, winged lion of St. Mark, the past splendor of Venice. Beak equals remembrances of certain perverse actions of childhood, leads us to understand the eagle as a composition of infantile memories, which in part are grouped around the father. The eagle, therefore, is an infantile hero who is wounded in a characteristic manner on the phallic point, beak. The dream also says, I renounce the infantile wish, I sacrifice my infantile personality, which is synonymous with, I paralyze it, castrate the father or the physician. In the Mitra mysteries, in the introversion the mystic himself becomes epsilon tau, the eagle, this being the highest degree of initiation. The identification with the unconscious libido animal goes very far in this cult, as Augustine relates, Alii autem sicut aves alas percutant vocem coracis imitantes, alii vero leonum more fremant, some move the arms like birds the wings. Imitating the voice of the raven, some groan like lions. 560 Miss Miller's snake is green. The snake of my patient is also green. In Psychology of Dementia Precox, page 161, she says, then a little green snake came into my mouth, it had the finest, loveliest sense, as if it had human understanding. It wanted to say something to me, almost as if it had wished to kiss me. Spielrain's patient says of the snake, "It is an animal of God, which has such wonderful colors, green, blue and white. The rattlesnake is green, it is very dangerous. The snake can have a human mind, it can have God's judgment, it is a friend of children. It will save those children who are necessary for the preservation of human life." Jarbuch, Volume 3, page 366. Here the phallic meaning is unmistakable. The snake as the transformed prince in the fairy tale has the same meaning. See Rick Lynn, Wish Fulfillment and Symbolism in Fairy Tales. A patient had the fantasy that she was a serpent which coiled around the mother and finally crept into her. The serpent of Epidaurus is, in contrast, endowed with healing power. Similia similibus. This Bleuler has designated as ambivalence or ambitendency. Steckel as, bipolarity of all psychic phenomena, Sprache de Troms, page 535. I am indebted for permission to publish a picture of this statuette to the kindness of the director of the Veronese collection of antiques. The deluge is of one nature with the serpent. In the Waluspa it is said that the flood is produced when the Midgard serpent rises up for universal destruction. He is called Jormungandr, which means, literally, the all-pervading wolf. The destroying Fenris wolf has also a connection with the sea. Fun is found in Fensaler, Meersail, the dwelling of Frigg, and originally meant sea, Frobenius, Ibid, page 179. In the fairy stories of Red Riding Hood, a wolf is substituted in place of a serpent or fish. Compare the longing of Hölderlin expressed in his poem Empedocles. Also the journey to hell of Zarathustra through the crater of the volcano. Death is the entrance into the mother, therefore the Egyptian king, Mykerinos, buried his daughter in a gilded wooden cow. That was the guarantee of rebirth. The cow stood in a state apartment and sacrifices were brought to it. In another apartment near the cow were placed the images of the concubines of Mykerinos, Herodotus, 2, page 129f. Kluge, Deutsche Etymologie. The whistling and snapping is a tasteless, archaic relic, an allurement for the theriomorphic divinity, probably also an infantile reminiscence, quieting the child by whistling and snapping. Of similar significance is the roaring at the divinity. Mithra. Lit. Page 13. You are to look at him and give forth a long roar, as with a horn, using all your breath, pressing your sides, and kiss the amulet, etc. My soul roars with the voice of a hungry lion, says Mechthild von Magdeburg. As the hart panteth after the water brooks, so panteth my soul after God. Psalms 42, 2. The ceremonial custom, as so often happens, has dwindled into a figure of speech. Dementia praecox, however, revivifies the old custom, as in the roaring miracle of Schreiber. See the latter's Denkwürdigkeiten eines Nervenkranken, by which he demands that God, i.e. the Father, so inadequately oriented with humanity, take notice of his existence. The infantile reminiscence is clear, that is, the childish cry to attract the attention of the parent to himself. The whistling and smacking for the allurement of the theriomorphic attribute, the helpful animal. See Rank, The Myth of the Birth of the Hero. Index. Abegg. Abelard. Abraham. Activity, displaced rhythmic. Adaptation to environment. Agni. Agriculture. Aeteriopanishad. Ambitendency. Amenhotep IV. Analogy, importance of. Analysis of dreams. Antiquity, brutality of. Anxiety, representations of. Arnold, Sir Edwin. Art, instinct of. First. Asceticism. Asterius, Bishop. Augustine. Autismus. Autoerotism. Autonomy, moral. Avenarius, R. Aztec. Baldwin, Mark. Baptism. Bergerac, Cyrano de. Bergson, Henri. Bertskinger. Bhagavad Gita. Bingen, Hildegard von. Bleuler, Prof. Book of the Dead, Egyptian. Boring, Act of. Busse. Brihadaranayaku Upanishad. Bruno, Giordano. Buddha. Bundahesh. Burkhard, Jacob. Byron's, Heaven and Earth. Caesar, Julius. Canagiator. Causation, Law of. Cave worship. Chitter. Child, Development of. Childhood, Valuations. Children, Analysis of. Regression in. Christ. And Antichrist. Death and Resurrection. Sacrifice of. Christianity. Chrysostomus. John. Cicero. City, Mother Symbolism of. Cohabitation, Continuous. Coitus play. Wish, Meaning of. Communion cup. Complex. Law of return. Mass. Mother. Nuclear. Of representation. Compulsion, unconscious. Condensation. Conflict, internal. Consciousness, birth of. Creation, by means of thought. Ideal. From introversion. From mother. Through sacrifice. Kreutzer. Cross. Meaning of. Cult, father-son. Earth. Cumont, Franz. 562 Cyrano de Bergerac. Dactyli. Death, fear of. Fantasies. Voluntary. Wish for. Dementia praecox. Destiny of man. Dusen. Dietrich. Dismemberment, motive of. Displaced rhythmic activity. Domestication of man. Dragon, psychologic meaning. Dream, analysis. Interpretation of. Nietzsche. Regression. Sexual assault. Sexual language of. Source of. Symbolism. Drews. Drexler. Eleusinian Mysteries. Emmerich, Catherine. Erman. Erotic Fate. Impression. Eusebius of Alexandria. Evolution. Fairy tales, interpretation of. Family, separation from. Fasting. Father. Imago. Transference. Faust. Fear, as forbidden desire. Ferenczi. Ferrero. Guglielmo. Finger-sucking. Ferdusi. Fire, onanistic phase of. Preparations of. Sexual significance. Firmicus. Flournoy. France, Anatole. Francis of Assisi. Fraser, Golden Bough. Freud, Sigmund. Interpretation of the dream. Leonardo da Vinci. Source of the dream. Frobenius. Galileo. Gilgamesh. God, as creator and destroyer. As son. Becoming one with. Crucified. Fertilizing. Love of. Of creation. Versus. Erotic. Goethe. Gunkel. Hand, erotic use of. Symbolism of. Hartmann. Hauptmann, Gerhardt. Hecate, mysteries of. Heine. Helios. Herd instinct. Hero. As wanderer. Betrayal of. Birth of. Psychologic meaning. Sacrifice of. Teleological meaning. Herodotus. Herzog. Hesiod. Hiawatha, Song of. Hierosgamos. Holderlin. Homosexuality. Honegger. Humboldt. Hypnagogic vision. Idea, independence of. Iliad. Imago, father. Immortality. 563 Incest barrier. Fantasy. Problem. Incestuous component. Independence, battle for. Infantilism. Inman. Introjection. Introversion. Hysterical. Willed. Isis. Jans. James. William. Janet, Pierre. Jensen. Jew, wandering. Job, Book of. Jodl. Joel, Carl. Jones. Kathapanishad. Kepler. Kluge. Quran. Kuhn, Adalbert. Culp. Leistner. Laggard. Lamia. Language. Versus. Speech. Legends, Judas. L'Enclos, Ninanda. Libido. As hero. Definition of. Descriptive conception. Desexualized. Genetic conception. In opposition. In resistance. Introverting. Liberation of. Mother. Repressed objects of. Transference of. Transformation of. Licentiousness. Life, fear of. Natural conception of. Lilith. Logos. Lombroso. Longfellow's Hiawatha. Lord's Supper. Love. Infantile. Lucius. Macrobius. Meter. Maeterlinck. Magdeburg, Mechthild von. Manilius. Mary. Matthew, Gospel of. Maurice. Mothner, Franz. Maya. Mayer, Robert. Mead. Melton. Mereshkowski. Messiah. Miller, Miss Frank. Milton. Mind, archaic tendencies. Infantile. Mitra. Mithracism. Moral autonomy. Mother. Heavens as. Imago. Libido. Longing for. Love. Of humanity. Terrible. Transference. Twofold. Wisdom of. Motive of dismemberment. Embracing and entwining. Morike. Mouth, erotic importance of. As instrument of speech. Muller. Music, origin of. 564 Mysticism. Mythology. Hindu. Myths, as dream images. Of rebirth. Religious. Nakedness, cult of. Naming, importance of. Narcissus state. Neuroses, hysteria and compulsion. Nietzsche. On dreams. Nodfer. Oedipus. Egger, Abbey. Onanism. Osiris. Ovid. Paradise Lost. Paranoia. Paranoidean mechanism. Pausanias. Persecution, fear of. Personality, dissociated. Peter. Pfister. Phallic, cult. Symbolism. Phallus. Negative. Sun. Fantasy, how created. Infantile. Onanistic. Sexual. Source of. Thinking. Philo of Alexandria. Pick. Pindar. Plato. Symposium. Plotinus. Plutarch. Poe. Polytheism. Pope, Roman. Pricework, Samuel. Presexual stage. Primitive, reduction to. Procreation, self. Projection. Prometheus. Psychic energy. Psychoanalysis. Object of. Psychoanalytic thinking. Psychology, unconscious. Psychopathology. Ramayana. Rank. Raven, the. Reality, adaptation to. Corrective of. Function of. Principle of. Rebirth. Battle for. Regression. To the mother. Religion, benefits of. And morality. As oppose. Sexuality. Source of. Versus. Orgies. Rana. Renunciation. Repression. Resistance. Resistance to primitive sexuality. Revelation. Rhythm, sexual. Rigveda. Ricklin. Robertson. Rochefoucauld, law. Road. Roscher. Rose, symbolism of. Rostand. Rudra. Sacrifice. Christian versus. Mithraic. Of bull. Retrogressive longing. Sainthood, difficulty of. Schmid. Scholasticism. 565 Schopenhauer. Science. Versus. Mythology. Self-consciousness, creation of. Self-control. Seneca. Sentimentality. Serpent. Sexual assault dream. Impulse, derivatives of. Problem, treatment of. Sexuality, and nutrition. And religion. Cult of. Importance of. Resistance to primitive. Shakespeare. Shvetashvatara Upanishad. Siegfried, Wagner's. Silberer. Snake, phallic meaning of. As symbol of death. Sodomy. Soma. Somnambulism, intentional. Sophocles. Soul. Conception of. Speech. Origin of. Sphinx. Spielrein. St. Augustine. Stage, presexual. Steinthal. Steckel. Subject versus. Object. Sublimation. Suckling, act of. Son. As God. Energy. Hero. Night journey of. Phallus. Worship. Surrogates, archaic. Symbolism, Christian. Christian versus. Mithraic. Of arrow. City. Crowd. Dreams. Eating. Everyday thought. Eyes. Fish. Forest. Horse. Libido. Light. Moon. Mother. Mystery. Serpent. Sun. Sword. Trees. Phallic. Symbols, use of. Simeon. Tertullian. Theater. Thinking. Act of. Archaic. Directed or logical. Dream. Intensive. Limitations of. Of children. Origin of. Fantastic. Psychoanalytic. Time, symbol of. Transference. Real. To nature. Transformation. Treading, symbolic meaning of. Treasure, difficult to attain. Guardian of. Tree of death. Tree of life. Trinity. Unconscious. Upanishad. Verlaine, Paul. Vinci, Leonardo da. Virgil. Virgin Mother. Vollers. Wagner's Siegfried. Weights. Water, symbolism of. 566 Watschandis. Weber. Will, conception of. Duality of. Original division of. Wind as creator. Worth. Woman, misunderstood. Work as a duty. World as mother. Wundt. Zarathustra. Zendavesta. Zosimo's Vision. Zockler. Transcriber's Notes. P. Changed cuis to cuius. P. Changed fafida to profita. P. Changed genetic definition of the libido to generic definition of the libido. P. Changed alpha nu to sigma nu. P. Changed kappa epsilon theta omega to kappa epsilon theta omega. P. Changed he pieced them to he pierced them. Silently corrected typographical errors and variations in spelling. Archaic, non-standard, and uncertain spellings retained as printed. Footnotes were re-indexed using numbers and the page footnotes were collected together with the end notes.